In a village of Konoha, on the second floor of a certain shop located in the bustling commercial street, Nangong Chushu lay on his bed with an expression of despondency, staring vacantly at the ceiling. He had languished at home for 3 days, having scarcely consumed a morsel since his unexpected transmigration into this world. To put it succinctly, he had never encountered a transmigrator whose situation was as dire as his own. His arrival in this realm was devoid of reason, omens, or any justification whatsoever. Just moments prior, he had been a fresh university graduate, eager to embark on a grand journey to fulfill his dreams, aspiring to reach the pinnacle of life, marry a wealthy beauty, and live the life that his adoptive parents had always yearned for. However, before he could even begin to realize his ambitions, a blinding flash transported him to this unfamiliar world. Initially, he believed that transmigration was not a significant concern. After all, in novels, transmigrators often received extraordinary systems, supernatural talents, or advantageous cheats. Surely, he too would ascend to the heights of the ninja world, marry a fair maiden, and lead a life that would make any father proud. Yet, alas, it has been 3 days without any divine intervention. No bloodline, no unique powers, and not a single resource to his name, not even a floating piece of driftwood. Indeed, the individual who had transmigrated was the former owner of this shop, who had met his demise during a supply run, alongside the escorting ninja. Consequently, all that remained was a mere 5-year-old child. Due to his non-ninja parentage, he found himself bereft of any initial resources, save for a modest sum of money. The shop's merchandise was not particularly lucrative, resulting in a meager inheritance of merely a few 100,000 ryo, enough to sustain him for a year, albeit not accounting for utilities and other expenses. In truth, the only 3 words that could aptly encapsulate his predicament were unprintable. I cannot succumb to despair, I must survive, that I do not wish to perish. With a sense of determination, young Nangong Chushu slowly rose from his bed, his body weakened from 3 days of fasting. Perhaps it was a common ailment among ninja, folk. A child who could typically manage some movement after 3 days of idleness now found himself incapable of preparing a proper meal. Resigned, Chushu opened the refrigerator and poured himself a glass of open milk, followed by some oatmeal, which he placed in the microwave. It was peculiar how the technological advancements in the ninja world were so odd. In an era devoid of mobile phones, refrigerators and microwaves were readily available. It seemed that the inhabitants of this realm prioritized sustenance over communication. After satiating his hunger, Chushu descended the stairs, opened the door, and gazed at the bustling street filled with passers-by. For a moment, he found himself at a loss as to where to go or how to gather information. At 5 years old, he was still too young, and his prior memories were scarce, offering little in terms of useful insights. All he knew was that nearly 20 years had elapsed since the conclusion of the First Great Ninja War. Calculating, he surmised that Minato should be of a similar age to him now. While he was uncertain about the timing of the Second Great Ninja War, he had once admired Minato's character while watching Naruto and had taken the time to learn about him. Thus, he could ascertain the timeline simply by considering Minato's age. Minato met his end at the age of 24, the same year Naruto was born, meaning that if he traced back a bit, considering children typically begin school at 6, it was now approximately the 30th year of Konoha. This meant that next year, Minato would begin his schooling. Chushu was uncertain whether he should attend the Ninja Academy, but the timeline suggested that the Second Great Ninja War was imminent. While remaining within the village might spare him from the battlefield, it was crucial to remember that Danzo's roots would not overlook any orphan. If they could cultivate a child for the battlefield, that child was deemed valuable. In other words, while it was acceptable for children to exist, orphans were not to be spared. Orphans within the school could be directly assessed for talent, while those outside would be captured and sent to the roots. At that point, decisions regarding their fates would no longer be made through observation. Those with talent might survive, but would bear the mark of their misfortune. Those without talent would not be cultivated and would simply be eliminated. Thus, Chushu found himself presented with 2 stark choices: attend school or face death. He did not believe he possessed the ability to alter the established course of events, nor could he hope to replace Minato in Jiraiya's favor. Thus, he resolved to hone his acting skills, concealing any talents he might possess in school, pretending to be devoid of any abilities. In essence, this was a performance where the stakes were nothing less than life and death until the eternal slumber of the old thief, Danzo. Chushu ventured outside, seeking to spend the afternoon with his former best friend, ostensibly to gather information. The neighboring shop was a toy store owned by a charming middle-aged woman. Due to her husband being a ninja, their eldest son had been sent to the Ninja Academy the previous year, a year older than Chushu. He inquired whether she had heard of a gentle classmate with golden hair. The answer was a resounding no. Next, he asked about a fiery red-haired girl known for her temper, only to receive the same disheartening response. A flicker of joy sparked within Chushu, though he feigned disappointment as he exited their home. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the shopkeeper kindly asked if he would like to stay for dinner, to which Chushu graciously declined. The street was still bustling, and he could not afford to gamble on whether Danzo's roots would be on the lookout for orphans come nightfall. Returning home, Chushu gathered the little cash he had and quietly calculated the costs associated with enrollment. Considering the subsidies and assistance for orphans, his finances would only require covering the shop's utility expenses. In this regard, Konoha was quite benevolent, as children could attend school without needing to earn money. The only unfortunate aspect was that orphans living in shops were not treated as favorably, as children residing in residential areas did not have to pay for utilities. Chushu lowered his head and sighed. In just a few months, the spring enrollment for the Ninja Academy would begin, and he would be able to register. Based on the timeline, it was highly likely he would encounter Minato. However, he was uncertain whether they would be placed in the same class or if he would even have the opportunity to speak with him and become familiar. Patting his slightly flushed cheeks due to heightened nerves, Chushu steeled himself. He intended to utilize the shop's inventory or find ways to generate some funds in the coming months. After all, becoming a ninja was an expensive endeavor, and even enrollment required 6 years of commitment to graduate. Therefore, any opportunity to earn money was worth pursuing. Yet, he pondered how to sell the stockpile of rice and other provisions, given that his small frame was incapable of moving them. Young Nangong Chushu gazed at the towering sacks of rice in the storeroom, deep in thought. Chapter 2. The School. Before entering the ninja school, Nangong Chushu stared despondently at the bulletin board displaying his assigned class. With heavy steps, he trudged over. Upon entering the classroom and surveying the surroundings, he found no trace of the familiar golden-haired figure, and Chushu realized that hope was lost. However, although he did not see the golden-haired boy, he did encounter 3 rather familiar silhouettes: a lethargic pineapple-headed boy, a small boy with golden spikes, and a chubby boy with long brown hair. He chuckled to himself. It seems I've been placed in the advanced class. With a heart weighed down by despair, Chushu took a seat by the window in the last row, gazing vacantly out at the scenery. In truth, on the day of registration, he had indeed spotted the person he sought and had approached to greet him. Unfortunately, the other boy had come with his father to register, and after exchanging a few words, they parted ways due to his father's pressing matters. Now, having been assigned to different classes, he found himself in the same class as the Inoshikacho trio, which was somewhat favorable. After all, sharing a class with them meant that most of the other students would be less inclined to target him, as their attention would be diverted. He wouldn't have to pretend to be foolish, merely acting as if he were disinterested in class and lacking talent would suffice. Soon, the classroom filled with students. Chushu glanced around and noted the classic peer assignment system. Every noble ninja had a child in this class. There were the Hyuga, the Uchiha family emblem, the Inoshikacho trio, the Oil Woman clan's insect users, and the Inuzuka clan's dog handlers. It was evident that these were the elite from each clan. Amidst the commotion, the class teacher approached the podium, rapped the table twice, and the students fell silent. After a lengthy discourse that failed to pique Chushu's interest, the teacher began to call for self-introductions. The first was Narashikaku. As Chushu observed the listless faces of his classmates, he realized that the Inoshikacho trio would undoubtedly remain together, making it impossible for him to insert himself into their dynamic. While there was a possibility with the Hyuga and Uchiha, he decided against relying on them. The Uchiha were notoriously proud, making friendship difficult, and the Hyuga would hardly care for a commoner's well-being, so seeking support from either clan seemed futile. The remaining options were the Oil Woman clan and the Inuzuka clan. However, upon reflection, he dismissed them too, as both possessed a degree of sensory ability akin to the Byakugan. In the original narrative, these 3 clans formed a class together, and it was implausible to think they were without some form of connection. Ultimately, Chushu realized he lacked any potential allies. Alas, such is the plight of fate. Nangong Chushu? Nangong Chushu? While Chushu silently lamented his circumstances, the teacher had called his name twice, just as the teacher was about to check on him. He turned to see Chushu gazing out the window. With a furrowed brow, the teacher called out sternly, Nangong Chushu. Yes. Coming to his senses, Chushu quickly stood up, meeting the curious gazes of his classmates. He managed an awkward smile, feeling his face flush with embarrassment. How humiliating it was to realize that he, as an adult, lacked the self-discipline of a mere child. Hello everyone, my name is Nangong Chushu, and my hobbies are. After completing his introduction and sitting down at the teacher's nod, he thought, well, I mustn't zone out in class anymore. Haha, my apologies, he said politely, returning to his previously listless demeanor under the teacher's weary gaze. However, this time, he refrained from looking out the window, and the teacher chose not to comment. Yet, he had inadvertently made a name for himself in class, becoming one of the most memorable figures among his peers, thanks to the artistic style of teacher Kishimoto. Those in Konoha who were deemed unattractive were a rare breed, with few odd-looking individuals. Thus, as a child from Konoha, Nangong Chushu's appearance was rather handsome. Moreover, being the sole bearer of the Nangong surname in Konoha garnered him considerable attention from the girls. Nangong Chushu mused to himself, how should I put it? Perhaps this is simply the daily life of the audience, reminiscent of how Sasuke felt back in the day. Quite exhilarating. After a day filled with lessons, Nangong Chushu trudged home alongside the new friends he had made in class. Upon bidding farewell, he entered his family's shop. The moment the door closed behind him, Chushu felt revitalized. Indeed, all of this was merely an act. Ever since he realized he might be under the watchful eye of Root, he had been feigning indifference towards life and death. It was a necessity, as he was unsure whether he had truly been targeted, driven by an instinct for survival. Young Chushu had maintained this facade for half a year. The results were evident. He could no longer revert to his previous self. Yes, after 6 months of pretense, he had become accustomed to living each day in a lackadaisical manner and relished the freedom he felt upon returning home. He remembered this character trait was referred to as sunshine-type depression in his previous life, or so it seemed. Entering the kitchen, Chushu prepared a meal, glancing at the nearly empty rice bin with a sigh. Alas, it seemed he would have to procure more rice himself. In a corner of the storeroom, Chushu pried up a floor tile with a kunai. He retrieved a wallet hidden beneath the tile and counted out 10,000 ryo. He then placed the remaining 13 million ryo back beneath the tile. This was all hard-earned money from selling rice, and the entire warehouse had been nearly emptied 6 months ago. Originally, he wouldn't have made such a fortune, but given that he had traversed into this world, his intellect exceeded that of the inhabitants of the ninja realm. Chushu cleared out the store and painted a designated area in one corner, planning a promotional event for the following day. The event was titled, Rice Carrying Challenge. Anyone who could transport 20 bags of rice from the storeroom to this spot within 1 minute would win all 20 bags. Each participant would pay 1,000 ryo per attempt, and those who couldn't complete the task would owe 10 times the price. Of course, after paying the penalty, Chushu would also offer a bucket of oil or a bag of flour as a consolation prize. That day, the event sparked a sensation in the commercial district. The price of rice at this time in Konoha was no trifling matter, especially since Chushu had previously sold imported rice from the Land of Thunder. It was rumored that the third rakeage had personally plowed the fields, and the fourth rakeage would continue this commendable tradition. Consequently, the price of rice was typically several hundred ryo per bag. Given such a golden opportunity to take advantage, it was only natural for many to want to try their luck. After all, 1,000 ryo typically bought only 3 bags of rice. And now there was a chance to acquire 20 bags. Who wouldn't want to seize such a bargain? However, reality proved harsh. Ordinary people were not ninjas, and many found themselves exhausted after carrying around 17 or 18 bags. Some, having taken a brief rest, exceeded the time limit. Nonetheless, a few individuals with notable stamina successfully completed the challenge. This left no room for complaints among those who had failed, as they could only blame their own limitations for not succeeding. Thus, after the entire warehouse of rice was cleared out, the remaining stock was nearly sold off amidst the curiosity of onlookers, ultimately leaving Chushu with approximately 17 million ryo. With his initial extravagance, he had already spent 4 million ryo over the course of a few months. The shop had been stocked to the brim. Essentially, there is no longer a need to venture outdoors for basic necessities, significantly reducing his outings. As for the time saved, it is, of course, dedicated to exercise. By the time dinner is ready, Chushu has also completed his workout for the day, feeling the surge of strength within him. Young Chushu is confident that he can now lift a bag of rice. Perfectly, after school tomorrow, he will carry a bag of rice home. Chapter 3. Teacher, he humiliated me. It has been demonstrated that physical training is indeed effective in the ninja world. Early the next morning, Nangong Chushu dragged his weary body to school, clutching a bag of rice balls. In this state, Chushu felt remarkably relaxed. Thus, while he was engrossed in enjoying his rice balls, he was completely oblivious to the 2 individuals barreling towards him. A girl clad in Uchiha clan attire sprinted ahead, carrying a large box of sushi, clearly not her first time doing so. Trailing behind her was a chubby boy with a headscarf, chasing after her. Oi, Keat, give me back my breakfast. No way. Jichuan, I'm helping you train. If you catch up to me, I'll return the sushi. Uchiha Keat grinned as she maneuvered around Chushu, who was preoccupied with his meal. The sudden interruption caused Chushu to turn his head. But upon realizing he did not recognize this Uchiha girl, he intended to return to his breakfast. However, just as he turned back, a dark-skinned, plump boy came barreling towards him, clearly unable to stop. Wait, get out of the way, I can't stop. Chushu's mind froze for a moment before he reacted. Unfortunately, it was too late. Akimichi Jichuan's large face was now less than 10 centimeters away from him, making it impossible to evade. Don't come any closer. Chushu could only awkwardly tilt his head away as the two collided. Bang. Oh no. Chushu stumbled back 2 steps, struggling to maintain his balance, while Akimichi Jichuan fell plumply onto the ground. The surrounding classmates gawked in astonishment at the scene, as if they had witnessed a ghost. This person managed to knock down a member of the Akimichi clan, and didn't he even fall himself? They were all left in awe of Chushu's formidable physique. Wait, looking at his expression, perhaps he has been knocked out of sorts? A sudden voice broke through the murmurs, prompting the other students to realize. Yes, observing his downcast demeanor, perhaps he was merely pretending. At that moment, all eyes turned towards Chushu, who stood in the corridor with his head lowered, and they shared the same thought. Ow, are you alright? Akimichi Jichuan scrambled to his feet, rubbed his backside, and expressed concern for Chushu. Aware of his own weight, he feared he might have injured Chushu in the collision. He hurried over to check on him, but noticed Chushu's shoulders trembling, as if he were on the verge of tears. In an instant, Jichuan panicked, unsure of how to respond. He glanced at Uchiha Kid, only to find her wearing a similarly flustered expression, leaving him even more at a loss. Just as he was about to apologize, a voice reached his ears. Rice ball, huh? Rice ball? Akimichi Jichuan was momentarily stunned, then realized the sound came from the person before him and quickly focused. Cough. A grain of rice suddenly dislodged from Chushu's throat, sticking to his nose. The rice ball nearly choked me, cough, cough. The surrounding classmates burst into laughter. It turned out he was fine after all. He had merely choked. After finally dislodging the grain from his throat, Chushu looked at Jichuan and noticed the rice had adhered to his nose. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I just choked really hard. Nangguang Chushu hurriedly apologized, while Akimichi Jichuan wiped the rice off his nose, breathing a sigh of relief. Phew. Thank goodness, you're alright. Hello, I'm Akimichi Jichuan. Nangguang Chushu felt relieved that Jichuan wasn't angry and grasped his hand warmly. Hello, I'm Nangguang Chushu. I'm in Class 1. At first, Jichuan was slightly puzzled, but he quickly realized. Class 1? Isn't that the class where my cousin studies? Ah, you're in Class 1, just like my clan brother. I'm in Class 3, right next to your class. Nangguang Chushu smiled, then asked, your clan brother? Yes. My clan brother is Akimichi Dingswa. Instantly, Chushu envisioned the plump figure with brown hair and striking facial markings. Oh, that's definitely him. Haha, by the way, this is Uchiha Kid, a member of the Uchiha clan. As he spoke, Akimichi Jichuan introduced the girl who had just passed by. Chushu turned to glance at her. Nothing particularly striking, just like the Uchiha women I've seen. Long black hair, a lovely face, and, like the other Uchiha women, a gentle demeanor. However, this Uchiha seemed slightly more vivacious, playfully tussling with Akimichi Jichuan just moments ago. Hi, nice to meet you. Hello. Chushu greeted her politely, and she responded with a warm smile. Nangguang Chushu nodded, sensing that she was not the haughty type typical of the Uchiha clan, making her easy to get along with. You're much easier to interact with than Uchiha Fugaku from our class. Chushu chuckled before turning back to Jichuan, only to find that he had vanished. Suddenly, Uchiha Kid shouted from behind, prompting Chushu to look back. Akimichi Jichuan had snatched back his sushi box and was grinning triumphantly. Uchiha Kid glared at him in exasperation. His cheeks puffed out in frustration. Did he sneak away while I was distracted? Using Chushu to divert Kid's attention, he swiftly retrieved his sushi box. Quite nimble. This crafty plump fellow. This was Chushu's first impression of Akimichi Jichuan. Watergate's teammates are truly amusing. Moreover, it appeared they shared a strong bond. Seeing that they were no longer focused on him, Chushu shrugged and returned to his seat in class. After finishing the squished rice balls from the collision, the monotonous lessons resumed. Why were they tedious lessons, you might ask? Because the teacher focused solely on fundamental knowledge, such as the composition of chakra, its uses, and the hand seals. Chushu was already well versed in these topics from before his transmigration. He had even mastered the hand seals through diligent practice at home, continuing to refine his skills every evening after school. What he lacked now was the extraction of chakra. Regarding this, he was entirely at a loss. Although he understood that chakra is a blend of physical and mental energy, he had no idea how to merge the two. To his dismay, there were no books at home to assist him, which was a source of great frustration. Unbeknownst to him, as he listened to the teacher's lecture, he began to feel drowsy and inadvertently yawned. Nangguang Chushu, please explain why chakra is composed of mental and physical energy. Isn't it just mental control, cough, cough? I don't know. Upon hearing the teacher call his name, Chushu instinctively responded to the latter part of the question. However, realizing his current predicament, he quickly retracted his statement. Upon hearing this, the teacher's temper flared. He was on the verge of answering just now, wasn't he? Indeed. He nearly managed to respond moments ago. So what does this change of heart signify? Is it meant to humiliate me? Very well. You impudent rascal. I shall impose upon you the task of transcribing the textbook in its entirety. Nangguang Chushu. Nangguang Chushu. No, the script does not unfold this way. Shouldn't I be allowed to stand outside instead? I can certainly provide an answer. Let us try again. You pose the question and I shall respond. I refuse to transcribe the textbook. Chapter 4. Chakra. The twilight sun casts a breathtaking glow, while the crows mourn the impending loss of daylight. Nagon Chushio, feeling the strain in his fingers, trudges homeward with a sack of rice. The setting sun elongates his shadow, rendering his figure forlorn and solitary. Oh, how the crows seem to empathize with my plight tonight. As the evening deepens, the streets grow increasingly deserted, and a whiff of alcohol suddenly wafts through the air. Chushu looks up to see a tall, blonde woman, clearly inebriated, accompanied by a dejected little girl with red hair. The woman clutches a bottle of wine, while the girl, burdened with a backpack, appears timid and sorrowful amidst the sparse crowd. Overwhelmed by the stench of liquor, Chushu instinctively furrows his brow and covers his nose. This gesture, unfortunately, does not go unnoticed by the little girl, further dampening her spirits. Nangong Chushu muses, did I inadvertently cause her distress? Desperately, he offers a smile to the girl, but her head hangs low, blocking any sign of goodwill. Back at his lonely abode, Chushu finds that solitude does not weigh heavily on him. Perhaps it is a sign of illness. Ever since his arrival in this world, he has felt as if someone is watching him. What once was loneliness has transformed into a performance, for he is merely a naive youth in good health. Perhaps it is a case of paranoia. This act has persisted for far too long. With a sigh of relief, Chushu declares, "Oh, when will you find peace, O spirit of the sun?" Voicing his thoughts brings a sense of clarity to his heart. He advises others not to harbor their feelings, lest their hearts become tainted. It is essential to remain pure, fragrant, and gentle. As time passes, Chushu gradually adapts to the daily intellectual sparring with his teachers. Occasionally, he collides with the swift Akimichi Jiro, and such encounters bring a semblance of joy to his otherwise mundane routine. Yet, the monotony of life has begun to wear on him. Thankfully, the method for extracting chakra, which he eagerly anticipates, is soon to arrive. About 2 weeks into the semester, the fundamentals of chakra have been thoroughly explained. Given that his class consists of children from prominent clans, the pace is brisk, with key concepts covered in a single pass. The afternoon physical training is tailored to each child's needs, ensuring no one slacks off. Today marks the day Chushu has longed for, the lesson on chakra extraction methods. At last, it is here. Though he feigns indifference, excitement brews within him. He discreetly opens his notebook. Ready to employ the blind writing technique he has diligently practiced for 2.5 months. As the teacher lectures, Chushu rests his head on his desk, fervently jotting notes. Simultaneously, he closes his eyes, attentively following the rhythm of body and spirit as described by the teacher. He begins to maneuver two forces, one emanating from his entire being and the other descending from his mind. These energies converge at his dantian, forming a vortex that melts together. Success. Within his dantian, a flickering spark of chakra dances vibrantly, igniting a sense of joy in Chushu's heart. He listens intently as the teacher elaborates on various precautions following chakra condensation. This knowledge is crucial and cannot be overlooked, encompassing the principles of the three-body technique, the trajectories of chakra flow, and the essential points of chakra application, areas where he finds himself lacking. As for the nature and transformation of chakra, those lessons are not covered in ninja school. They require personal merit or guidance from a mentor. However, Chushu feels well prepared for these aspects, having already procured chakra test paper at home, just waiting for his return to delve into it. The prospect of possessing chakra fills him with exhilaration, marking his first step towards self-preservation. As for ninjutsu, he harbors no grand expectations, as the techniques available to commoners are often of inferior quality. He intends to discover which ninjutsu can best align with his chakra attributes, aspiring to create the most versatile combat style using the simplest techniques. After navigating through school, Chushu ambles home, buoyed by excitement. Upon closing the door, he eagerly retrieves the chakra test paper and infuses it with the little chakra he has managed to refine. In an instant, one side of the paper becomes moist and begins to ignite, while the dampened portion shatters. Could it be that his chakra possesses the elemental properties of fire, water, and earth? Chushu's excitement mounts. Discovering 3 distinct chakra attributes is indeed fortuitous. Some individuals may not possess even 2, yet he has unveiled a triad of prominent properties, suggesting a broader array of ninjutsu he can learn. Even Minato, known for his mastery, only exhibits 3 elemental attributes, though he has not showcased any ninjutsu associated with them. Additionally, there are the yin and yang attributes, independent of the 5 elemental natures, which are not detectable by the test paper. Logically, everyone should possess at least one of these attributes. Minato's chakra includes both yin and yang, hinting at a high demand for these attributes in sealing techniques. Yet, Chushu cannot ascertain his own yin and yang attributes at present. Stretching his limbs, he resolves to fully explore the potential of his chakra. As a devoted admirer of the second Hokage's ninjutsu, he harbors a dream of developing a unique ninjutsu that relies solely on a single elemental property, distinct from bloodline limits and eliminations. While he has contemplated this for some time, he currently lacks sufficient resources for research and can only hypothesize about other ninjutsu methods. Looking at the relatively intact storage room, Chushu sighs, foreseeing that today, the room may face some challenges. Chapter 5. Kushina. Oi. Chushu, what happened to you? You look like a mummy. During the break, Nangong Chushu sat in his seat, completely wrapped in bandages, unable to move a finger. A boy with spiky brown hair approached him, mocking him. Sarutobi Sanshaku, a child of the Sarutobi clan, was Chushu's first and only friend in class. Hearing Sanshaku's taunts, Chushu shot him a glare. Well, I slipped on the stairs yesterday and knocked over an oil lamp. Haha, it doesn't look like anything serious, so bye. With that, he dashed outside to play. Chushu remained seated, unable to move as any attempt to do so caused him excruciating pain. In truth, this was the result of his reckless experimentation with Chakra the day before. Driven by a spirit of brave exploration, young Chushu had delved beyond the essence of Chakra itself, engaging in an in-depth study of its control, circulation, and the reactions produced by hand signs. The outcome was less than favorable. Not only had he sustained multiple injuries to his meridians, but he had also inadvertently triggered a transformation in the nature of fire, finding himself laughing involuntarily for half an hour in the warehouse yesterday. Now, he suffered from extensive burns on his upper body, swollen and painful meridians. And his eyelids had ceased to receive blood for a time, leaving them slightly purple. Currently, the only parts of him relatively unscathed were the soles of his feet, which he had kept untouched for the sake of attending class. He had merely tested the adhesion and bounce of Chakra covering, finding no injuries there. However, his hands were incapacitated. He could neither write nor take notes, forcing him to rely solely on his memory for the day's lessons. Fortunately, despite the considerable suffering he endured yesterday, there were some gains. While studying the affinities of Chakra, young Chushu had unexpectedly discerned its effects on perception. Furthermore, he had successfully recorded the essentials of transforming Chakra into flame and the assisting effects of various hand signs on the extraction and transformation of Chakra properties. This morning, confined to immobility, he had practiced Chakra perception for the entire session. The results were remarkable. Now, Chushu could extend his Chakra perception to a radius of 3 meters. If he focused on a single direction or line, he could sense even further. However, this ability was easily detectable by others. Throughout the morning, many classmates had sensed the unusual Chakra and cast curious glances. Even Uchiha Fugaku had caught a fleeting glimpse of crimson in his eyes, though it was quickly concealed. One could not deny that Fugaku was indeed the father of Sasuke and Itachi, possessing formidable talent. Reflecting on that moment, Chushu's regard for Fugaku rose a notch. Currently, Fugaku did not embody the serious and profound patriarch described in the original narrative. Instead, he exhibited a striking contrast between his desire to emulate his father's composure and his own prideful demeanor, appearing both handsome and somewhat endearing, which had garnered him a wave of admirers among the older girls. It was this very image of a small adult that had initially misled Chushu. In hindsight, it was clear that the talent of the next clan leader would not be lacking. This incident had alerted Chushu to the limitations of simple Chakra perception, prompting him to consider improvements upon returning home. After all, with the onset of the Second Great Ninja War, it was not uncommon for children to find themselves on the battlefield. At that time, if he wished to sense enemies, he could not afford to draw attention. Simultaneously, he needed to expedite his studies on fire release. With newfound experience, he would avoid excessive intensity that could lead to further burns. He had already grasped the nature of fire transformation and had nearly completed his research on the effects of hand signs. Perhaps, in the future, he could create several new techniques based on the interplay between hand signs and Chakra. If he were bold enough, he might even eliminate the hand sign process altogether. As for his body, under the nourishment of Chakra, he should be nearly healed by the end of the day. Or so he hoped. Boom. In the midst of the serene break, children frolicked outside the classroom, but a tremendous noise erupted from the adjacent class. Seated at the back of the room, Chushu felt the vibrations from the wall behind him, causing his heart to tremble. The neighboring class, it must be class 3. Swallowing hard, Chushu struggled to rise and peek into the other room. A figure with red hair was unleashing a storm of fury within the classroom. Chushu's heart sank. It was indeed her. Earlier, he had spotted a teacher leading a red-haired figure into the neighboring class. Remembering the scene from last night, Nangong Chushu quickly retreated, attempting to laboriously return to his classroom, fearful of encountering the infamous blood-red chili pepper and having to face the consequences of yesterday's blunder. Stop. Yet, he was a moment too late. A clear, ringing female voice called out, and Chushu instinctively halted. You are the one from yesterday, aren't you? As the voice drew nearer, Chushu realized he had indeed been seen and reluctantly turned around. Why yes. Upon seeing the familiar face, Kushina was prepared to be angry. But Chushu's blink made her lose her composure. Puff, just a moment ago, the girl who was fuming now struggled to contain her laughter. Chushu felt a tinge of annoyance. Hey, what's so funny? Do I look amusing? I'm injured here. Could you please show me some respect? Kushina, hearing this, was about to nod in agreement, but suddenly recalled Chushu's prior words, stopping herself. She wanted to shake her head, yet the latter statement held her back. Conflicted, Kushina hurriedly explained, No, I don't mean to disrespect you. It's just that your eyes. eyes. Kushina had barely finished her explanation when Chushu blinked again, revealing his purple eyelids, which caused her to burst into laughter once more. In that instant, Chushu recalled the issue of his eyelids turning purple, his forehead throbbing with veins. This was an injury. It was due to a lack of blood supply. It was not something to be mocked. I'm sorry. Kushina quickly suppressed her laughter, realizing her mistake, and apologized to Chushu. He promptly turned his head to return to the classroom. Behind him, Kushina finally composed herself. Wait, I came to question you, she shouted, startling Chushu into standing at attention. Then, coming to his senses, he turned to confront her. Are you going to mock me again? Kushina hastily covered her mouth. No. I wanted to ask you what that look of disdain meant when you saw me yesterday. Yesterday? Chushu glared at her, his annoyance boiling over. How dare you bring that up? The woman next to you reeked of alcohol. Who wouldn't he find that distasteful? Is that so? Upon hearing this, Kushina froze. She recalled that when Tsunade had come to pick her up yesterday, she had indeed seemed quite intoxicated. Blushing slightly, she stammered. Was it a misunderstanding? I'm truly sorry. Well, I possess a modicum of medical ninjutsu. To express my apologies and to make amends for the earlier laughter. Allow me to assist you in healing, Upon witnessing the embarrassed Kushina, the anger within Haru had considerably dissipated. Upon hearing that the other party was skilled in medical ninjutsu, he realized that his injuries indeed required treatment, and thus he agreed. Chapter 6. Friends, very well. I shall not dwell on your mockery any longer. With that, Chushu leaned forward. First, let us treat your eyes. No laughing. Yes. As the green chakra enveloped him, Chushu felt a wave of warmth wash over his body. Soon enough, the burns had healed significantly, and the searing pain had subsided. However, Kushina felt increasingly uneasy as she treated him, her smile fading entirely. Do you usually train with such intensity? Why do you ask? The sudden inquiry left Nagong Chushu somewhat puzzled. These injuries. I sustained them from a fall. I accidentally knocked over a kerosene lamp. Realizing that Kushina was on the verge of uncovering his secret, Chushu quickly interjected. Upon hearing this, Kushina remained skeptical. These injuries seemed too severe to have resulted merely from a fall. But I said it was from a fall. Gulp, yes. Seeing her about to speak further. Chushu's tone turned unyielding, even a touch fierce. Kushina looked up and met his threatening gaze, startled. Swallowing hard, she promptly fell silent, not willing to share. Perhaps it is his secret. Before long, Chushu could no longer feel any significant pain, aside from some discomfort during more strenuous movements. It appeared that Kushina's healing skills were quite impressive. Thank you. You are welcome. My name is Uzumaki Kushina, of the Uzumaki clan. And you? Upon witnessing Chushu's recovery, Kushina extended her hand to him. With slightly weary eyes, he glanced at her, and then smiled as he accepted her handshake. Nangong Chushu. Nangong. Is that a surname? Of course not, for that surname belongs to the kingdom of Shinmil. How could it possibly be a name from your prosperous nation? Listening to Kushina's mutterings, Chushu couldn't help but scoff inwardly. In Konoha, I am the only one with that surname. Oh, then your father. As Kushina uttered those 3 words, she met Chushu's sorrowful gaze and instantly understood his implication. I'm sorry. It's all right. In truth, Chushu was merely acting. Due to recent events, his skills and performance had significantly improved, allowing him to portray the image of an orphan who had just lost a lifeline with remarkable authenticity. In his previous life, such a performance would have earned him accolades. Upon hearing Kushina's apology, Chushu quickly reverted to his earlier despondent demeanor. Kushina did not press further, but instead changed the topic, her face lighting up with anticipation. So, we are friends now, right? Yes, I suppose so. Chushu remained unperturbed. Kushina's identity held no relevance to him. Throughout their encounter, he had merely found himself in a series of misunderstandings. The progression of their friendship was a natural course of events. Additionally, his status as a common orphan rendered him beyond suspicion. At most, he could be considered Kushina's first friend, which provided no reason to suspect ulterior motives. Why worry about it? One should boldly embrace friendship. Suddenly, a yellow hedgehog-like figure appeared behind Kushina. Minato? Chushu-san. Kushina turned around. Her expression filled with indignation as she glared at the gentle, smiling Minato, seemingly irked by his earlier actions. Well, Minato wished to explain himself. But Kushina turned away and headed directly back to the classroom. Class is about to start. We'll talk later, Chushu. Chushu replied casually before turning to Minato. Are you heading to the restroom? A classic invitation among young boys. Going to the restroom together during break is a simple way to foster camaraderie. Moreover, this invitation might help alleviate Minato's embarrassment. Sure. The two made their way to the restroom, though Minato struggled with social interaction and was unsure how to initiate conversation. You want to explain but don't know how, right? Chushu keenly understood Minato's character. Initially, Minato was not adept at conversation, hesitating and thereby falling prey to Kushina's strong personality. This tendency only began to improve after he took Kakashi as a disciple, likely influenced by Kushina. Chushu himself was not skilled in conversation either, but he possessed a more reclusive nature, shunning friendships. Consequently, his approach to problems was straightforward. For instance, now, facing Minato, he laid the issue bare. Minato was taken aback by Chushu's insight, glancing at him before finally admitting, that girl has the same dream as me. I don't want her to misunderstand. I want to befriend her. Just say it plainly. Chushu's response was refreshingly simple. For him, clarification was paramount, so he opted for direct explanation. Those unnecessary embellishments only served to stifle one's expression, making it harder to convey thoughts. Just like me, it's best to be direct. Like you, Chushu. Minato gazed into Chushu's half-open eyes, finding it difficult to believe his seemingly lifeless demeanor. Yet, Chushu's words held undeniable merit. Just as it was at the beginning, if Chushu had not spoken, Minato would not have known how to communicate with him. For a moment, Minato hesitated, uncertain of how to proceed. Should he speak directly, or, the weather is getting hotter, and the cherry blossom trees are beginning to shed their petals. This sudden reflection brought Minato back to reality as he glanced out the restroom window. Indeed, it is beautiful. Unfortunately, the splendor of the cherry blossoms lasts only a brief 1 to 2 months. As they spoke, the two arrived at the classroom door. Ding ding ding. With the ringing of the class bell, they parted ways at their respective classroom entrances. Hey, Chushu, did you finish so quickly? You weren't fooling me this morning, were you? Upon entering, Sarutobi Yamazuki's voice overwhelmed Chushu with a wave of irritation. Go away. All right. Upon returning to his seat, Chushu's thoughts drifted. Today marks the day when Kushina would face bullying, right? I believe it's around noon. Should I lend Minato a hand? In this lesson, we will discuss the essential skills that every ninja must master. Oh no, they're going to cover the body replacement technique. I need to take notes fast. What do Minato and Kushina have to do with me? Gaining strength is of utmost importance. As the teacher's voice echoed, Chushu's thoughts were abruptly pulled back to the present. Maintaining a stoic expression, his hand was already poised to write. The body replacement technique is crucial. One must not be careless. What is the most fundamental skill for a ninja? It is the mastery of chakra control. Bang. The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground interrupted the teacher's lecture. Turning around, he spotted the very student who often vexed him. However, this time, it was merely a fall without any unexpected antics. The teacher felt a slight sense of relief. Nangong, is everything all right? I'm fine. Please continue, teacher. Hearing the familiar excuse from Nangong Chushu, the teacher knew that the boy was undoubtedly unscathed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Chapter 7. A heroic rescue? At noon, after classes. Chushu stepped out of the school, for he could not prepare a bento box. His culinary skills were limited to stir-frying, stewing, and making soup. Bringing a homemade meal to school might attract unwanted attention, so he opted to purchase a nutritious bento from a vendor outside. Fortunately, there were numerous stalls selling bentos nearby. He casually selected one that appeared to contain the most meat. Just as he was about to return to the classroom, he noticed a spiky-haired boy leaping stealthily among the trees, heading towards the cherry blossom grove. Glancing at the bento in his hand, he resolutely decided to follow. After all, what is a meal without a delightful show to accompany it? And this show was a 3D experience. However, his control over his movements was evidently not as adept as that of Minato. Before long, he stepped too heavily, alerting Minato to his presence. In an instant, Minato whipped around, his kunai raised defensively in front of him. Chushu, what are you doing here? Minato asked, visibly startled. Unfazed, Chushu replied, oh, I saw you when I came out to buy lunch. Before he could finish, Minato turned to cover his mouth, forcibly leading him away. Under the cherry blossom trees stood a little girl with red hair, while opposite her was a brown-haired boy accompanied by his younger ninja brother. Well, Minato. You certainly have a knack for following. Minato's face flushed red, and he hurriedly protested. I'm not. Chushu, don't say such things. Shu, keep your voice down. Something's happening below. Chushu quickly took a couple of bites of his meal and peered down. To his dismay, the younger ninja had begun to chase Kushina. Brandishing a kunai from his bag, Kushina narrowly avoided being struck, as the kunai embedded itself in a tree trunk. Are you Chu, not going to help Chu? Chu her? Chushu asked, eyeing the hesitant Minato as he finished his meal. Minato appeared somewhat embarrassed, still indecisive. Without hesitation, Chushu tossed aside his lunchbox and pulled Minato along, dashing out. What are you hesitating for? We're classmates. We must help. Besides, she treated me this morning. It would be unreasonable not to assist her. Minato, flustered by his insistence, began to reconsider. After a moment, he thought, why am I being dragged into this when you owe her a favor? Wait, Chushu. He called, but it was too late. They were already at the trio's side. The younger ninja was about to grab Kushina's hair when he caught sight of a foot rapidly approaching. What is this? Bang. Chushu kicked the younger ninja away with considerable force, sending him flying at least 2 meters. But he lost his balance and fell to the ground as well. Ouch, that hurts. Kushina, hearing a familiar voice, turned to look at the ground. Upon recognizing her savior, she was momentarily stunned. Chushu and Minato? Once she regained her composure, she exclaimed in delight, what are you two doing here? Minato. now wielding a kunai in front of the two, stood protectively as Chusu struggled to rise from the ground, cradling his back. It's Minato who brought. Chusu, Minato interrupted, his face burning with embarrassment. Hey, you two little rascals, what mischief are you causing? Suddenly, a brash voice called out, making the trio turn. Especially you. The one with the blue hair. Why did you ambush my brother? Minato and Chusu remained silent. While Chusu turned to Kushina and asked, is it him? Yes, that's the one. Then what are we waiting for? Wait. Kushina was bewildered. Let us take him down. Hey. Kushina, suddenly enlightened, was dragged by Chusu towards the boy. Seeing the impending danger, the boy bolted, abandoning his younger ninja brother. Don't come any closer. Kushina glanced anxiously at Minato. Leave that to Minato. Don't worry, he is quite strong. Oh right. I'm with him. Otherwise, you would have been bullied. With that, Chusu accelerated, seemingly intent on preventing the boy's escape. Slow down. Slow down. Kushina exclaimed, astonished by the speed that the previously lethargic boy exhibited. Get ready. Chusu suddenly announced as he held her hand. Before Kushina could react, she felt Chusu's waist pulling back. Wait, you can't mean. Indeed, realizing that they were losing time, he decided to wait. We can catch up. Stop. With a powerful throw, Chusu launched Kushina, her small head bursting forth with hot tears. Chusu, you scoundrel. This action sent her tumbling through the air. Kushina quickly straightened her body, fearing she would miss the brown-haired boy and crash to the ground. Fortunately, Chusu's aim was precise, allowing her to seize the boy by the neck and bring him down. The boy cried out as Kushina landed atop him, sliding forward several meters. The ground bore the marks of their descent, two distinct trails, one shallow and wide, the other slightly deeper yet narrower. This must be even smaller than an acorn, a pine needle? Not dwelling on such trivialities, Chusu hurried to catch up with Kushina, successfully apprehending the boy. All right, done. Ugh, I will never undertake a mission with you again. Kushina, still rattled from the earlier ordeal, continued to sob. Chusu, unfazed, patted her shoulder in consolation. Come now. Don't speak so definitively. At least we accomplished our task splendidly, and we emerged unscathed. No, I am wounded. Kushina shook her head, and Chusu looked at her in confusion. What do you mean? Emotional trauma. Kushina shouted, delivering a swift punch to the brown-haired boy's head. The boy whimpered. Why are you fighting me when you two are arguing? Thud. Seeing this, Chusu added another jab. Why are you crying? I didn't even shed a tear from my injuries yesterday. Hold it in. The boy whimpered. I won't say anything. Returning to the earlier scene, they found Minato had already dealt with the younger ninja and was now apologizing amicably. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, please don't get up. Or I might have to hit you again, and you could get seriously hurt. Chusu heard this and could not help but furrow his brow. Although the words seemed harmless at first glance, upon closer examination, they felt quite derisive, implying the other was inferior. How infuriating. Kushina observed the bruised younger ninja and marveled at Minato's impressive strength. Subsequently, the three individuals extended their sincere concern towards the two brothers, with Chusu taking the responsibility of educating them. It was only then that the brothers expressed their commitment to refrain from bullying others, thus bringing the matter to a close. Chapter 8. The Peculiar Watergate. I am profoundly grateful to both of you. After school, Kushina deeply bowed to the two. To express my gratitude. Let me treat you to a meal. No, thank you for your kindness, but I have matters to attend to at home. You should invite Minato instead. In response to Kushina's invitation, Haru declined. He needed to return home to study the nuances of quantum mechanics, or rather, delve into the transformations of Chakra, leaving no time to join them for a meal. Moreover, it would be rather inappropriate for him to intrude upon their intimate dinner. Very well. Kushina visibly appeared disappointed, yet this could not sway Haru's unwavering dedication to his research. Minato scratched his head awkwardly. Haru is quite disciplined in his daily routine. So do not take it to heart. He truly does not wish to forego dining with you. Upon seeing Haru nod in affirmation, Kushina's spirits lifted, and she turned her expectant gaze towards Minato. Minato's face instantly flushed crimson. He could hardly refuse Kushina's request and nodded in agreement. Haru beamed with a knowing smile as he watched their retreating figures, truly enchanted by the scene. Upon arriving home, Haru finished his meal and hurried into the chaotic warehouse. There stood a makeshift dummy capable of temporarily storing chakra, a creation of his own. Just yesterday, he had stumbled upon a piece of wood that could briefly contain chakra. This piece of wood was originally used as a support beneath rice matting in his family's warehouse. After discovering its unique properties, he repurposed it as the core for his dummy, modifying it with various other pieces of wood to create a rather crude, hodgepodge figure. It was intended for chakra storage and experimentation regarding chakra interactions. Additionally, there lay an unrefined log beside him. The thought of the ninjutsu he was familiar with brought Haru to recall the Rasengan, prompting him to acquire this log as a test subject for his research. He had managed to control the amount of chakra quite effectively, yet maintaining its shape remained a challenge. He had attempted to compress the chakra into a sphere, but the required level of control was exceedingly high, far beyond the grasp of a mere child like him. Thus, the log remained untouched and pristine. However, today, it was about to face its trial. Yuo Wushini, fire release, fireball jutsu. With the four hand seals gradually converging, a flame erupted from Haru's mouth, landing upon the log. The impact was not fierce, it merely singed the surface of the wood. Yet, Haru was unfazed. This was, after all, his first ninjutsu. And its principle was straightforward: gather flames into a spherical form and release them. It lacked the force of the great fireball technique and did not deliver a blow to an adversary, but the flame's continued combustion was a modest success. Albeit it struggled to ignite the whole log, rendering it somewhat impractical. In fact, after inducing the property transformation yesterday, Haru had begun to explore the effects of hand seals on fire attribute chakra. Furthermore, after experimenting with combinations of two seals, he had managed to produce a flicker of flame. It was yesterday when he sought to inject more chakra into his technique that he suffered minor burns. Today marked a small breakthrough, and the sense of achievement brought a genuine joy. Haru could feel himself progressing. Yet, a new conundrum emerged. How could he condense the flame at the moment of expulsion while ensuring its temperature remained intact and enhancing its fluidity? This was a thought-provoking dilemma. After all, he sought not merely a flame, but a technique capable of inflicting genuine damage. However, at this moment, he had no clear direction. Haru knew that persisting in this line of thought would yield no fruitful results. So he chose to abandon it for now and began to investigate some latent effects within chakra. During this period, he had taken time to recall the events depicted in the original storyline. To his astonishment, he discovered that the shifting technique was not merely a bloodline limit, or rather, not solely a bloodline limit. In the original tale, besides being utilized by the Moonlight Gale, Jiraiya had also mentioned it during his childhood when he was tied to a post. His use of the technique to eavesdrop had never once been detected. Standing before him was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Judging by his expression, it was likely that he too possessed the ability to use the shifting technique. Thus, Haru boldly speculated that the potential for chakra transformation into the shifting technique undoubtedly resided within chakra itself. It was highly probable that it was related to the Earth's elemental transformation. This notion certainly warranted further exploration. Ahem, researching this was not motivated by voyeurism. It was merely a matter of curiosity. Furthermore, it was a means to enhance one's prowess, so why not investigate? Thus, this manner of life continued for over 2 years. Under Haru's subtle encouragement, the relationship between Minato and Kushina progressed more swiftly than in the original narrative. Thanks to his penchant for eavesdropping, Haru fortuitously encountered a Kimichi Jinchuriki and Uchiha Ki during one of his escapades. Subsequently, their camaraderie flourished, and they frequently frequented various gossip hotspots. Moreover, with the Uchiha clan striking features as an advantage, Haru found himself inexplicably inclined to converse more often with Kid. As a result, despite being in different classes, their bond surpassed that of a Kimichi Jinchuriki and the others. However, curiously, the relationship between Minato and Haru appeared somewhat peculiar. "Oi, Haru. You promised to train with us today." Minato stood by Haru's bed, playfully nudging him while he lounged in his pajamas. Yet, as Minato's official girlfriend, Kushina remained unfazed by his antics. Haru felt his mind become a tangled mess. He had not altered anything. How had Minato transformed into this? "Minato," Haru called out sharply, halting Minato's actions. He then turned to the bright and cheerful boy, solemnly stating, "You are a boy. You should not be acting so spoiled." Haru felt his childhood idol's aura shatter into a million pieces, leaving him utterly disillusioned. "Eh? I see no issue with it. In fact, I think it's quite nice. What should I do then?" Minato looked at Haru with confusion, scratching his head absent-mindedly. "Could you not scold me? Act like a man. Get angry and say something fierce." Minato's finger poked his lips as he gazed upwards, smiling innocently. "Is that truly acceptable? What is so wrong with it? Do you enjoy being scolded?" "No. You're missing the point entirely." Haru sighed and reclined back, casting a pleading glance towards Kushina. "Fiery red pepper. What do you think? Shouldn't you intervene?" Kushina seemed unperturbed by the moniker. She was accustomed to it, and recognized it as nothing more than Haru's playful banter devoid of malice. "Is it not good? I find it rather cute and quite charming." With that, she approached and cupped Minato's face, playfully poking at him. Minato smiled at her, his cheeks slightly flushed. Haru was utterly resigned, pulling the covers over his head and turning away in exasperation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Chapter 9. Training Shushu felt a sense of melancholy, lost in contemplation throughout the journey. Could it be that the Watergate has been led astray by my influence? It bears an uncanny resemblance to the Southern Liang. Beside him, Uchiha Fong observed his downward gaze and assumed he was preoccupied with some troubling thoughts. He turned to Watergate and Kushina ahead, inquiring, "Oi, Watergate, Kushina, does Shushu seem a bit off today?" Upon hearing this, Kushina glanced at Shushu, who was deep in thought, and detected nothing unusual. "Is it? I don't think so. He seems just like usual." Conversely, Watergate sensed a subtle discrepancy. There is indeed something amiss. Shushu is usually quite lethargic, yet today he appears troubled, furrowing his brow, which is unlike him. As soon as these words were spoken, Uchiha Fong tilted his head to look at Watergate. pondering how it seemed Watergate was more observant than he had initially realized. However, Watergate paid no heed to Feng's thoughts, continuing his conversation with Kushina. Could it be that we called him too early today? Kushina considered this and nodded gently. Perhaps. Feng observed Watergate's demeanor, sensing something peculiar about him as well, but refrained from questioning further. Instead, he discreetly asked Chushu, what troubles you? Are you worried about something? Chushu instinctively nodded, but quickly recognized his reaction, turning to face Feng. No, not at all. However, in that moment, Feng, who was already close to Chushu, was caught off guard. The two found themselves locked in a close gaze, and in that instant, Chushu felt his heart race. It was no wonder that the Uchiha clan was known for their striking beauty, even at a young age. Uchiha Feng's appearance rivaled that of any beautiful girl from the original story. Being a connoisseur of beauty himself, Chushu was completely captivated by her gaze. After a few seconds, the fluttering of Feng's large eyes brought Chushu back to reality, prompting him to hastily create some distance. I'm sorry. It's nothing. From behind. Feng's voice reached him, and Chushu could practically feel the awkwardness hanging in the air, making him shy away from Feng's gaze. Simultaneously, he berated himself for being so easily entranced by a young girl's beauty, feeling utterly embarrassed. Surely, she felt quite awkward as well. Chushu dared not dwell on this thought, only feeling more embarrassed, and thus awkwardly shifted the topic. So, I find today's Watergate to be somewhat strange. Which is why I was lost in thought. Indeed, it is somewhat peculiar, but why? Uchiha Feng approached, walking alongside Chushu to discuss further. Could it be that I have been too overprotective of him? Chushu murmured to himself. Feng, either not hearing clearly or in disbelief, asked, What did you say? Chushu snapped back to the moment, waving his hand dismissively and reverting to his previous lethargic demeanor. Oh, it's nothing. Let us not dwell on that. We are headed for training. Come on, we've already fallen behind. With that, Chushu quickened his pace to catch up with Watergate and Kushina. Seeing this, Feng shrugged and followed suit. What training are we doing today, Watergate? Chushu instinctively inquired about Watergate's thoughts. Watergate turned to Chushu and asked, Shall we practice the body flicker technique? Or perhaps focus on chakra control, which is fundamental and must be solidified? Kushina contributed her perspective. However, Uchiha Feng had her own ideas. I believe practical combat training would be more beneficial. After pondering for a brief moment, Chushu ultimately decided, Let us do this. I, Watergate, and Feng will engage in practical combat training, with Feng and me attacking Watergate. Kushina, you can assist us with healing. Allowing everyone to hone their skills. Both Kushina and Watergate nodded in agreement, affirming that Chushu's arrangement was quite sound. I told you. Being with Chushu always yields targeted suggestions. Indeed, quite incisive. As Chushu listened to their discussion, he felt he had grasped something significant, yet found nothing particularly strange upon reflection. His thoughts were interrupted by Feng's surprised voice. Wait, are you and I really teaming up to attack Watergate? Of course, Watergate has been capable of defeating lower-ranked ninjas for 2 years now. Feng looked at Watergate in astonishment, truly taken aback by the revelation of his abilities. It's not just because you're too lazy, Chushu. Every time we call you for training, you're napping at home. Otherwise, we could have progressed together. Chushu, feeling embarrassed, averted his gaze and offered a few half-hearted affirmations. Well, it's just like that. Yes, that's it, In truth, it was that he was unwilling to train. Rather, he had made significant progress in his research on nature transformation a year ago. As his studies deepened, he developed new hypotheses, resulting in a series of experiments that had caused him to decline Watergate's training invitations for the past 6 months. Only this past Wednesday did he achieve a breakthrough, successfully increasing the temperature of his flames, prompting him to agree to train with Watergate over the weekend. Moreover, he had not neglected training entirely. In his 2 years, whenever he had spare time, he practiced the body flicker technique and chakra control, though lacking in practical combat experience. His combat prowess was by no means weak. Compared to Watergate at the same stage, Chushu was confident he could at least hold his own. Yet, he had no intention of proving himself. Playing the fool at home was the best disguise. Indeed, his act had been so convincing that Danzo had never sought him out over the past 2 years. He had been exceptionally cautious and meticulous. Wait, you both have been training every weekend? How sneaky. Uchiha Feng looked at Watergate and Chushu, feeling betrayed. Then, turning to Chushu, she found a small comfort in his presence. Feeling Feng's gaze, Chushu glanced at her. Their eyes met briefly, and he felt a wave of guilt wash over him. I'm sorry, Feng, I'm one of the overachievers too. And, I might be the most dedicated among us. Inwardly, Chushu silently apologized, then gently nudged the trio towards the training ground. All right, enough chatter. We're here to train, so let us get started. Wait, is it really that soon? Don't we need a warm-up? Watergate attempted to negotiate for a slower pace, but alas, Chugzu decisively dismissed the notion. No need. After all, it's not real combat. It's just a light spar to enhance our combat readiness. With that, he delivered a swift strike between Watergate and Kushina, pushing Watergate back and away from Kushina's position. Chapter 10, The Duel. Watergate momentarily paused, casting a slight smile at Chusu. Did he deliberately create distance to avoid involving Kushina? What a clever tactical mind. It seems Chusu is no pushover. However, the technique that forced me back is entirely unfamiliar. Is it self-invented or? Seizing the opportunity, Chusu twisted his joints and charged at Watergate. Watergate. While you are formidable, do not let your focus wane during battle. A low voice echoed behind him, startling Watergate back to attention. He swiftly turned, delivering a knife hand strike, compelling Chusu to retract his extended leg and instead execute a high knee to block the incoming attack. Ouch, that hurts. You're really going all out. From the side, Feng momentarily thought Chusu looked somewhat cool when serious. Yet, the next moment, she was rendered speechless by his knee-grabbing reaction. Suddenly, she caught sight of the intensity in Chusu's eyes and quickly realized what was about to happen. In an instant, he appeared behind the still-worried Watergate, thrusting a kunai directly at his waist. With a soft thud, the kunai met an unexpected sensation. As smoke erupted, the figure of Watergate transformed into a wooden log. A commendable idea, but Chusu, such tactics are ineffective against an opponent. Behind Chusu, Watergate held a kunai poised at his throat. Utilizing the substitution technique while employing the body flicker, Chusu disregarded the kunai at his neck, executing a swift elbow strike aimed at Watergate's abdomen. Watergate frowned, about to speak, when Chusu suddenly transformed into another wooden log. Simultaneously, Feng's voice reached his ears. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Fire style. Fire bullet. However, Watergate swiftly formulated a perfect countermeasure, utilizing the less chakra-intensive fire bullet to disrupt the stability of the great fireball. The two fire jutsu collided mid-air, obscuring part of the view. Watergate remained vigilant, fully aware that the current situation was unfavorable for him. Given the opportunity, Chusu would surely launch an attack. Indeed, before the flames could dissipate, Watergate spotted Chusu emerging from the heart of the fire, his chakra still shimmering on his surface as he lunged forward with a kunai. Was he using chakra to shield himself from the residual flames? Watergate analyzed coldly, but soon dismissed that notion. No, if it were merely residual energy of such magnitude, there would be no need to expend chakra to resist it. It was a clone. Concluding this, Watergate paid no heed to the intangible clone technique and instead pivoted to deflect the kunai. Another Chusu appeared behind him, a gash appearing across his chest, only to swiftly transform into wood once more. Another substitution technique? At his side, a fist came barreling towards Watergate's head. He tilted his head away just in time, but upon turning to glance, Chusu had vanished. With heightened alertness, Watergate swiftly raised his kunai to block behind him, the two kunai clashing together with a resounding clang, sending sparks flying. Ah, quite impressive. Such seamless coordination couldn't take you down. Chusu, I admit I underestimated you. As the two exchanged compliments, a kunai from Feng flew toward Watergate's back. With a forceful push, he shoved Chusu away and swiftly formed seals, transforming into a wooden post. Chusu maintained his calm demeanor, delivering a punch behind him. Watergate again turned to evade, their kunai clashing once more. Wind style? Great breakthrough. Chusu's eyes widened in disbelief. When did you form the seals for wind style? And at this distance with a great breakthrough? Do you intend to blow me away? Fortunately, Chusu acted swiftly, executing a sweeping kick that forced Watergate back just as his voice rang out. However, the great breakthrough was unleashed, and Chusu gulped as he observed the powerful gust swirling around him. Soon, a massive fireball erupted forth, unfurling without any seals. Hey, in the world of Naruto, it is established that fire style counters wind style. The great breakthrough relies on the force of wind. Chusu disrupted the temperature with his fireball, dismantling the structure of the great breakthrough, thus preventing it from gaining momentum. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. Several flames erupted from above Chusu, hurtling toward Watergate. He evaded with a body flicker and subsequently kicked Feng, who was suspended in the air, sending her flying. Instinctively, Chusu rushed forward to catch Feng before she hit the ground, feigning being knocked back by her. Well, it seems we have lost. I didn't expect you both to learn two jutsu behind my back. He feigned exhaustion, collapsing onto the ground. Feng lay beside him, breathing heavily. It was evident she was genuinely fatigued, her chakra reserves nearly depleted. Watergate's breath was also somewhat irregular. In Chusu's perception, his chakra was nearly spent as well, insufficient to sustain another jutsu. Haha, don't say that, it was merely two C-rank jutsu. Watergate scratched his head, maintaining a humble demeanor. And you were quite impressive too. Your coordination with Feng was exceptional. If my chakra were a bit lower, I would have been the one to lose. After saying this, he sat beside Chusu. Kushina approached to assess Feng's injury from Watergate's kick. The wound was not severe, merely superficial, and the treatment would not require much effort. Although it could serve to enhance her chakra control, these two jutsu were taught to me by my father. They are the most fundamental fire-style techniques of the Uchiha clan. My chakra can only sustain two uses, there is no helping it. Watergate is simply too strong. Feng, recovering, turned to Chusu and inquired, what was that jutsu without seals you just used? Also, your combat style feels unique and incredibly powerful. Watergate reflected on the recent battle, recalling the fireball Chu unleashed and his distinctive fighting approach. Driven by curiosity, he posed the question to Chu. Haha. That was just a simple chakra fireball. As for my combat style, it's something I developed on my own. It's not too bad. Quite formidable. The seamless alternation of the body techniques was impressive. If it were me, I wouldn't have evaded. Feng pondered Chu's adept use of body techniques, genuinely believing he executed them excellently. In truth, the definition of body techniques in Konoha encompasses various forms. The most commonly employed techniques include transformation, shadow clone, and substitution. However, body techniques represent more than just these three foundational jutsu. Some exceptionally gifted students at the Ninja Academy can apply to learn the body flicker technique, which is also integrated within body techniques, sometimes referred to as the new body technique or advanced body technique. Thanks to his commendable exam results over the past 2 years, Chu and Appo's application to learn the body flicker technique was remarkably smooth. Thus, it stands as the only relatively impressive jutsu he possesses. Well, do not belittle yourself. The bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan is incredibly powerful. Chu offered a calm reassurance to Feng, who paid no mind to it. Let us take a break before heading to the back mountain. After all, ninjas often camp in the wild during missions, Watergate said enthusiastically, to which Feng readily agreed. Upon hearing this, Chu felt as though the sky was falling. Wait, there is more to come. Chapter 11. Forest enemies in the dense woods of the back mountain. For individuals leaped from tree to tree, forming pairs as they dispersed in different directions. Initially, they had intended to traverse the forest together, but Kushina suddenly proposed a competition, a suggestion that was met with agreement from Keed, leaving Minato and Chushi with no choice but to comply. Refusal was not an option. The rules were simple. Each pair was to capture a wild beast within an hour and return to the rendezvous point. The victor would be determined based on the contest between the two captured creatures. Chushi, however, held no strong opinions nor competitive spirit. After all, there were no rewards for winning, so why expend oneself in such a futile endeavor? He thought it far more pleasant to find a quiet spot and catch up on some much-needed rest. Having jumped a sufficient distance, Chu paused under Keed's puzzled gaze. Oh, I'm quite tired. You go ahead and search. My wilderness skills are rather lacking. I'll wait here and see if any beasts pass by. If suitable, I might just capture one. Once you find something, call me over to deal with it. With that, Chu yawned again and settled onto a branch. Keed, sensing something amiss, couldn't he shake the feeling that Chu was merely trying to avoid work. I have a feeling you just want to slack off. Cough, cough. You're not planning to fall asleep the moment I leave, are you? And then claim you encountered some danger and had to feign death to survive, only to end up dozing off? Are you a parasite in my stomach? Under Uchiha Keed's disdainful gaze, Chu ultimately failed to maintain his fade, his defenses crumbling. Her words struck a chord within him, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Well, at least you're not like Minato. You think that way, don't you? Another piercing truth struck Chu's heart, and just as he was about to respond, Keed's next words left him momentarily speechless. No, in my view, you are far more formidable than Minato. Chu. Huh? Chu, have I been exposed? Minato has a father who is a ninja to guide him, but you, Nagong Chu, have only yourself to rely upon. It is evident that your ability to meet the requirements for the body flicker technique and independently develop the technique to transform chakra into fireballs has demanded considerable effort. Nagong Chu. Phew, thankfully I wasn't exposed. Nagong Chu, that insufferable Uchiha, his analytical skills are astonishing, and your mastery of the shadow clone technique further confirms my suspicions. Without a teacher, lineage, or bloodline limit, yet you surpass both me and Kushina. You must have put in an extraordinary amount of hard work. Nagong Chu, TSK. Are you planning to silence me to keep my secrets? Nagong Chu. Never mind, I still hold my greatest secret close. Perhaps if I let slip some information, it might serve as a smokescreen. Thus, I believe you are the true genius. You have, in a world filled only with earth and trees, uncovered an array of knowledge. Uchiha Keed continued her monologue, blissfully unaware that her praise had sparked a fleeting murderous intent within Chu. You must have endured significant pain along the way. As she spoke, she recalled some scars that had inexplicably appeared on Chu's body, causing her heart to ache momentarily. Yet Chu felt nothing. He had long understood that the path of growth required sacrifices. Pain was but a trivial matter, unworthy of mention. Nevertheless, it seemed an opportune moment to play the part of a melancholic figure. With his gaze cast downward, he caught a falling leaf and murmured, "It is merely the wear of the winds and frost." At his words, Keed felt a pang in her heart, uncertain whether it was the inspiring tales of suffering or the protagonist's sentiment that tugged at her emotions. When she turned to look, Chu, who had been perched on the branch, had vanished. Chu, where have you gone? Keed scanned the surroundings but found no trace of him. The leaf he had caught remained in place. She walked over to examine it. It was an ordinary leaf, quite unremarkable. Yet, Chu had vanished right after catching it. What had he gone to do? Or had he sensed something amiss? Uncertain, she refrained from acting hastily, observing closely. She placed the leaf in her palm and bent down to scrutinize it, soon discovering some peculiarities. Indeed, there was something odd about it. The first impression the leaf gave was its unusual flatness, not perfectly flat, as it still bore a curve, yet its surface felt as if it had been heavily pressed down. The second peculiarity was the dust that seemed to cling to her palm. Removing the leaf revealed distinct traces of grime. But this leaf had fallen from a tree. Suddenly, realization dawned upon her. Looking up, she indeed found Chushu confronting a ninja atop the treetops. Judging by the ninja's attire, he appeared to be from the land of lightning. Chushu, he'd shouted, hoping to alert the ninja to their presence and apply some pressure. However, the ninja paid no heed. Viewing them merely as a pair of children from the ninja academy without headbands. Who would have thought such a small brat would discover me? Truly remarkable perceptiveness. Chushu remained silent, his gaze fixed on the dark-clad figure, his hands gripping kunai in readiness. That brat must be from the Uchiha clan. TCH. I merely wanted to confirm the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, but acquiring a pair of Sharingan would be a delightful bonus. Apologies, little brat. But I cannot allow you to leave here alive. With that, seeing Chushu's indifference, the ninja spat and activated his lightning release chakra mode, aiming for a swift resolution. Chushu, recognizing the threat, did not dare to be careless. He executed both the shadow clone technique and the body flicker technique simultaneously. In an instant, 4 copies of Chushu appeared before the ninja. TCH, this could be a bit of a hassle. A swift strike with his hand blade was met with a sensation of nothingness. Just an illusion? But it was no mere shadow. A voice echoed beside him. And the dark figure turned to see one of the clones, previously untouched, lunging at him with a kunai. In a flash, the ninja leaped back, the kunai, charged with chakra, sliced through the air, severing a sharp branch from the treetop. The ninja, now gripped by fear, felt cold sweat trickle down his back. He knew that even with his lightning release chakra mode, he could not guarantee safety from that strike. And there were 4 such shadows surrounding him. In that moment, he sensed an overwhelming pressure closing in. In his ears, a female voice resounded. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Chapter 12. Success in the examination. A sudden smile appeared on the dark figure's face, causing Chushu to feel an unsettling premonition. As expected, the moment the fireball coalesced, the shadowy figure surged forward towards Feng. Oh no. That fool's reckless use of skills left him vulnerable. The young ninjas of Konoha are indeed audacious. The dark figure was now right beside Feng, poised to strike with a knife hand at her throat. Death. There was no time to waste. Chushu, recognizing the imminent danger, wasted no effort in concealing his abilities. In an instant, dozens of shadow clones emerged, enveloping the entire battlefield. Ninjutsu, shadow clone technique. In a fleeting moment, one of the clones beside the lightning ninja exchanged places with Chushu's real body. Simultaneously, a fiery projectile, akin to an arrow, surged towards the ninja's arm. Fire release, Sun Hunt arrow. Boom. An explosion echoed as the flaming arrow pierced the lightning ninja's arm, erupting with a fierce blast. Chushu hastily seized Feng's hand, teleporting them away. Phew. Once they had created some distance, the surrounding shadows dissipated instantly. Chushu gasped for breath, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. What a drain on my stamina, yet the outcome was favorable. Uchiha Feng, still shaken, also stood panting for a moment before processing the situation. She looked at Chushu, her eyes wide with astonishment. You are so strong. Feng gazed at Chushu, her emotions a complex tapestry. Never mind that for now. We must check on the lightning ninja. That man had already lost control of his chakra during the explosion, plummeting from the tree. Chushu could only hope he would fall to his demise, or at least be incapacitated. Otherwise, the patrolling ninjas would arrive, and his exposure would be inevitable. Feng's expression was a whirlwind of thoughts, leaving her at a loss for words. However, Chushu had already jumped down, and after a moment's hesitation, she followed suit. Fortunately, upon inspection, it seemed he had survived the fall from such a height. Without a moment's hesitation, Chushu unleashed a fireball technique to send him to the afterlife. Why? Feng, trailing behind Chushu, questioned as she witnessed his unwavering resolve in eliminating their opponent. Why can you kill without hesitation? Why do you, who are so powerful, pretend to be weak? Why? Can you tell me, Chushu? Chushu turned to her, his smile undiminished as he regarded the ashes of the lightning ninja. Because if we do not eliminate him, we will perish, and I will be exposed. Revealing one's strength too early invites jealousy and greed. In this ninja world, death is the norm. With that, Chushu led the dazed Feng away from the perilous place. Subsequently, he casually hunted a robust beast, dispatching it effortlessly to bolster their numbers. Promise me, Feng, do not speak of today's events to anyone. Forget everything you witnessed regarding me. Uchiha Feng came to her senses, sensing the faint aura of menace in Chushu's words, and nodded in trepidation. Upon returning to the gathering point, Kushina and Minato were already waiting there. Behind them lay a colossal bear, nearly 7 meters tall. The bear's size was reminiscent of the one Sasuke had defeated while rescuing Karen in the original tale. In comparison, Chushu raised an eyebrow at the normal-sized tiger he carried on his shoulder. Sigh, I truly cannot compete with you, Minato. Feng looked at Chushu, who had transformed so drastically, unable to reconcile this version of him with the decisive and formidable figure she had just witnessed. It seemed that he had reverted to the laid-back boy who often slacked off. Somehow, Feng recalled the earlier conversation with Chushu. So, was all this merely a facade? How many years have you been concealing your true self? The group refrained from discussing the competition any further, releasing the tiger and treating the bear as a prize for roasting. By evening, they all bid farewell and parted ways. Tomorrow, we meet again. Finally. I can catch up on my sleep. Young Chusu stretched and began to head home. Feng followed him the entire way. All right, I'll see you here. Thank you. Chusu spoke without looking back, but he received no response. After a moment of silence, he turned, about to speak, when Feng suddenly embraced him. Chusu stood frozen, unsure how to respond to the situation, his hands awkwardly pushing and pulling. He wanted to say something, but Feng spoke first. No matter what you know or how mature you may be, I hope you will always trust me. Chusu was taken aback for a moment. As Feng released her grip, she then stood on tiptoe, pecked his forehead lightly, and dashed away, leaving him standing there, blushing furiously. He admitted that his heart was in disarray. That day marked the only day in years that Chusu did not engage in his studies. And it was also the sole night he experienced insomnia. Lying in bed, he tossed and turned, feeling restless. Recalling the scene from that evening, he sat up abruptly. Is she out of her mind? Why was she trying to seduce me? Before long, the graduation examination at the Ninja Academy arrived. Early in the morning, Feng linked her arm with Chusu's as they arrived at school. They halted in front of Class 3's classroom. It's just a lower ninja exam. It's quite simple. If you finish first, wait for me at the door. If I finish first, I'll come find you. Chusu smiled gently at Feng, who wore a playful expression, and nodded in agreement. All right, go ahead. With that, she kissed Chusu in front of the envious gazes of nearly all the boys in the class before bidding him farewell and entering the classroom. Wow, how sweet. As soon as she settled into her seat, Kushina teased her. Feng's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe tomato. Oh, stop saying such ridiculous things. On the other side, Chusu sat in class, listening to the teacher call out names. Their class was testing the transformation technique. As for the written theory, he had already completed and submitted it. Unsurprisingly, Chusu received a score of 60, just barely passing, a feat he had managed to maintain for 6 years without fail. Watching as one student after another successfully passed the exam, Chusu felt a pang of melancholy. Sigh. It seems those academically gifted commoners will become the initial resources for Danzo. Next, Nangang Chusu. Hearing his name, Chusu slowly made his way to the front, wearing an expression of detachment. Soon, with deliberate hand seals, he transformed into the image of the teacher. However, he still carried an air of nonchalance that made the difference glaringly obvious. The teacher's forehead creased with lines of frustration. And with a voice that seemed to emerge from the depths of his throat, he stammered, "CC congratulations." Trembling, he marked a check beside Chusu's name, his lips twitching as he called the next student. It wasn't Parkinson's, he was merely exasperated by Chusu's antics. The teacher could not comprehend why. Despite Chusu's ability to achieve perfect scores, he insisted on acting foolishly when it truly mattered. Though it was not typical of a student of his caliber, he remained resolute in his peculiar behavior. After much contemplation, the teacher sighed and marked a check beside the name of the next student. Perhaps he is struggling against the challenges of his teaching career. It is indeed a consequence of his own actions. Why did he foolishly choose to treat him as a mere pawn from the very first day? Now, he finds himself surrounded by a group of unruly students, none of whom can achieve a perfect score, particularly that Uchiha Fugaku, who consistently scores 99. As his pride often leads him to create variations of the transformation technique that deviate from the original, thus affecting his overall performance. Alas, such is the plight he endures. Chapter 13, The Butcher. As the sun rose, Chushu and Feng strolled hand in hand out of the school. Noticing that the time was still early, they decided to wait a while for Minato and the others, as newly appointed genin. It marked the end of their time at the Ninja Academy. Upon reflection, Chushu felt little nostalgia, while Feng held on to some lingering sentiments. Thus, Chushu resolved to treat his friends and took the 4 of them to the barbecue restaurant run by the Akimichi family. With a sum of 100,000 ryo in hand, he believed it would suffice for their feast. Chushu silently calculated their finances against the menu prices at the barbecue joint. Feng, overhearing his thoughts, nearly stumbled in disbelief. 100,000 ryo? Why carry so much cash? She exclaimed. The Akimichi barbecue is quite affordable. Surely that amount is more than enough. Chushu glanced at Feng, somewhat dazed, and explained, I usually don't carry much money. I rarely spend it. But today, I'm treating everyone. Besides, isn't Kushina quite the eater? Remember that giant bear from last time? The mere mention of the bear during their training 2 years prior rendered Feng speechless, recalling how she, Chushu, and Minato had barely consumed a hand's worth of meat, leaving most of it to Kushina. Had they not taken a bear paw home for Tsunade to sample, Chushu mused that Kushina could have devoured even more. It was baffling how such a small frame could accommodate such a massive bear. Yet, recalling that Kushina also housed a full-fledged Ninetales within her, Feng chuckled softly. Well, that probably won't be enough, she expressed with concern. Not to worry, I've got an extra 10,000 ryo here. We can cover any shortfall, Chushu reassured her. Still, Feng felt a twinge of unease. Suddenly, Chushu had an idea. Hey, I have a great thought. What is it? Feng inquired, curious about his revelation. Just then, They spotted a Kimichi Jimaru emerging from the school. They exchanged knowing glances and smiled in unison. Hey, Jimaru. Thus, the naive Jimaru was called over by the couple. Recognizing his friends and being in the same class as Minato and Fong, he readily agreed to join them. However, he soon regretted his decision, not because of the discount at his family's restaurant, but rather due to the scene unfolding around him. On his left, Minato and Kushina were chatting intimately, while on his right, Chushu and Fong were even more audacious, hand in hand, whispering sweet nothings and stealing kisses. Jimaru found himself sandwiched between them, reduced to munching on chips, feeling utterly invisible. Next time, I'll avoid pairing up with them again. I'll stick to a boys' gathering. Upon arriving at the barbecue restaurant, they secured a private room. Chushu conversed with the proprietress, Kyoko, to establish a rapport. Oh, Kyoko, could you bring us 2 pots of tea, 1 red and 1 floral? Thank you. Of course. You children are delightful, calling me sister at my age. Kyoko laughed heartily as she prepared 2 pots of tea, one of which was a seasonal cherry blossom variety, offered as a complimentary gesture. With her nephew present, she was especially pleased by Chushu's sweet demeanor. Upon entering the private room, Kushina's eyes widened at the menu. Rarely dining out, she had a particular fondness for barbecue. But her true love was ramen. She immediately ordered 5 different flavors of ramen, leaving Jimaru in awe. Kushina, can you finish all that? And why not order the satay ramen? It's the best and a specialty of our restaurant. Kushina shook her head. No, I prefer savory ramen. Sweet flavors just don't appeal to me. She pointed out several options with ample fatty cuts. Is that all? The server inquired. Yes, Kushina affirmed. To the shock of Chushu, Minato, and Fong, Kushina then declared, forget those. Bring me 3 portions of every meat on the menu. 3 portions? The server was taken aback but nodded silently, heading to the kitchen. The chef, upon receiving the order, took a deep breath and began slicing meat with increasing speed and precision. Jimaru, feeling a warmth in his heart, wondered if Kushina had ordered so much because she knew his appetite. Well, I can't fall behind, he thought, swiftly stepping outside the room. Auntie, please send 30 servings of ribs and 10 of sirloin. Sure, charge it to my father's account. Kyoko replied, promptly arranging the order. As the kitchen filled with smoke from the chef's swift movements, Chushu remarked, you two are treating the kitchen staff like they're in a war zone. Let them have their fun. It's like watching a war drama, Chushu chuckled. Before long, the room was overflowing with plates. As the barbecue sizzled, Jimaru and Kushina's competitive spirit intensified, leaving little time for anyone else to grab a bite. Chushu discreetly grilled a plate for Fong, ensuring she wouldn't go hungry. So, which class are you in, Chushu? Minato asked, realizing he had no opportunity to eat. Kushina and Jimaru paused to listen. Oh, I'm in class 11 with Sarutobi and Shimizu. Shimizu? Fong's demeanor shifted, her eyes narrowing as she regarded Chushu. The name sparked recognition. Shimizu was the daughter of the clan leader, known for her exceptional talent and beauty, though Fong prided herself on her own looks. She couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. Chushu sensed her discomfort and playfully pinched her cheek. Don't worry, I'm not close with her. Besides, the Sarutobi clan and the Shimizu clan have been on friendly terms, so it makes sense they'd be in the same class. As for me, I was merely inserted into their group. I'm just a common ninja to them. With that, he playfully kissed Fong's pouting lips and grilled another plate of meat for her. As for the instructor, I haven't heard anything yet. I believe they were considering Orochimaru, but he declined. Chushu affectionately ruffled Fong's hair, watching her enjoy her food. So adorable, with her little mouth munching away. Unlike that one over there, who was even more extravagant than Jimaru. Orochimaru? Jimaru wore a puzzled expression, indicating he had never heard of that name. However, Mizumian displayed a look of regret on behalf of Chushu. Clearly, as one who aspired to become Hokage, he had delved into the lineage of Hokage, and thus was well aware of Orochimaru's identity. Chapter 14, The Scarlet Flame. Is it true that the illustrious third Hokage's disciple, Orochimaru, is involved? Minato appeared somewhat exhilarated. But upon further reflection, he realized that Orochimaru was originally Chushu's mentor and had declined to take on a class, which he found regrettable. Indeed, I also find it rather unfortunate. If Orochimaru had truly become my teacher, perhaps I could have altered the fate of the common ninjas. As he mused, Chushu picked up a plate of meat, roasting it in the palm of his hand. He genuinely believed that having Orochimaru as his teacher would be splendid. After all, they both had a penchant for conducting little experiments. Perhaps he could subtly influence Orochimaru's research direction. The more he contemplated this, the more plausible it seemed. However, before he could put his thoughts into action, they dissipated. Well, never mind. Noticing that Minato and the others bore expressions of regret on his behalf, Chushu waved his hand dismissively, urging them not to concern themselves. The new instructor could very well be commendable. After all, they were a jonin and should not be deemed inadequate. Perhaps they would be even more suited to guide me? Seeing Chushu's cheerful demeanor, Minato ceased to wear a forlorn expression. Indeed, having a jonin as a mentor is still a considerable advantage. Having guidance from a jonin is preferable to having none. Chushu smiled. Kushina shouldn't have been reassigned to another class, right? Upon hearing this, Everyone present looked at Chushu as if they had seen a ghost. Chushu, how did you know that? Kushina asked innocently, turning to him. It's quite simple. You are a member of the Uzumaki clan and were specifically included in Minato's class, which consists of common ninjas. Being of the same lineage as the first Hokage's wife and not being allowed to interact with the children of prominent clans makes it rather evident. After stating this, Kushina lowered her head, while Minato also began to comprehend, his expression shifting to one of enlightenment. Although Minato excelled in combat intelligence and interpersonal communication, his skills in political maneuvering were somewhat lacking. Thus, it was entirely reasonable that he could not fathom the third Hokage's intricate thoughts. However, Yashimaru and Kid remained perplexed, unaware of the underlying reasons. Chushu-kun, could you clarify why? Kid implored, shaking Chushu's arm in a playful manner. Ahem, well, I suppose I shouldn't say. Chushu scratched his head, glancing at Kushina. The latter furrowed her brow, her head bowed, neglecting her food, her round face puffing out, complemented by her fiery red hair. The nickname Tomato certainly fits her well. Never mind, I trust Kid and Yashimaru. Ultimately, Kushina resolved to divulge the information. Realizing that there was little to conceal from Minato's teammates, Chushu regarded Kushina and nodded. Have you ever heard of tailed beasts? As soon as the words left his mouth, Yashimaru and Kid's expression sharpened with attention. Could it be? Both of them, being children of prominent clans, had at least heard of the concept of tailed beasts. And they turned to Kushina in unison. Yes, there are 9 tails, Chushu continued. In an instant, the expressions on Kid and Yashimaru's faces grew exceedingly intricate. Chushu had sensed that there were no significantly powerful chakra signatures in the vicinity, which allowed him to speak softly and with assurance. Kushina was acutely aware of the perceptions her identity would evoke. She could even envision the looks in Kid and Yashimaru's eyes, as if they were gazing at a monster. Yet, Kid placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Don't take it to heart, Kushina. In that moment, Kushina's expression brightened as if she had seen salvation. However, Chushu knew that Kid was unlikely to utter any truly comforting words, aside from that one evening. Even if others comment on your appetite, don't mind them. We all understand that you are nourishing the creature with 9 tails within you. As expected, Kid's next remark nearly extinguished any warmth in the conversation. He casually dismissed Kushina's moment of gratitude. Yashimaru, meanwhile, remained in deep contemplation. Upon hearing this, he clapped his hands together, his face lighting up with realization. Oh, no wonder Kushina eats so much. She must be raising a pet. Kushina interjected, you two have had enough. The 9 tails grumbled, I haven't eaten a thing. I only catch a whiff of the food, and this girl tempts me without sharing at all. Thus, it seems that Kushina's only minner would be Tsunade. Chushu redirected the conversation, turning to Minato and the others. Your teacher should be Jiraiya, an exceptionally powerful ninja. Really? Minato's excitement surged once more. Indeed. It is said that his ninjutsu is quite unique and remarkably effective. Chushu sipped his tea, contemplating his own plans. Over the past few years, his research on fire release had deepened significantly, uncovering its intricacies. The intensity of the flames had reached an unimaginable height, and during his studies, he discovered that the flames appeared a vivid scarlet. Although he had yet to utilize such flames, he pondered their efficacy and whether their color would alter upon use. However, the temperature had reached a level capable of melting iron in open areas, leading him to expend a costly kunai. Consequently, if the actual strength of a jonin did not require him to look up to them, he intended to apply for the chunin exams in due time. He could then undertake missions independently or even establish his own chunin team. Should a jonin possess a power that could easily dominate him, then accompanying that jonin would not be unfeasible, either. Due to the temperature of the flames, Chushu's development of techniques had gradually diversified. Nevertheless, because of the flame's intensity, most of the techniques he developed revolved around himself. The previous technique, fire release, daybreak arrow, could not be sustained with flames of higher temperatures. Firstly, the stability of the chakra was a concern. The principle of daybreak arrow involved incorporating a more extreme transformation into its nature change. The flames were condensed into the shape of an arrow, while additional hand seals were employed to enhance its lethality, ensuring the arrowhead was sharp enough to pierce the enemy's body. Finally, the compressed flames detonated, inflicting secondary damage upon the foe. Yet, the higher temperature of the scarlet flames disrupted the stability of the compression, thus preventing the second explosion from occurring. Secondly, and most crucially, the hand seals. Due to the extreme chakra composition of the scarlet flames, few of the 12 seals could adjust this chakra ratio. Consequently, the hand seals for daybreak arrow could not be formed, rendering the technique unusable. To be frank, the nature of this flame initially caused Chushu some distress as he was uncertain how to manage the hand seals. Thus, he devoted more time to the development of ninjutsu. One fateful winter day, an unexpected incident led to a surprising breakthrough. It was a bright, sunny morning. Young Chushu lay asleep on his bed, snoring rhythmically. However, as it was the season of thawing snow, the outdoor temperature, which should have been warmer, felt even colder. For this reason, Chushu and Appo's heater extinguished more rapidly than usual. Awakened by the chill, Chushu instinctively sought warmth. Turning around, he noticed the extinguished heater and prepared to use the scarlet flame to rekindle it. However, Still in a sleepy haze, he struggled to regulate the chakra's composition and flow. At that moment, feeling a slight, involuntary compulsion, young Chushu clapped his hands. The chakra composition became a bit more manageable. Yet, upon encountering further obstruction, as he closed his eyes, the sensations in his body grew clearer. It was then that he felt discomfort in the veins of his fingers due to the chakra blockage. Subsequently, he curled 6 fingers, leaving only his index and thumb extended in a precise cross. The chakra flowed seamlessly in an instant, unleashing a burst of crimson flames. With a resounding bang, it startled Chushu awake completely. His hands loosened, and the smooth circulation of chakra ceased abruptly, causing the red flames to gradually dissipate. However, the heater had also exploded. Thus, Chushu gave himself a slap. Nangguang Chushu, what a wasteful thing. Yet another heater down the drain. Chapter 15. Class division. The following morning, all the students gathered in the classroom, chattering noisily. Amidst the cacophony, Chushu made his way to a corner and rested his head on the desk, dozing off. Beside him sat the perpetually cheerful Sarutobi Sanzai, and the aloof Shimizu Suki, who had never once cast a glance his way. Chushu paid them no mind. He had no intention of engaging with the girl from the Shimizu family. Once he completed a C-rank mission, he would be eligible to take the chunin exam. And at that point, he would no longer need to concern himself with her opinions. Humph. Shimizu Suki shot a disdainful glance at the slumbering Nangguang Chushu, openly voicing her contempt. I cannot fathom the teacher's reasoning for pairing me with someone like him. It's bad enough that he's a slacker, but he spends all day napping instead of striving for improvement. Initially, Sarutobi Sanzai sat between the two, engaging in conversation with the classmates in front of him. Upon hearing Suki's words, he felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Don't say that, Suki. Chushu is actually quite impressive. He always manages to hit the passing mark with precision and works hard too. Suki shot Sanzai a glare, saying nothing, but her disdain for Chushu only deepened. Sante, though somewhat mediocre himself, was popular in class due to his excellent social skills. Thus, Suki held a certain disdain for him as well. To her, Sanzai was clearly a person of great talent, yet he squandered his potential on frivolous socializing. If only he would dedicate his time to training, his strength would not be inferior to hers. This dynamic created a rather discordant atmosphere within their small team. Chushu sighed inwardly. These two were merely echoes of the third Hokage in Danzo. However, he suspected that during missions, they might forge some camaraderie, perhaps even developing a romantic relationship. After all, the interactions between the third Hokage and Danzo had always been rather ambiguous, with the former's tolerance contrasting sharply with the latter's aggression. It was a curious pairing. As Chushu recalled the fan art he had seen in his previous life depicting the elderly third Hokage and Danzo, he shuddered at the thought. Shaking his head, he sat up, stretching and gazing out the window, hoping to cleanse his mind of the unsavory imagery that had invaded his thoughts. Noticing Chushu had awakened, Sarutobi Sanzai felt a twinge of embarrassment. Hey, Chushu, you're not asleep? Just resting my eyes, Chushu replied calmly, his tone indifferent. Sanzai, interpreting Chushu's demeanor as a reaction to Suki's earlier remarks, quickly sought to mend the rift between them. Don't take Suki's words to heart. She is just having a rough day, haha. Don't worry, Sanzai, I'm not bothered, Chushu reassured him with a smile, striving to maintain a cheerful facade to prevent Sanzai from noticing his lack of energy. He thought to himself that he certainly did not wish to endure Sanzai's nagging for the entire day. I'm not so fragile, and she does have a point. I am indeed quite lackluster, he mused internally. Suki found his self-awareness somewhat amusing. Well, at least you possess a modicum of self-awareness. But the class division is beyond my control. It's merely the teacher's attempt to balance the average strengths of the students. Who told you to be the most talented? Now you must endure having a novice like me. My apologies. However, Chushu was not one to back down easily. And soon Suki felt a wave of discomfort wash over her from their exchange. Although she outwardly remained composed, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Just then, Sanzai, oblivious as ever, chimed in, aggravating Suki further. Well, that is good. Haha. You are indeed strong, Suki, so please take care of Chushu. After all, we are teammates. Chushu glanced at Sanzai, mentally giving him a thumbs up. Oh dear, this man is quite bold, attempting to lighten the mood in such a situation. Is he not aware that he is poking a sleeping tiger? And a female one at that. Suppressing a laugh, he quickly redirected his gaze to Suki, who was now clenching her fists, feeling increasingly uncomfortable at Sanzai's words. It was as if she were the only one being ostracized within their little team. Although she couldn't decipher the true meaning behind Chushu's words, she sensed an underlying mockery that ignited a flicker of anger within her. The comment from Sanzai undoubtedly poured gasoline on the fire of her frustration. Chushu turned away and shifted further into the corner, silently mourning for Sanzai. May you be blessed, my friend. Just don't drag me into this mess. My constitution is too frail. Suddenly, a sharp, clear sound echoed through the room, causing Chushu to inwardly celebrate. Sanzai, having leaned on the desk, now bore a large bump on his head, steam visibly rising from it. I was merely trying to mediate. Why did I get hit? As a series of jonin entered the classroom, several teams were called away. Chushu's gaze was fixed on the entrance, eagerly awaiting the next jonin to arrive. With a creak, the classroom door swung open, revealing a robust figure clad in a green jonin vest. The inner lining was made of mesh fabric, accentuating his muscular build. Chusu observed the man's broad shoulders and speculated that a single punch could reduce him to a foldable chair. The jonin was not overweight but rather had a physique that was explosively muscular, his weathered square face adorned with sparse facial hair. His appearance was somewhat unremarkable, and he wore a grayish-blue headband. The forehead protector, polished to a shine, indicated his pride in being a jonin of Konoha. Team 11, follow me. The jonin had likely scanned the class roster and quickly located the trio seated in the corner. The three turned their attention to the speaker. Suki had long grown weary of sitting with the two fools. Being near them made her feel utterly uncomfortable. She promptly performed a body flicker technique and appeared beside the jonin. Sanzai quickly followed suit, flipping over to join the jonin. Just as he was about to call out to Chusu. However, he noticed Chusu leisurely making his way over. Haha, you're quick on your feet. You don't hold us back at all, Sanzai remarked to Suki. The latter merely crossed her arms, disinterested in engaging with the oblivious boy. The jonin, sensing the tension within the team, offered a candid remark. There must not be any rifts between team members. Yes. Both Sanzai and Chusu enthusiastically responded, while Suki remained completely silent. The jonin felt the awkwardness of the situation and soon led the trio to a training ground. For now, let us start with a self-introduction. Similar to when you first enrolled. I'd like to learn more about you. I'll go first. Clearing his throat, the jonin adjusted his forehead protector. Ahem. My name is Ushin Fuchio, and my dream is to cultivate students who will become legends in the ninja world. I enjoy salmon, sports, and vegetables. But I absolutely detest rice. Proud to be a ninja of the hidden leaf. Upon uttering these words, he glanced at the trio of Haruaki, only to find their expressions utterly unchanged. Aside from the evident disdain from Shimizu Tsukihime, Haruaki was left perplexed. How could there be someone who detests rice? Meanwhile, Sarutobi Sanzaku maintained his usual cheerful demeanor, radiating joy. Uka Fujiko felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, clearing his throat awkwardly. Ahem, now. It's your turn. Let us begin with you, he concluded, gesturing towards Shimizu Tsukihime beside him. Chapter 16. The test. Shimizu Suki watched the group with a hint of impatience before finally speaking. Shimizu Suki held no fixed likes or dislikes, save for foolishness. With that, she cast a glance at Haruaki and Sarutobi Sanzoku, even subtly glancing at Kamishita Fujiwara, who sensed her scrutiny acutely. Her aspiration was to become the strongest in the ninja world. Kamishita Fujiwara nodded with a smile, though his demeanor was no longer as enthusiastic as before. Very well. It is your turn now, Sarutobi Sanzoku exclaimed joyously. Yes. My name is Sarutobi Sanzoku. I adore hot food. I detest cold food and feelings, he declared. My dream is to become a powerful Hokage like the third. Upon hearing this, Kamishita Fujiwara's expression shifted noticeably. His gaze on Sarutobi Sanzoku akin to that of a treasure hunter. This child was a direct descendant of the Hokage. If he became the boy's mentor, it would be tantamount to being part of the Hokage lineage. He was now one step closer to his idol. How delightful. Excellent. It appears you are the student most attuned to your teacher. Shimizu Suki observed the two nearing each other, her face paling as she instinctively stepped back. What on earth was going on with these two? It was genuinely repulsive. In comparison, she suddenly found Nangong Chushu rather agreeable. Chushu too leaned back slightly, indicating he was unfamiliar with these two. All right. Next. Chushu silently sighed, feeling that the days ahead would be quite arduous. The sight of the two before him gave him a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of Lee and Guy. I am Nangong Chushu. Eh? Nangong? That surname. Teacher, please do not interrupt me. Oh, my apologies. Please continue. Chushu, feeling utterly exasperated, pressed on. I enjoy cooked food and despise complications. My dream is to attain immortality and live without effort. Finally, Shimizu Suki, who had been stifling her laughter, could no longer contain herself upon hearing Chushu's final declaration. She conceded that the allure of immortality was indeed potent. Yet, to proclaim such shameless aspirations in front of everyone, Nangong Chushu was the first she had encountered to do so. Truly absurd. Shimizu Suki couldn't help but retort. You may cling to your unrealistic dream for a lifetime. I only hope you do not perish midway. With that, she distanced herself and sat far away. Kamishita Fujiwara glanced at Chushu, who merely shrugged. He chose not to say anything further, feeling overwhelmingly fatigued. However, upon looking at Sarutobi Sanzoku, his spirits were rekindled. He could not afford to lose this potential disciple. Ah, what a commendable thought. The courage to voice such a belief in others' incompetence is an admirable trait, he remarked. Upon hearing this, Chushu looked at Kamishita Fujiwara with newfound respect, mentally giving him a thumbs up. He then turned back to Shimizu Suki, and indeed, her fists were clenched. Shimizu Suki thought, though he was praising Nangong Chushu, why do I feel he is mocking me? How infuriating. I truly wish to strike him. Nevertheless, Kamishita Fujiwara was oblivious to her sentiments and turned to the three. All right, now, let me assess your abilities. If any of you can inflict harm upon me, I shall grant you a reward. Upon hearing this, Shimizu Suki and Nangong Chushu, who had initially appeared disinterested, suddenly perked up. What reward? Chushu inquired eagerly. Kamoshida Fujiwara was momentarily speechless, having not considered what the reward would be. He merely thought that mentioning a reward might pique their interest. In truth, he did not expect any of them to inflict substantial damage upon him. Well, whoever manages to hurt me will have one request granted. Just don't go overboard. Great. Shimizu Suki was the first to agree, then quickly distanced herself. Now let us begin. With that, she disappeared into the woods. Chushu, brimming with excitement, instantly teleported behind Kamoshida Fujiwara and delivered a swift kick. Sarutobi Sanzoku had yet to react when the two plunged into battle. However, once he recovered, he saw Chushu had already launched an offensive and quickly sought to assist. Yet, Kamoshida Fujiwara dismissed Chushu's kick effortlessly, blocking it with nonchalance. Do not rush. Impatience is the bane of combat. Chushu had mentally prepared himself. Upon failing his attack, he swiftly retreated, denying Kamoshida Fujiwara the opportunity to seize him. This was merely a test to gauge how his strength fared against a chunin. It appeared that his opponent was taking it all too lightly. As though he did not regard Chushu's strength at all. Was he a taijutsu specialist among the chunin? Chushu pondered rationally, then formed hand seals, summoning numerous shadow clones around him, using clones to draw the enemy in. A commendable strategy. Kamoshida Fujiwara even took the moment to evaluate the tactic, displaying an effortless reaction to Chushu's assault. Chushu's figure flickered amidst the clones, achieving effects reminiscent of the original work's sure sway. Kamoshida Fujiwara produced a kunai, clashing with Chushu's kunai. Just as the next clone charged forward, Kamoshida Fujiwara struck at thin air. Was that a shadow? A thought sparked in his mind, and he sensed something amiss. Fire style. Ash pile burning. As expected, he heard Sarutobi Sanzoku's voice behind him. Upon turning, he was enveloped by a cloud of dust. With a snap of his teeth, Sarutobi Sanzoku ignited the dust with a spark from his molars. Boom. An explosion erupted, engulfing Kamoshida Fujiwara entirely. Wow, what a perfect coordination. Wait, Chushu. Why are you dragging me? At that moment, Chushu had come to Sarutobi Sanzoku's side, without hesitation whisking him away. Let us hide. What else can we do? You don't seriously think a Mirash pile burn can take down a chunin, do you? Your ninjutsu skills are still unrefined. With that, he took Sarutobi Sanzoku and concealed themselves behind a tree. Meanwhile, the aftermath of the explosion became evident, and Sarutobi Sanzoku turned to observe. In the center of the blast, a charred, humanoid figure stood, the scorched earth gradually flaking away. Kamoshida Fujiwara stirred slightly, shaking off the debris, emerging unscathed. Phew, that was close. I nearly fell prey to their skills. But that girl really lacks coordination. With that, Kamoshida Fujiwara vanished in an instant. Even Chushu's keen eyesight could not fully capture the movement, only catching a glimpse of his final silhouette darting eastward into the woods. As for their current location, positioned at the training grounds clearing, the southern woods posed little concern. They simply needed to remain vigilant and alert. Chapter 17. The pain of success in an instant. The entire training ground fell into silence. It seemed to test their patience, as no sound emerged even after a considerable time had passed. Chushu and Yamaka stood back to back, vigilantly observing their surroundings from behind the trunk of a large tree. Chushu. Chushu. Yamaka, feeling somewhat bored and noticing nothing unusual around them, could not restrain himself from initiating conversation. However, Chushu was reluctant to engage. Yet, Yamaka persisted. If we really injured Teacher Ushin, what would you ask of him? Seeing that Chushu remained unresponsive, Yamaka continued to speak to himself. Chushu felt his mind clouded. The tension of the moment was disrupted by Yamaka's carefree chatter. Indeed, bringing him along had been a mistake. Yet, ignoring him would likely lead to an endless monologue. With no other choice, Chushu casually replied, Ninjutsu. I need ninjutsu. Oh? Then I must train with the teacher. His muscles are simply magnificent. Don't you think so? I believe such a physique could attract numerous girls. As Yamaka grew increasingly animated, Chushu began to regret even acknowledging him. Suddenly, the chakra beneath their feet sensed a peculiar vibration, jolting Chushu back to attention. Be careful. Chushu quickly warned, already leaping several meters away. Yamaka turned to look at him, still not comprehending, only to feel a shadow engulfing him. That kid has quite a keen sense, but Yamaka, you must remain silent during battle. Ushin Fuchiao's voice rang out, startling Yamaka as he turned to defend himself. However, his movements were no match for a jonin. The moment he raised his hand, a gust of wind swept toward him. Oh no. With a resounding thud, Yamaka was sent flying by a punch, followed closely by several shuriken. TSK. A moment too late. Chushu watched as the shuriken were deflected by Ushin Fuchiao and promptly summoned several shadow clones to attack. Oh, you're not fleeing but charging at me? Quite the audacity, but your methods are far too simplistic, Chushu. Ushin Fuchiao scoffed at the repetitive tactics. He focused intently on the clones, attempting to discern the real one among them. Clang. Chushu's mastery of the shadow clone technique was exceptional, and for a brief moment, Ushin Fuchiao could not detect the flaw, engaging with one of the kunai. Ushin Fuchiao reacted swiftly, delivering a kick, but to his surprise, he struck nothing tangible, furrowing his brow slightly. Has the body flicker technique evaded me? Is this the shadow clone? When did this happen? As he pondered, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Instinctively, he spun around and sliced downward with a kunai. Bang! A wooden stake was neatly severed in two. The cut impressively smooth. Chusu swallowed hard at the sight. He then performed the technique again, sending multiple shadow clones charging toward Ushin Fuchiao. Earth release. Yellow spring swamp. A massive swamp-like mire appeared beneath their feet, ensnaring all of Chusu's clones. Yet, they all passed through without a single entity being captured. Ushin Fuchiao's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Such combat prowess, it compels me to take this seriously. This boy possesses remarkable talent. Leaping away from the original position, Ushin Fuchiao pursued the direction where Yamaka had been sent flying. Soon, he discovered Yamaka, who had crashed into a tree trunk, unconscious and bloodied. Ushin Fuchiao felt no concern for Yamaka's injuries. He was adept at controlling his strength. His only worry was the escaping Chusu, fearing that the boy might rescue Yamaka, which prompted his haste. However, it appeared that Chusu's body flicker technique was not as swift as he had hoped. Is there no time to take Yamaka with me? Ushin Fuchiao muttered, approaching the unconscious Yamaka. He prodded him with a kunai but sensed nothing amiss. He then lifted Yamaka under his arm, intending to return to the open ground. Yet, the moment he took a step, he felt something was off with Yamaka and hastily flung him away. Swoosh! A long gash appeared on Ushin Fuchiao's jonin vest. The thrown Yamaka flipped through the air before landing on the ground. Phew, that was close. No wonder he is from the Saratobi clan. His body is remarkably resilient. Wait a moment, Yamaka exclaimed. Actually, swish. Two shuriken flew out, which Ushin Fuchiao dodged with a sidestep, frowning at their poor accuracy. Bang. Actually, I am Chusu. The figure of Yamaka suddenly transformed, startling Ushin Fuchiao. Huh. You were Chusu? Then where is Yamaka? Teacher Ushin, I'm right here. A garbled voice emerged from behind. Ushin Fuchiao, taken aback, quickly formed hand seals. Earth release. Fire release. Fireball. However, Yamaka was quicker, unleashing a torrent of flames toward Ushin Fuchiao. With time running short, Ushin Fuchiao quickly bent backward. From a distance, Chusu sprang into action, charging toward Ushin Fuchiao. But, wind release. Great breakthrough. A feminine voice erupted from the grass. It was Shizinsuke, who had just arrived upon hearing the commotion. Recognizing the confrontation between Ushin Fuchiao and Chusu, she swiftly approached, determined to seize an opportunity. Upon her arrival, she witnessed Chusu launching a sneak attack on Ushin Fuchiao. Realizing the situation was more complex than anticipated, she chose to conceal herself in the grass, waiting for a chance to capitalize on the unfolding events. Fortunately, her patience bore fruit. Before long, an opportunity presented itself, and she unleashed her most adept ninjutsu. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Shizinsuke glanced at Chusu from a distance, wearing a mocking smile. How could you, who lacks even basic ninjutsu, possibly match my technique? Yet, she was oblivious to the smile curling at the corner of Chusu's lips. Earth release. Rock armor. Ushin Fuchiao's voice drew her attention back to the battlefield. To her astonishment, she saw a thick layer of earthen armor enveloping Ushin Fuchiao, who had evaded the fireball. The great breakthrough merely sliced a notch into the rocky armor. This is infuriating. Shizinsuke had not anticipated Ushin Fuchiao's swift reaction. He not only dodged the fireball but also managed to counter her wind release. Now, she found herself in a precarious position, having neither inflicted damage on Ushin Fuchiao nor concealed her own location. Stomping her foot in frustration, she prepared to retreat when she spotted a figure darting toward Ushin Fuchiao at breakneck speed. The velocity surpassed her earlier wind release. You, Chusu. You used me. Indeed, that figure was none other than our dear Chusu. As the first to grasp chakra and innovate sensing techniques, how could he possibly overlook the poorly concealed Shizinsuke? It was merely a matter of time that prevented him from launching an attack. Thus she utilized her wind release to breach the rocky armor. Ninjutsu, mutual shadow cutting technique. In an instant, the figure of Chushu appeared repeatedly in the surroundings. Simultaneously, several silhouettes leapt into the air, each wielding a kunai. With a swift command from Chushu, slash. Numerous figures descended upon the breach, each strike manifesting as a tangible blow. In the blink of an eye, the rocky armor was struck multiple times. The already compromised armor ultimately succumbed to Chushu's chakra-infused slashes, yielding a small opening. Chushu delivered the final blow, a streak of blue light slicing through, leaving behind 2 droplets of blood. Within this turmoil, Shanshan Fuchi was taken aback, astonished that he was genuinely wounded by 3 genin. He hastily tore through the rocky armor, wiping the blood from his arm. Bang! How remarkable, you 3 truly possess skill. You have indeed inflicted harm upon me. Quite the talent, young Chushu. Shanshan Fuchi chuckled as he regarded Chushu, glancing at the minor injury on his arm. The wound was superficial, expected to heal swiftly. Yet, a wound is a wound, and there is no denying it. Master Shanshan, may I learn the earth release technique you just demonstrated? Chushu exhaled deeply, reverting to his previous demeanor. Haha, is it the rock armor? Of course, you may. A teacher's words are unchanging. Shanshan Fuchiao laughed heartily and patted Chushu on the shoulder, inquiring, however, I am puzzled. How did the mountain sparrow appear behind me just now? Chushu smiled at the question. Chapter 18. Jiraiya, as soon as the remark about the shuriken's poor aim was made, Uchiha Fujio immediately grasped the situation. He glanced at the somewhat puzzled Shimizu Suki, smiled, and said, "So that's how it is. The shuriken's inaccuracy was intentional, to prevent me from using kunai, lest it injure the sparrow." After saying this, he cast a sidelong glance at Shimizu Suki. Indeed, the confusion in her eyes lessened significantly, yet some doubt still lingered. Observing her reaction, Uchiha Fujio continued, "Then, at the opportune moment, I would dispel the transformation, surprising both myself and the sparrow, thus confusing the auditory cues of the transformation, making it difficult for me to react." A brilliant strategy, indeed. It was the sparrow's idea. Upon hearing this, Shimizu Suki finally had an epiphany. Uchiha Fujio had clearly recognized her tenacity, leading him to explain so directly. He then glanced at Sarutobi Suki, who appeared bewildered, and quickly altered his words. "Ah, was it not the idea of Hatsu? I believe it must have been Hatsu. He certainly seems to have a plethora of ideas." Laughing heartily, Uchiha Fujio ruffled Hatsu's hair, eliciting a look of exasperation from the latter, who resigned himself to the gesture without further protest. Meanwhile, Shimizu Suki regarded Hatsu with a complex expression, at a loss for words. Today, she had witnessed Hatsu's prowess. Although he lacked formidable ninjutsu, his battle strategy, application of techniques, and chakra control surpassed her own. Reflecting on the cold treatment she had shown him over the years, a wave of repulsion washed over Shimizu Suki. He was undoubtedly a strong individual, surely. When met with her scornful gaze, he must have chuckled inwardly, gritting her teeth. A sense of humiliation surged within her, darkening her mood. "Well then, since your strengths have been displayed, let us gather in the open area." With that, she leaped forward, followed closely by Hatsu and the others. Upon reaching the clearing, Uchiha Fujio instructed Hatsu and the others to sit, while he positioned himself before them. "In this battle, I witnessed much from each of you. First, regarding the sparrow, your concern for your teammates and your coordination were commendable, particularly during your first engagement, where you swiftly matched Hatsu's rhythm. That was excellent. However, your tendency to chatter during concealment indicates an inability to endure silence, which is a significant drawback in the heat of battle. This could easily lead to detection by the enemy and a surprise attack." After this, the bruised Sarutobi Suki nodded, acknowledging his error for the next time. Uchiha Fujio, feeling a pang of guilt upon seeing Suki's bloodied face, quickly moved on to the next evaluation. "Now, for Suki, your abilities are formidable. Yet your lack of coordination requires considerable improvement. Imagine if, on a battlefield, your comrades were charging forward while you lingered, waiting for a major opening to strike. This could result in your teammates' demise, which is simply unacceptable." Shimizu Suki turned away, displeased with Uchiha Fujio's admonishment. He sighed internally and continued, "Nevertheless, your stealth abilities and the power of your wind release, along with your sense of timing, are impressive. These qualities must be maintained." Without glancing at her expression, he shifted his attention to Hatsu. However, what met his gaze was a lifeless demeanor, which only added to Uchiha Fujio's weariness. Finally, "Hatsu, your mastery of techniques is exceptionally high, comparable to that of A.J. Nin. Your strategic deployments in battle yield unexpected outcomes, and you adeptly capitalize on unforeseen advantages. The only area lacking is your ninjutsu. As I understand, your parents were merchants and left you no techniques. So you are currently relying on what you learned at the academy, correct?" Nodding, Uchiha Fujio found himself increasingly satisfied with Hatsu. Although he often appeared lackluster in actual combat, he was anything but. He could be considered a genius. His application is quite impressive, and his potential is evident. Training with the earth armor will not be in vain. Let us head to the hospital now. It's already past noon. Tomorrow, we shall embark on our next mission. Rising, Uchiha Fujio prepared to escort Suki to the hospital. However, Shimizu Suki chose not to accompany them, stating she would return home first. Uchiha Fujio shook his head, feeling despondent. The most troublesome individual in the team was undoubtedly Shimizu Suki, but what could he do? Fight? Scold? There was no way to salvage the situation. He could only proceed as is. Shaking his head, he felt increasingly frantic. How on earth was he to guide this team? Glancing back at the seemingly well-behaved Suki and the outwardly mischief-making yet fundamentally compliant Hatsu, he found a sliver of comfort. "Hatsu, why don't you accompany me? I can explain the earth armor seals and chakra adjustments along the way." "All right. By the way, your chakra attribute is earth, correct?" "Yes." "Good. And you, Suki?" Mine is lightning." Uchiha Fujio scratched his head, feeling awkward. "Let us just head to the hospital first." Emerging from the hospital, it was already 1 p.m. Hatsu had exited slightly earlier than Minato and the others, so it could be deduced that they were still occupied. Jiraiya was likely conducting some sort of test involving bell snatching, and there was no doubt that Minato and his team would pass with flying colors. After all, their relationship made it impossible for the gluttonous Akimichi Jinchuriki to be merely a spectator. Yes, I am indeed referring to Akimichi Jinchuriki. Hatsu purchased some food and made his way toward the Hero's monument in Konoha, a favored training ground of the Hokage. Upon arrival, he was taken aback. The test was still ongoing. It seemed he had arrived too early. There were 2 bento boxes placed on the monument, and no sign of anyone nearby. Only a circle of ropes lying atop it. Jiraiya and the others had seemingly vanished, but Hatsu assumed they were engaged in combat, not far off. After pondering for a moment, he decided not to intrude. Jiraiya was remarkably strong, far superior to Uchiha Fujio. If he approached recklessly, he might find himself inadvertently harmed. However, given Minato's prowess, it likely wouldn't take long. Jiraiya wouldn't unleash his full strength either. The bells would likely end up in the possession of Kid and Minato. Hatsu perched himself on the monument, eating while waiting for the test to conclude. Before he could finish his meal, he spotted a long-haired, white-haired figure approaching, accompanied by a stout man wearing a headscarf, followed by Minato and Kid. One could not deny that Jiraiya still possessed a certain charm. His medium-length spiky white hair framed a well-defined face, with striking features and two fawn-like red stripes beneath his eyes. Aside from a mole on his nose, there was nothing unattractive about him, and he lacked the lecherous aura he would later emanate. Jiraiya noticed Hatsu seated atop the monument and was about to inquire about his identity when Kid suddenly shouted, "Hatsu!" With a bright smile, Kid rushed toward Hatsu, who welcomed her with open arms, spinning her around in delight. Jiraiya was taken aback at the sight. Are today's children so mature at such a young age? Not only Minato, but even Kid had a romantic interest. Glancing at the blonde-haired boy trailing behind, Jiraiya fell into deep contemplation, and his mood soured instantly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 19. Confrontation with Jiraiya. Hey there. I hear from Minato that you graduated in the same class as them? As Chushi was inspecting Fong for any injuries, Jiraiya inquired. Without turning his head, Chushi replied, Indeed, my guiding jonin is Uchiha Fujio. Initially, Jiraiya felt a tinge of disrespect in Chushi's demeanor, but upon hearing the jonin's name, his expression shifted to one of mockery. Oh, Uchiha, you say? That lad possesses remarkable strength. Did you perhaps fail the evaluation? Chushu confirmed that Fong was unscathed, nodding with satisfaction, which improved Jiraiya's impression of him. Not at all. Sensei Uchiha commended my performance and promised to teach me a jutsu. Huh? Jiraiya exclaimed in surprise, scrutinizing Chushu closely. He was well acquainted with Uchiha Fujio, after all. He had once lost a bet to Tsunade and had taught her a jutsu. Yet, this made him acutely aware that Uchiha's standards were significantly higher than his own. Moreover, it was not the first time Uchiha had led a class, and the pass rate had been dismally low in the past. The fact that this young boy had not only passed but also caught Uchiha's attention hinted at considerable talent. With that thought, Jiraiya's expectations for Chushu's abilities began to rise. Hey, kid, you're Nagong Chushu, right? Yes. That's quite an uncommon surname. Please refrain from commenting on my surname. Ah, my apologies. Jiraiya scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. Chushu couldn't help but mentally scoff. The scene mirrored his first encounter with Minato perfectly. Could you engage me in a test battle? Jiraiya continued. Rest assured, I shall evaluate you according to Uchiha's standards. Chushu stared at Jiraiya for a moment before responding. No. Jiraiya appeared bewildered. Eh? Why not? Battling you offers no advantage, and besides, I only managed to injure Sensei Uchiha with the assistance of my teammates. I alone wouldn't suffice. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya realized the truth in Chushu's words. Even Uchiha required a jutsu to achieve a victory, and it seemed unreasonable for him to strive for a win without aid. Moreover, his allies were not present, and Minato's strength was formidable. With a slight sigh of resignation, Jiraiya was about to concede when a thought struck him. Wait, did you just say you injured Uchiha? Yes. Is there a problem? How could that be possible? Why wouldn't it be? Uchiha-sensei stated that whoever manages to injure him would be granted a request, and I asked him to teach me a jutsu. Chushu maintained a calm demeanor. Puzzled by Jiraiya's extreme reaction, Jiraiya stared at him as if he had seen a ghost. This was the first time he had encountered a freshly graduated child capable of injuring Fujio. Contemplating this, Jiraiya decided to assess Chushu's abilities after all. Alright, a jutsu. You say? If you can injure me, I shall teach you a jutsu as well. And as for your teammates, you may choose from among the three. Chushu's interest was piqued immediately. Minato, Fong, and Jiwang were equally astonished by Jiraiya's response. Chushu possesses such potential? Are you certain? Chushu regarded Jiraiya with a smile that was neither here nor there, while Jiraiya nodded solemnly in affirmation. Very well. Chushu agreed, excited at the prospect of acquiring another jutsu. Surely, it was feasible to injure Jiraiya without revealing his true capabilities. Furthermore, he had long coveted Jiraiya's famed Raging Lion technique, which was undeniably a valuable jutsu. Surveying the trio who had just emerged from battle, Chushu first selected Minato. This was a must. The second choice, however, found him torn between Jiwang and Fong. Jiwang had transformed, appearing considerably slimmer and resembling Ebisu with his headband and squinting eyes. He seemed to lack combat capabilities now. Fong, having just participated in battle, was someone Chushu wished to spare from further strain, yet she looked eager for action. The decision was indeed difficult. However, seeing the anticipation in Feng's eyes, he found himself unable to turn her down. Then it shall be Fong. Yay. Jiwang sighed in relief, thankful not to be thrust into another fight, as he felt his body nearing its limits and feared a trip to the hospital. Yet, Before he could celebrate, Jiraiya's next words plunged him into despair. All right, I'll buy Jiwang first to prevent him from sneaking snacks. Jiwang lamented. Woo-woo, I regret this decision. Chushu, please choose me. Chushu stretched his limbs, then joined Minato and Feng. Whispering a strategy. You two find hiding spots. Don't worry about me. I wish to gauge the sensation of battling Jiraiya. Rest assured, I can escape. If I dash toward the eastern woods, Minato, you coordinate with me. If I head toward the western woods, Feng, you follow my lead. Understood? Both Minato and Feng nodded in agreement. With the plan set, they leaped away. Chushu remained where he was, awaiting Jiraiya's approach. Oh, not hiding, but instead waiting for me to come to you? You seem quite confident, Jiraiya remarked as he assumed a stance with his kunai. Acknowledging that Uchiha had sustained injuries in battle, he was determined not to underestimate this young boy and would treat him with utmost seriousness. Chushu chuckled and replied, Haha, not at all. I merely wish to test your pressure upon me. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Chushu vanished, reappearing behind Jiraiya. How swift. This boy's mastery of ninjutsu is profound, rivaling Minato's. Jiraiya leaped aside, opting not to counter Chushu's kick, wishing to assess his other techniques. Chushu, meanwhile, was evaluating Jiraiya's abilities. His reflexes were slightly quicker than Uchiha's, and his combat style was rather intricate, compelling Chushu to refrain from direct confrontation. Reaching this conclusion, Chushu chose not to rush into an attack, instead sprinting toward the eastern woods. Jiraiya, noticing this, immediately pursued him. In response, Chushu concentrated his chakra at his feet, sweeping it across the ground, creating a cloud of dust to obscure visibility. Wind release, gale dance. Jiraiya summoned 2 opposing currents of wind from his palms, dispersing the dust. However, Chushu had already vanished from sight. How frustrating. This boy is remarkably agile. Perhaps wind techniques are not my forte. In the woods, Chushu concealed himself. Observing Jiraiya, instead of utilizing his favored fire techniques for pursuit, Jiraiya resorted to comparatively weaker wind techniques. Clearly, he was underestimated. At least Uchiha's rock armor was indeed of Jonin caliber. Chushu conducted a brief analysis of Jiraiya's intentions while remaining vigilant, lest this be a ruse to mislead him. Should he coordinate with Minato, being caught off guard would spell disaster. With this in mind, Chushu formed hand seals, sending chakra surging through the ground like an invisible net. Chapter 20. Monogamy in the tranquil woods of the training ground. Yashimaru was bound to a post, surrounded by an eerie silence. The 3 individuals seemed to conceal themselves well, evading Jiraiya's detection from the shadows. Chushu stood vigilant behind a large tree, alert to his surroundings. Suddenly, a voice broke the stillness. Chushu-kun. A smile crept across Chushu's lips as he turned to the newcomer. Minato, you've arrived. Let us devise our battle strategy. Minato nodded with a grin. Yes, Chushu, go ahead. All right, I've gathered sufficient understanding of Jiraiya-sensei's testing intensity, so we shall. Crack. Before Chushu could finish his sentence, Minato had drawn a kunai against his neck. Huh, you're too careless, kid. Jiraiya's voice emanated from Minato, with a sudden puff. Smoke enveloped Minato, transforming him into Jiraiya's likeness. Chushu chuckled and leaned forward. Bang. As the smoke dissipated, a wooden post leaned against the kunai. What? Ninja technique. Body flicker technique. Before Jiraiya could recover from his astonishment, a voice echoed from all directions. He swiftly scanned his surroundings, only to witness figures darting from the trees. What? Shadow clone technique? Clang. 2 figures intertwined with him, their kunai clashing, dispelling Jiraiya's assumption of mere shadow clones. No. They are tangible. Shadow clones? Where did he learn this? A sense of awe regarding Chushu's ability surged within Jiraiya as he deftly evaded the oncoming assault. Earth style, Yellow Springs Marsh. The ground beneath transformed into a swamp, and Jiraiya scrutinized the clones, carefully tracking the location of the original. However, contrary to his expectations, the clones traversed the marsh as if it were solid ground, showing no inclination to sink. The splattering mud seemed to pass through them entirely. Realizing the anomaly, Jiraiya deduced. No, it's a combination of clones and shadow clones. He silently praised Chushu's ingenuity, feeling a twinge of concern. Were it not for the Yellow Springs Marsh, he might have been captured by now. As the surrounding clones dissipated, Chushu revealed his original form. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. But just as he prepared to launch an attack, a voice reached his ears. Wind style, great breakthrough. Turning to look, he found Minato had somehow positioned himself beside him, unleashing a gust of wind toward him. Jiraiya quickly formed seals, causing his hair to elongate and harden, encasing him. Ninja technique, Needle Earth Prison. Boom. The fierce wind struck his hair, which had hardened like steel, causing no ripple. Witnessing this, Chushu became increasingly eager to learn this technique. However, the prerequisite remained. He must first injure Jiraiya. Dual ninja technique, Flickering Shadow Slash. In an instant, 2 figures, one yellow and one blue, darted past Jiraiya, leaving behind white gashes on his Needle Earth Prison with each pass. Jiraiya attempted to exploit the gaps to retreat, but every time he considered dispelling the technique, Chushu's slashes filled the void. Damn it, this kid's strikes are more ferocious than Minato's. My hair is being sliced off. If my hairstyle isn't stylish, the ladies want tea like it. Chushu and Minato continued their relentless assault, yet Jiraiya's white hair remained unscathed. Chushu remained silent, merely swinging his weapon, seemingly waiting for something. Observing Chushu's demeanor, Minato exuded confidence and refrained from questioning further. Soon enough, he comprehended the reason for this tactic. Fire style, great fireball. The voice of Maple echoed from nearby, and Minato instantly grasped the situation, hurriedly forming seals. Wind style, great breakthrough. Combined ninja technique, great fire whirlwind. As Chushu frantically dodged to avoid being consumed by the flames, Jiraiya stood aghast, hurriedly attempting to tame his disheveled hair. You reckless brats. Are you planning to kill your teacher? Earth style, earth flow wall. Walls of earth erupted from the ground, forming a protective barrier against the fiery whirlwind. However, as a low-ranking ninja, the techniques lacked the might to breach Jiraiya's robust earth flow wall. Realizing this, Chushu swiftly summoned more clones. Ninja technique, body flicker technique. Clang. 3 clones surged from the upper blind spots of the earth wall, the sound of kunai clashing ringing out. Then, silence fell. Minato and Maple exchanged anxious glances. Their expressions tense as the great fire whirlwind dissipated and the earth walls lowered. Through the smoke, 2 figures, one tall and one short, stood in opposition, obscured from view. Truly, I concede defeat. Jiraiya's voice shattered the stillness, eliciting joy from Minato and Maple. Hooray! Maple exclaimed, jumping in exhilaration. As the smoke cleared, a bloodied gash appeared on Jiraiya's cheek. Meanwhile, Chushu found himself captured, his hands immobilized. A broken kunai lay on the ground, its severed end remarkably clean. It appeared to have been severed by Chushu, who still held a bloodied kunai in his grasp. Heh. Chushu chuckled, and Jiraiya released him. A chakra infused slash severed my kunai. Had it struck my neck, I might have met my demise. Jiraiya smiled as he remarked on Chushu's prowess, then playfully ruffled his hair in a display of frustration. Wait. I need to pull my head back. Does this mean I can learn your techniques? Indeed. You have fully met the criteria under my tutelage. Minato and Maple exchanged pleased smiles, genuinely happy for Chushu. Chushu, you're amazing. Maple rushed over, embracing him. Jiraiya's expression shifted momentarily. I'm not so certain I wish to teach you anymore. The 4 returned to the clearing, where Yashimaru, still bound to the post, had been starving for 10 minutes. Jiraiya dismissed Chushu, instructing him to wait at the entrance of the training ground. Chushu pouted but said nothing. It was merely another test of his teammates. What was there to conceal? With his own purchase of fried chicken and snacks, he waited at the entrance. Approximately 10 minutes later, Jiraiya returned with the 3 of them. Finished with the testing? Yes, all 3 have passed my evaluation. Chushu casually inquired. And Jiraiya responded in kind. After a brief moment, realization struck Jiraiya as he glared at Chushu. How did you know? Chushu realized he had inadvertently let something slip. His gaze wandered to the food he held, quickly conjuring a response. 3 people, 2 meals, and 1 bound to a post. Clearly, it's to entice the remaining one. I'm not foolish enough to think tempting him benefits you, so it must be a test. Jiraiya scrutinized Chushu for 2 seconds before reluctantly accepting the explanation. All right. Let us head into the training ground. I'll teach you some ninjutsu and devise a training plan for the 3 of them. Chushu breathed a sigh of relief and tossed a large bag of snacks to Yashimaru. He then shared fried chicken with Maple, occasionally engaging in light conversation with Minato. Witnessing this, Jiraiya felt increasingly envious. Damn it, I still don't have a girlfriend, and this kid has already adopted a monogamous lifestyle. Chapter 21. The Art of Raging Lions. I have observed the concerns of the 3 of you. Minato, you have no major issues. Your only shortcoming lies in your leniency towards your adversaries, as you have hesitated to strike me down decisively on several occasions. Minato nodded, acknowledging his inability to view Jiraiya as an enemy, which led him to hold back during several attacks. In contrast, Chushu excelled in this regard. When he aimed at me, he did not spare any effort unless escape was entirely impossible. Jiraiya gestured to the wounds on his own cheek, expressing satisfaction with Chushu's combat approach. He then turned his attention to Keed. Keed, your issues are somewhat more common. Aside from the control of chakra, your command over techniques lacks intensity. This is particularly reflected in the power of your jutsu, which should be more formidable given your age. The great fireball technique should be much more powerful. Additionally, your mastery of the Sharingan is quite rudimentary, lacking the necessary finesse. Upon hearing this, he nodded in a manner that suggested partial understanding and then posed a question that had long troubled her. So, Master Jiraiya, how can I further refine my ninjutsu? Jiraiya smiled mysteriously, choosing not to respond immediately. This relates to the training regimen I have designed for you. I will explain it to you shortly. As for you, Jimaro, your issues are rather specific. Your grasp of stealth and timing in battle requires significant improvement. Collaboration is also crucial, and I will elaborate on that. The other concerns pertain to common chakra issues. Jamaru nodded while eating, and Jiraiya was pleased with the trio's learning state. Except for one particular hairstylist who was preoccupied with eating fried chicken and flirting with his girlfriend. After addressing the trio's issues, Jiraiya led Minato to the riverbank. Minato, your next training task is to successfully stand on the water's surface. Like this, gather your chakra at the soles of your feet and step onto it. This requires more precise chakra training. He then brought Keed and Chushu to a tall, sturdy tree. Your training will involve walking on the tree and being able to perform a handstand on its branches. Most importantly, do not let this little rascal disturb you. Chushu exclaimed. Is this targeted at me? Ignoring Chushu's protest, Jiraiya brought Jamaru to a target. Jamaru, your training will focus on honing your timing. Toss a shuriken into the air, and when it descends, use a kunai to pin it to the target. Your success rate must reach at least 80. Having finished eating, Jamaru nodded and immediately began his training. Jiraiya observed the three, nodded approvingly, and returned to the base of the tree. Chushu, still busy blowing kisses, suddenly noticed the white-haired figure nearby and began stuffing fried chicken into his mouth. Jiraiya sighed in exasperation. Stop pretending. I see everything. I must admit, you possess quite the talent. What do you think? Would you consider becoming my disciple? He offered, clarifying that he meant more than just as a mentor. Chushu handed Jiraiya a piece of fried chicken, which he accepted without hesitation. I would love to, but my training direction seems incompatible with yours. I fear I cannot become your disciple, Chushu replied as he polished off the remaining fried chicken. He understood Jiraiya's perspective as the guide of the legendary Chosen One, whose decisions could influence the entire shinobi world. Yet, the old toad, Gamamaru, had failed to provide a description of the Chosen One's appearance. Even the Nine-Tails knew he was a blue-eyed youth, but all Jiraiya had were two obscured eyes. There was a reason Gamamaru was not as esteemed as the Sage of Six Paths. Thus, Jiraiya found himself slowly sowing seeds of potential in talented individuals, hoping to guide them. First Minato, then Nagato, and now Naruto. Because of his actions, Nagato now had to contend with an additional variable. Initially, Jiraiya believed Minato to be the Chosen One due to his remarkable talent, especially when compared to Keed and Jamaru, who paled in comparison to Minato's genius. However, he now found himself in doubt. Just moments ago, Chushu had exhibited exceptional decision-making, intelligence, and aptitude, even developing a unique combat style. His application of the shadow clone technique and body flicker technique was beyond imagination. Such talent even slightly overshadowed Minato's. Yet, this prodigy was reluctant to accept the role of his disciple. Was it simply a matter of timing, or was the Chosen One someone else entirely? Very well. Since you are currently unwilling, I shall not press further. Have you decided what ninjutsu you wish to learn? Chushu perked up at this, standing tall. I want to learn the art of raging lions. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock. What? How do you know I possess this technique? Chushu grinned, relishing Jiraiya's surprise. As the disciple of the Hokage, you attract quite a bit of attention. Such information is easily accessible. Jiraiya hung his head in defeat. I must admit, I thought this technique would become my signature move from now on, but alas, I cannot retract my promise to you. By the way, do you know the summoning technique? You might find it interesting. Not interested. I feel the art of raging lions has far greater applications. How vexing. Jiraiya thought, realizing he had exhausted his options. He proceeded to verbally relay the seals and essentials of the technique to Chushu, planning to observe his practice to prevent any mishaps. After all, the art of raging lions required precise chakra control, necessitating even distribution across each hair. A moment's distraction could result in self-inflicted injuries. Despite Chushu's assurances, Jiraiya could not afford to be negligent, as he was ultimately responsible for the techniques he imparted. However, to his surprise, Chushu practiced without displaying any uneven chakra distribution. Although his control was not perfect, every hair projected outward effectively. This talent was far superior to Jiraiya's own experience when he first attempted the technique. Remembering the countless times he had ended up with punctures during his own training, Jiraiya felt a pang of envy. Alas, the comparison is disheartening. Chushu remained silent, focused solely on his practice, while Jiraiya was left feeling utterly overwhelmed. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through him. Glancing back, he discovered a rigid, needle-like black hair embedded in his backside. Nearby stood Chushu, who had just retracted his hair, wearing an innocent expression. Chapter 22. Nightmares. There was little supervision. Once Jiraiya had devised the plan, he allowed them to disperse. The sky was still bright. It was only around 3 in the afternoon. A few disciplined children continued to splash in the water and climb trees, while others, less self-controlled, felt hunger creeping in and sought sustenance. Chushu glanced at the photos taken by Jiraiya's team, noticing a somewhat hurried demeanor. Jamaru appeared slender, likely having come to find Chushu after their testing session. Chushu felt no desire to converse, resolved instead to dress sharply for the photo shoot the following day. Later, they gathered in an open area to practice ninjutsu. The techniques of earth release, rock armor, and raging lion's mane were ones he had acquired through diligent study, thus he felt no need to conceal them. Otherwise, it would only invite scrutiny. Alas, everyone seemed so competitive. How wonderful it would be if one could wield unbeatable ninjutsu without the need for practice. The long-standing facade had shielded Chushu from any scrutiny, yet the urgency of survival had also dulled over time. In simpler terms, he had succumbed to a certain lethargy. Earth release, rock armor. Layers of earth slowly enveloped his body. The technique succeeded, but with a slight exertion, crack. The armor shattered completely, failing to provide any defense. Sigh, the path ahead is arduous. Raging lion's mane. In an instant, his dark hair surged forth, entangling itself in all directions. With a bit of force, several slender saplings were effortlessly torn asunder. This technique was manageable. Chushu nodded, recalling Jiraiya's comprehensive teachings that had deepened his understanding. In contrast, the principles imparted to him by his instructor, Fujio, appeared rather negligent. Chushu sprawled on the grass, gazing at Feng, who was diligently climbing trees, and couldn't help but sigh. If only time could freeze at this moment. Gradually, under the afternoon sun's warm embrace, Chushu's eyes fluttered shut. Nangon Chushu. Become a part of my roots. Haha, sending children to the battlefield in the ninja world war? Konoha truly invites laughter. Suddenly, Chushu jolted awake, sitting up amidst the grass. He glanced at the sun's position, realizing he hadn't slept for long. Beside him, Feng was sitting under a tree, taking a sip of water. Chushu inhaled deeply, gradually calming his racing heart. He wiped his face, his palm damp with sweat from the vivid dream. What's the matter, Chushu? Why are you sweating so much? Feng rushed over, using his sleeve to dab at Chushu's face. In a sudden gesture, Chushu embraced Feng, savoring the warmth that was uniquely comforting in this world. Feng, unaware of what transpired, felt a pang in his heart upon touching Chushu's damp back. Everything's all right, Chushu. I'm here. I've always been here. After speaking, Feng felt Chushu's grip loosen slightly and tilted his head to gaze at Chushu's face. Chushu's eyes were cast down, lost in thought. Noticing this, Feng cupped his face and planted a gentle kiss. Everything's all right. Chushu. Now and forever, I promise, I will always be here. You can't shake me off. Seeing Feng's playful demeanor, Chushu snapped back to reality, offering her a smile. It was just a dream, there's no need to worry. Seeing Chushu's expression return to normal, Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Then I shall continue my training. Once I finish, you must escort me home. Of course. As Feng returned to the grand tree, earnestly climbing, Chushu too rekindled his determination. All right, I shall strive onward. Danzo. The ninja world. No one shall ever take everything from me again. Earth release. Rock armor. The following day, Chushu dragged his weary body to the designated meeting spot as instructed by Fujio. His intense training yesterday had left him somewhat exhausted. Not only did he practice until dusk at the training ground, but he also engaged in several hours of fire release upon returning home. No, it couldn't simply be called fire release. The crimson flames, far exceeding the temperature of ordinary fire, had transcended that classification. In a moment of whimsy, Chushu renamed it flame release. Unlike the eternal flames of Amaterasu or Kagaya's creation, Chushu's flame release boasted a unique quality. Its higher temperature could extinguish lower temperature flames. In theory, this meant his flame release could even overshadow Amaterasu. Was this a counter to the Uchiha clan's innate abilities? Perhaps so. After all, in a decade or two, the Uchiha would face extinction. In terms of age, Naruto would be 7 or 8 then, meaning Chushu himself would only be around 30. At 30, only 2 Uchihas would be alive, both wielding Amaterasu. In a sense, this could be seen as a divine counter to the Uchiha clan. An entire lineage. Feng was on his side, so she didn't count as part of the Uchiha clan. In summary, yesterday's rigorous training had drained his chakra somewhat. Although it didn't reach the extent of Kakashi's complete exhaustion, he felt as though every muscle in his body ached. Nevertheless, the results were commendable. In addition to the further refinement of flame release, the hardness of rock armor was gradually becoming sufficient for normal defense. He believed that with the next advancement, rock armor would withstand wind release damage just like Fujio. The Raging Lion's mane had also seen remarkable improvement, far surpassing his command of rock armor. Currently, he could manipulate its form at will, directing it according to his intentions. Its power was formidable, capable of creating a large crater with ease. How did Chushu know this? Well, let's just say someone generously provided a house for him to test its might. At this moment, a sharp sound erupted from an Uchiha who had previously mocked Chushu. Arriving at the assembly point, Chushu was unsurprised to find himself the second to arrive. The first, Shizun, had already settled into a meditative posture. Shizun was practicing a common method among Hokage to enhance mental fortitude, as chakra is a fusion of physical and mental energy. Boosting mental prowess significantly benefits chakra quality. Chushu refrained from approaching to greet her, knowing she would likely ignore him. Before long, Saratobi and Fujio arrived in quick succession. The two seemed perfectly synchronized, a truly harmonious student-teacher duo. Wow, Chushu, you look so dashing today, Saratobi exclaimed, his eyes darting around. He found Chushu's outfit particularly appealing. Shizun, overhearing, couldn't resist sneaking a glance, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. Ahem, it does look quite nice. Given the conventional expectation for every class to take commemorative photos, Chushu's attire was indeed striking. He donned a white, mid-length sleeve t-shirt, with his forehead protector casually tied around his waist, and loose-fitting trousers that complemented his demeanor splendidly, coupled with his naturally appealing looks. He resembled a unique type of charming youth. Isn't it? This is the latest style on the market, crafted in the fashion of Uchiha attire. Quite fashionable, wouldn't you agree? Chushu smiled, eagerly awaiting Fujio's words to lead them for their photo session. However, oh, you look splendid, little Chushu. But today, we have a mission to attend to. Wearing white might lead to stains. At those words, Chushu's anticipation plummeted. So, this class wasn't taking photos? Well, there went his effort to dress up. Chapter 23, Man? No. Regret. Shadow. Bang. The life of a lower-ranking ninja could be described as exceedingly mundane. Spending entire days either chasing cats or weeding. It would be one thing if it were merely tedious, but the pitiful remuneration only exacerbated the situation. However, today, Chushu noticed a significant decrease in the number of ninjas on the streets. While the higher-ranking ninjas remained abundant, the Umbu and Root members were conspicuously scarce. Calculating the time, it seemed the Second Great Ninja War was approaching. Chushu gazed at the Hokage building. Ah, what a tumultuous autumn. I hope the third Hokage can withstand this wave of troubles. By the way, shouldn't Kushina also be under scrutiny? After finishing the last patch of weeds, Chushu and his companions bid farewell to the family and prepared to take on their next task. Hokage building, Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the documents in his hands, his face etched with worry. Ah, Hanzo of the Salamander, the land of whirlpools. Teacher, can I truly govern Konoha well? On the wall, photographs of Senju Hashirama and Tobarama hung directly opposite his desk. Hiruzen's gaze lingered on Tobarama's photo, anxiety bubbling within him. This was the first time since assuming the role of Hokage that he was dealing with inter-village warfare. In the past, he too had experienced such confusion. However, with time and experience, he had become more adept at managing these matters. This time, however, was entirely different. It involved the very survival of the village. Hiruzen was engulfed in turmoil. Hanzo's strength had surpassed his expectations, and he was increasingly positioned to stand alongside the 5 great shinobi villages. If this continued unchecked, it would be feasible to drag the neighboring Land of Earth and Land of Lightning into the fray. Konoha might even attempt to save the crumbling Land of Whirlpools. Yet, given Konoha's current trajectory, the village's strength was no longer as formidable as it had been during the tenures of the previous Hokages. If he diverted some ninja to assist the endangered Land of Whirlpools, it would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of the Rain Village. At that point, he might not only fail to save the Land of Whirlpools, but also jeopardize Konoha. Hiruzen gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. The alliance with the Land of Whirlpools was established during the era of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and it could be said that the two nations had maintained a harmonious relationship for generations. Now, he was turning a blind eye to the crisis faced by an ally. The documents were clenched tightly in his hand, and he found himself unable to reach a decisive conclusion. Just then, the office door swung open with a resounding bang. Hiruzen recognized the familiar force without needing to look up. Hiruzen, what are you still hesitating for? The Land of Whirlpools is no longer a consideration. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails is secured, and our priority must be to preserve the village's remaining strength. Hearing his old friend's familiar query, Hiruzen slowly raised his head. He was now experiencing significant hair loss. Although he had not yet reached the point of complete grayness, there were noticeable strands of white. Wrinkles had multiplied on his face, and his skin began to sag, giving him the appearance of an elderly man in his twilight years. In contrast, Danzo, though not much better off, at least had a head of vibrant hair which reminded him of the vitality he once possessed. The position of Hokage had indeed consumed a great deal of his energy. Perhaps it was time to step down? Hiruzen pondered. Hiruzen, the situation in the Land of Rain is dire. We can no longer concern ourselves with the Land of Whirlpools. Danzo pressed on, seeing that Hiruzen remained silent. I have my own considerations, came Hiruzen's calm reply, as he slowly rose to his feet. Age and the toll of excessive exertion had caused his old friend to shrink in stature, and his back had begun to hunch. Witnessing this, Danzo felt an increasing fervor within him. Hiruzen, you are indeed aging. It is time for me to assist you in shouldering the burdens of the Hokage. Fine. I trust you will not make any careless mistakes regarding the Land of Whirlpools, but the situation in the Land of Rain. The Land of Rain can no longer dispatch Umbu ninjas. The losses are too great. Before Danzo could finish, Hiruzen interjected firmly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. This caught Danzo off guard, as he struggled to comprehend his old friend's rigidity. Has the position of Hokage made you so resolute? Hiruzen. Realizing this, Danzo steeled himself and continued, You misunderstand, Hiruzen. Root is also a part of Konoha, so let my Root handle this. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback. When had Danzo acquired such a demeanor? In the past, they would have already been arguing. Surely, there must be some ulterior motive. However, you also know the situation over there, and my Root ninja are few. Therefore, I need to select a few freshly graduated ninjas from the academy to serve as new blood for my Root and train them. Hiruzen's expression suggested that he had expected this. Nevertheless, he genuinely required Danzo's assistance now, and Danzo had always been judicious in his selections, avoiding direct descendants of prominent clans. After careful deliberation, he ultimately acquiesced to the request. Very well, let me see the list. Danzo smiled as he presented the list, clearly pleased with Hiruzen's concession. Taking the list, Hiruzen noted that it was filled with 20 names, all seemingly belonging to high-achieving students. He even recognized a familiar surname, Yamashiro Kaze. Hiruzen thought for a moment, recalling that he was a cadet from the Yamashiro clan's collateral line. His cousin was Yamashiro Hichi, a student in Class 1, while he himself had been placed in Class 2. Hiruzen couldn't help but frown and shoot Danzo a sidelong glance. Typically, he would refuse such candidates. If he sent these scions of noble families to root, he would have difficulty explaining himself to the Yamashiro clan. However, this time, he refrained from immediately voicing his objections and continued to read. Indeed, at the bottom of the list, he spotted a name that had long captured his interest, Namikaze Minato. No, I can accept the others, but Namikaze Minato cannot go to you. Upon hearing the first part of the sentence, Danzo's heart sank, followed by a deep sigh. As expected, it seemed impossible to recruit a child from a noble clan into root. However, after a moment of realization, he was suddenly taken aback. Wait, who did you just mention? Namikaze Minato? The one who was ranked first in the academy for 6 consecutive years? Danzo quickly retorted. Impossible. Root needs talents like him. I can do without Yamashiro Kaze. The two old men spoke simultaneously, neither willing to relinquish the promising Minato. However, invoking Yamashiro Kaze in their argument rendered the situation rather awkward. Hiruzen, he is merely a civilian ninja. I am the Hokage. Danzo attempted to negotiate further. But Hiruzen's stance was unwavering. That assertion, I am the Hokage, struck deeply at Danzo's heart. In any case, Minato is the ninja I have my eyes set on. He cannot join your root. I will explain to the Yamashiro clan myself. You may leave. Humph. Hiruzen, you will come to regret this. Bang. The door slammed shut. Oh, what a relief. A Hokage's document should include this segment. Chapter 24. The intrigue of the Lightning Ninja Village. Shangshan Fuchiao arrived with the 3 young ones to deliver mission orders and collect their next task. Meanwhile, Chushio, who was idly leaning against the wall, noticed Danzo emerging from the Hokage's office. What could bring him here? It was highly unusual. He must have some ulterior motive. Was he perhaps here to seek someone? The thought sent a shiver down Chushio's spine. If Danzo was indeed seeking someone, it could spell danger for him. Chushio's gaze became unfocused, drawing the attention of Shizuma Tsukihime, who was watching him from the shadows. Following his line of sight, she too spotted Danzo about to depart. Uncle Danzo? Why is he staring at Uncle Danzo? Curious about the source of Chushio's strength, Tsukihime felt a surge of interest. However, she was not the type to be proactive and would not directly inquire. Thus, she called out, Uncle Danzo, almost causing Chushio to lose his composure. Danzo, perplexed, wondered why he would encounter an acquaintance here, and who this impudent child was to address him so. Turning towards the sound, he recognized a familiar little girl bowing to him. Oh, it's little Tsukihime. No problem then. I heard you've become a genin and are doing well in school, he remarked. Yes, uncle, she replied eagerly. Good, keep up the hard work. Shine for the village, the future belongs to you. With that, Danzo glanced at Chushio, offered no greeting, and turned to leave. Chushio, is that you? The one who often trains with Minato? Danzo mused, considering him. A promising notion, but regrettably lacking in talent. In truth, Danzo had been observing Chushio since his 2nd year, not merely because of his association with Minato, but also due to his consistent 2nd place ranking while vying for the body flicker technique, just behind Minato. However, after securing the technique, Chushio's grades plummeted, eventually barely passing each subject. Consequently, Danzo lost interest in him. Nevertheless, Danzo was intrigued by Chushio's idea of creating a shadow clone technique and discreetly arranged for training over an extended period. Unfortunately, during his practice bouts with Minato, Chushio had not showcased his true abilities, and those Danzo had enlisted did not yield satisfactory results. This matter faded into obscurity. As Danzo's figure receded, Chushio remained in a state of trepidation, fearing he had attracted Danzo's attention. Yet, such concerns were unfounded. The selection was based on performance, and Chushio's poor grades spared him from danger, a fortunate twist of fate he was unaware of. Tsukihime watched Danzo depart before glancing back at Chushio. From the very beginning, she had noticed how Chushio had seemed anxious the moment she called out to Danzo. What could be so fearsome about Uncle Danzo? Tsukihime pondered, sensing that Chushio was indeed troubled. At that moment, Shangshan Fuchiao's voice broke through their thoughts. Hey, you two, here you are. The mission has been selected. Let us set off. Oh, all right, Tsukihime stammered, anxious not to be caught sneaking glances at Chushio. Chushio, however, remained indifferent to him. These E-rank missions were all the same, lacking any real challenge. Yet, his mind was elsewhere, preoccupied with the incident involving Danzo. Chushio, Shangshan Fuchiao called out, noticing Chushio's distraction. Huh? Have we arrived? Chushio replied, snapping back to reality. No, I was just explaining the mission details and precautions. Why are you so absent-minded? Oh, it's nothing. What's the task? Is it difficult? Seeing Chushio's reluctance to elaborate, Fuchiao did not press further, instead reiterating the mission. It's manageable, perhaps a bit easy for you. The task is D-rank and involves combat. Rec Chapter 25, The Great Bird. What? Are you certain you did not miss Chushio? Shangshan Fuchiao immediately became cautious, seeking confirmation from Chushio once more. Indeed, I am quite certain. With these words, Shangshan Fuchiao no longer hesitated and promptly inquired about the situation from Chushio. As they hurried towards the village, they gradually approached in the direction indicated by Chushio. Meanwhile, Chushu and the others remained in place, awaiting Shangshan Fuchao's return. Hey, did you really see it? Did they not discover you? Shimizu Tsukihime still found it hard to believe. Not to mention that the intelligence team was led by AJ Nin. Even among the squad members, none were mere genin to be easily deceived. Yet Chushu had returned unscathed, which made her skeptical. Yes, I'm certain I did not missee. The vegetation in this forest is not overly dense. With so many of them, it is impossible for me to have been mistaken. Chushu paid no heed to others' opinions, for he was not lying. Beside him, Saratobi Sanzaku remained indifferent, having been pampered within his clan since childhood and well aware that he was not closely related to the clan leader. Thus, he naturally developed an attitude of nonchalance towards everything. Regarding the village and Chushu's concerns, he was more preoccupied with his current situation. Say, Chushu, are we truly to wait here for teacher Shangshan to return? It feels rather dull. Chushu glanced around at the terrain before sensing the humidity from the treetops that day. He then descended, offering a faint smile to Saratobi Sanzaku. No, we shall descend. We cannot linger here. I have an appointment and cannot afford to waste much time. We must swiftly complete the task. With that, he leaped down first. Sanzaku and Tsukihime followed closely, though Tsukihime questioned Chushu, somewhat perplexed. If we wish not to waste time, we should first eliminate that bird, should we not? Why must we come down? Oh, because I am hungry. Chushu replied with a smile, shaking the scroll in his hand. The soldier food pills are quite unpalatable. I brought ingredients and cooking utensils, intending to find a place to prepare a meal. Tsukihime remained puzzled, frowning slightly. Then why must we descend? The smoke would be seen. So we must cook under cover. Today's humidity is too low for lighting a fire in the trees. TCH, how troublesome. Though she voiced her annoyance, Tsukihime did not leave the group. Chushu ignored her stubbornness, focusing instead on retrieving the ingredients and utensils, setting up a fire beneath a rather decent tree. Its branches were low and sturdy, preventing smoke from escaping. Once the pot was set up, Chushu summoned a fish from the scroll, a lively one, no less. Skillfully, he gutted and cleaned it, discarding the entrails and rinsing away the blood to eliminate any fishy odor before placing it in the pan. While frying the fish, he also prepared another pot of hot water. Observing his adept motions, Sanzaku and Tsukihime couldn't help but glance over. Particularly Sanzaku, whose eyes seemed eager to penetrate the pot. Wow, Chushu, you possess so many skills. It smells delightful. Do you often cook for yourself? Tsukihime also turned her gaze to Chushu, increasingly curious about this individual. Ever since realizing she had misjudged him, she felt he seemed exceptional at everything from initial battle strategies to mastering ninjutsu by the following day, and now cooking. Nangwang Chushu, what other secrets do you harbor? Is this secret the reason for your remarkable strength? Chushu merely smiled, remaining silent as he continued to prepare the fish. Once both sides turned golden, he poured in the hot water, creating a milky broth. A fragrant aroma gradually wafted through the air, tempting Sanzaku. Even Tsukihime could not resist swallowing hard. With simple seasonings, the fish soup gained flavor, and Chushu added tofu and cabbage. Before long, a simple pot of fish soup was ready. Chushu cooked another pot of noodles, sufficient for the three of them. He evenly distributed the portions to Sanzaku and Tsukihime, and the trio began to savor their meal. So tender, Sanzaku exclaimed, astonished by the velvety texture of the tofu he picked up. Tsukihime also took a bite, finding it indeed delectable. In both texture and flavor, it rivaled the dishes prepared by the finest chefs of the Shimizu clan. She couldn't help but regard Chushu with renewed admiration, increasingly satisfied with this teammate. Tsukihime cast a deep glance at Chushu, her gaze resolute as she offered a light smile, determined not to regard him with envy any longer. Nangwang Chushu, I shall not lose to you. I absolutely will not. The Shimizu clan shall never be considered inferior. Once they had eaten their fill, the trio left a mark made with a kunai, deliberately smearing it with dirt and moss to age it. They then leapt towards the cliff's edge in unison, with Chushu leading the way to scout ahead. Tsukihime took the middle, attentive to details that Chushu might overlook. Sanzaku brought up the rear, ostensibly keeping watch behind, but in truth, he aimed to prevent the two from inadvertently stumbling into enemy territory, an act of courtesy on his part. As they drew closer to the cliff, the vegetation grew sparser, and soon a mountain cliff, large enough to span half the area of Konoha, appeared before them. There, Chushu, with keen eyesight, quickly spotted a massive cave entrance on the cliff face. The opening stood nearly 30 meters high, approximately 7 meters in diameter, with an unknown depth beyond. The three exchanged glances before deciding that two would remain behind, while Tsukihime would venture forth to probe the situation. Chushu and Sanzaku crouched beneath the cliff, gradually inching forward. Tsukihime took the lead, forming hand seals, releasing a powerful gust of wind towards the cave entrance. Wind release, vacuum wave. The strong wind, enhanced by Chakra, took on the form of a shockwave. From the cave, a beak protruded. The great bird was indeed within, seemingly sensing the threat. The great bird let out a cry, soaring out of the cave. Only then did Chushu and the others clearly see the entirety of this colossal creature. The bird bore a resemblance to an eagle but possessed two additional compound eyes, with long talons tucked beneath its wings. Its feathers were nearly as hard as solid wood. and it managed to block the vacuum wave with its wings as it emerged. Its wingspan reached astonishing lengths, far exceeding the dimensions described in the mission briefing. Its size was clearly on par with the monstrous birds depicted in ancient texts. It was undoubtedly much larger than what the mission documentation suggested. The task level could undoubtedly be elevated once more. Chushu shouted to Tsukihime. She quickly grasped his intent, unleashing several more vacuum waves to prevent the great bird from approaching the cave entrance. Seizing the opportunity, Chushu and Sanzaku slipped into the cave, cutting off the bird's escape route. Their initial plan was to force the bird out of the cave and then set it ablaze, engaging in a battle of attrition to exhaust its stamina. Due to its weight, the great bird could not remain airborne for long. When it eventually fatigued, that would be their moment to strike. However, while their plan appeared sound, reality did not unfold as the trio had envisioned. In Tsukihime's eyes, the great bird, which should have fled, instead circled in the air, refusing to abandon its lair. The cave, which should have been ablaze by now, remained eerily quiet, as though it were uninhabited. Hey, are you two not going to take action? My chakra is nearly depleted. Chapter 26. Here I come, the technique of the raging lion. With the shout of Shimura Tsukihime echoing through the cave, a dark blue-black figure suddenly sprang forth. The entity moved with remarkable speed, ensnaring the large bird in an instant. Inside the cave, Chushu formed hand seals, continuously channeling chakra into his feet and hair, tightly binding the great avian. Oh, Chushu, that move is magnificent. Where did you learn it? Enough chatter. Secure the egg and ignite the fire. I'll handle this bird. With that, Chushu gradually approached the cave's edge, forming hand seals once more. Earth release, rock armor. Stones and earth began to envelop his body, leaving only his head exposed. This way, Chushu could conserve chakra, securing himself with the rock armor instead. In the air, the large bird continued to squawk, its wings desperately flapping against Chushu's hair, refusing to succumb completely. At that moment, a wave of heat surged from behind Chushu. Fire release, fireball technique. The intense flames ignited the cave, the dryness of the nest allowing the fire to spread rapidly, almost instantly filling the entire cavern. The large bird, witnessing the inferno, flailed even more vigorously, its cries growing hoarse. Chushu found himself fatigued, as the struggles of a dying creature are the most challenging to manage. Yet, he was no ordinary opponent. Humph. Do you think I cannot subdue you? As he infused more chakra, his hair began to harden, and in Tsukihime's eyes, the dark gray object fluffed up, resembling steel needles that pierced the bird, drawing forth a cascade of blood. Instantly, the bird's strength waned significantly. With a slight exertion, Chushu completely bound and packaged the creature. The bird could no longer resist, blood flowing like a stream down his dark hair as it fell heavily against the cliffside. Phew, I'm exhausted. Fantastic. We completed the C-rank mission. Sarutobi Sanzaku danced joyfully towards the bottom, but in a moment of distraction, he mismanaged his chakra and stumbled down. Ah, thud. Chushu wiped the sweat from his brow, half of it from the struggle with the bird, the other half from the searing heat behind him. He forcibly freed himself from the rock armor and dragged the large bird back to the marked location with Sanzaku and Tsukihime. Along the way, he washed his hair, removing the bird's blood. As for the excess hair, he chose to discard it, considering it unseemly to have it on his head. Chushu, since the large bird is dead, why are we keeping these eggs? Sanzaku, cradling the eggs, looked puzzled. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Are you planning to cook something delicious with the eggs? Hurry up. I can hardly wait. No, these eggs serve a different purpose, Chushu said with a slight twitch of his mouth. Sanzaku's expression visibly fell, and although Tsukihime said nothing, her eyes dimmed slightly. Truth be told, despite Chushu's claims of poor culinary skills, she found his cooking quite delightful. However, he did not share that sentiment. If this were a previous life, he would struggle to run a restaurant with his current skills, let alone rival a master chef. Were it not for the lack of quality recipes among those living comfortably, he would not have resorted to cooking himself. Yet, he had to admit that his ramen was rather good, especially from a newly opened stall run by a kind young man. What was it called? Ichiraku Ramen? A truly good-hearted individual, akin to a white moonlight in Naruto's life. Well then, what about this large bird? Sanzaku persisted, pointing at the bird. Chushu smiled with resignation, stating that the head could not be consumed, before proceeding to process the other parts. Hey, you two seem quite composed. Where's Chushu? Is he on guard? Just as Chushu had left, a voice echoed, startling Tsukihime. Upon seeing her tense demeanor, Uchiha Fujiko chuckled. Ha ha ha, excellent vigilance. Call Chushu back. We should commence our mission. What is that? Uchiha Fujiko clapped Tsukihime on the shoulder, only to catch sight of the bird's head behind the trees. Haha, Fujiko-sensei, you're late. We've already dealt with the large bird. Sanzaku boasted proudly. What? Uchiha Fujiko exclaimed in shock, never imagining that these three youngsters could dispatch such a large creature in such a short time. Moreover, judging from the bird's head, it appeared even larger. Is this, truly, see? Impressive, right? Haha. TCH, it was all thanks to Namikaze Chushu that we managed to subdue this bird. Sanzaku's pride was swiftly deflated by Tsukihime's interruption. Sanzaku's laughter abruptly ceased, his face flushed in protest. But I also set it on fire. though it's just a C-rank ninjutsu. Its power is considerable, you know? Tsukihime shot him a sidelong glance, saying nothing further, but her expression was rife with mockery. Hey, Tsukihime, what do you mean by that? Ignoring the bickering duo, Uchiha Fujiko examined the bird's head. This creature is truly massive. It was Chushu who primarily brought it down. That kid is quite impressive. He possesses great potential. Estimating the bird's size, Uchiha Fujiko was astonished to find it at least 6 meters tall, with a wingspan nearing 20 meters. With this, the mission's rank to sea was assuredly solidified, and perhaps the reward would increase as well. By the way, where is Chushu? The squabbling pair fell silent. Eh? He ought to be returning soon. Look, there he is. Sanzaku exclaimed as he spotted Chushu approaching from a distance, carrying the featherless bird's body. Uchiha Fujiko turned to see the petite figure lugging the massive avian. Whoa, it truly is enormous. Are you planning to barbecue? Indeed. Chushu nodded as he returned to their base, leading the group to the spot where they had previously cooked. Oh, you all prepared a meal earlier? Uchiha Fujiko surveyed the area, nodding in approval. The chosen location was particularly well-suited, offering concealment while preventing smoke from escaping. More importantly, it had barriers on both sides and 3 escape routes available. Yes, now is the perfect time for a barbecue here. Sanzaku had already gathered a pile of firewood near the ashes. With a swift fire release, he ignited the wood. You're quite proactive, Chushu remarked with a hint of sarcasm. He skillfully dismantled the large bird, skewering its various parts onto iron rods and placing them over the flames. Chushu, do you often cook? Uchiha Fujiko inquired with genuine curiosity. Indeed, when alone, one must fend for oneself. Chapter 27, The Spoiled Wife. For a moment, the atmosphere fell silent. All eyes converged on Chushu, their expressions a tapestry of complexity, eager to articulate their thoughts yet rendered speechless. Here, give it a try. Chushu, aware of their unspoken queries, chose to disregard their gazes and instead offered a piece of meat to the mountain sparrow, effectively shattering the tension. Oh, thank you. The mountain sparrow took the meat, biting into it with great effort, yet found it difficult to chew. This isn't cooked. I know. I merely aim to lighten the mood. Once they finished their meal, Chushu packed away the remaining meat and joined the others in completing their tasks. As anticipated, their task grade ascended to sea level. Noticing the time, Shangfu Chao called for the trio to disperse. Chushu promptly made his way to the designated meeting spot with Feng, only to find that he had arrived too early. Feng had yet to appear. Instead, a flash of red zipped past him, only to return shortly. Hey, Chushu. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Chushu turned to find it was Kushina, Watergate's official girlfriend. She seemed to be in a hurry, likely on her way to a mission. However, Chushu glanced at the craft paper bag he was holding, then at Kushina's eager gaze. Here. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately handed over the bag of roasted bird meat to her. She feigned reluctance for a brief moment before sitting beside him and indulging in the feast. Thank you. What brings you here? Oh, nothing much, just waiting for Feng. Kushina paid no heed to his words. After savoring a bite of the bird meat, she was utterly captivated by its flavor. Well, Chushu, where did you buy this delicious barbecue? Oh, I made it myself. It's not that great. No, it's truly delicious. As a connoisseur of food, Kushina possessed a discerning palate. Yet, Chushu's unique flavors were unparalleled in the ninja world, immediately captivating this red-haired food enthusiast. Chushu, why not come to my house to cook? I'll pay you. Chushu shot her a bemused glance, but then he suddenly sensed an unusual chakra approaching. Nevertheless, he remained composed. He recognized that this chakra undoubtedly belonged to a ninja from the Lightning Village. The chakra of leaf ninjas was never so volatile. With a calm smile, he responded. Perhaps not. I prefer to be a ninja. Ah, what a pity, considering how well you cook. Kushina expressed her regret. But Chushu's next remark made her anxious. Haha, but don't you have a mission? You should focus on that. Oh, right, my mission. She waved goodbye to Chushu and hurried off to her task. Such a scatterbrain, Chushu mused, shaking his head before purchasing another bag of barbecue, requesting it to be wrapped in craft paper. As dusk descended, even the barbecue grew somewhat cold. Chushu perched on the railing, idly swinging his legs. Chushu. In the distance, Feng's silhouette finally appeared, greeting him alongside Watergate, whose countenance was notably downcast. Immediately, Chushu sensed that something was amiss and rushed over. What happened? Is everything all right? Chushu, Watergate. Feng hesitated, unsure how to convey the news, prompting Chushu to direct his gaze toward Watergate. Though Watergate's expression was heavy with sorrow, he showed no signs of struggle. My father, he passed away due to a mission. As he spoke, tears streamed down his cheeks, transforming the once stoic young man into a picture of vulnerability, reminiscent of the sun that rarely shed tears. In that moment, Chushu found himself at a loss for words. He recalled the yellow-haired uncle with faint wrinkles from 6 years prior, becoming increasingly unfamiliar in this instant. Chushu placed a comforting hand on Watergate's shoulder, fumbling for words of solace. Don't be sad, your father died a glorious death. At these words, Watergate wiped away his tears. He understood better than anyone the gravity of his father's decision, filled with profound resolve. Moreover, death was death. There was no way to reverse it. No matter the regret or sorrow, it would not change the outcome, let alone invoke futile curses upon fate. It's okay. I understand my father's choice. As a ninja of the leaf, his departure was the most honorable way to go. I won tea. But before he could finish, Chushu pulled him into an embrace. Feeling the warmth of the hug, Watergate could no longer contain himself and broke down, sobbing into Chushu's shoulder. But he was my last family member. Chushu gently patted his back. I understand. In that moment, Watergate felt like a child again. Shedding the calm demeanor he typically maintained, yearning to be vulnerable in the presence of someone familiar. Eventually, Watergate ceased his weeping. Chushu, feeling the dampness on his left side, remarked, Watergate, your tear ducts are quite developed. The young son blushed, scratching his head, as if he had already come to regard Chushu as an older brother. Chushu, will you accompany me to find Kushina? Sighing, Chushu gazed at the dusky horizon, releasing a breath. Darn it, I couldn't evade this. He nodded in agreement, realizing he needed to escort Feng back to the Uchiha clan, thus accepting the request. All right. The situation in the Rain Village appeared grim. With the root ninjas around Watergate having already retreated, Chushu retracted his chakra perception, feeling relieved. At least for tonight, things would not be so precarious. Bidding farewell to Feng, they arrived at the entrance of Kushina's residence. However, unlike before, the house was eerily quiet and shrouded in darkness. Watergate sensed something was amiss and immediately climbed over the wall, with Chushu following suit. Three Thunder Ninja, you truly know how to stir up trouble. Watergate sighed as he noticed signs of a struggle, following the trail to uncover the clues. Over there, Chushu nodded, trailing behind him. Yet, he had already resolved to take a back seat, trusting Watergate to handle the situation. Before long, they spotted a long trail of red hair, which Watergate recognized instantly. This must be Kushina's. This is the clue left by Kushina. Watergate dashed forward, gathering every strand of red hair along the way without leaving a single one behind. What a devoted husband. Chushu couldn't help but comment, rolling his eyes. Chapter 28, the UUA clan not long after. Chushu and Minato spotted a group of individuals not far ahead. In order to avoid alarming the Konoha ninjas, they dared not make any sudden movements, proceeding with utmost caution. This, however, slowed their pace considerably, allowing Chushu and his companion to catch up effortlessly. Minato's eyes quickly fell upon Kushina, who was walking with her head lowered amidst the group. He promptly nudged Chushu, signaling him to take notice. Chushu nodded in understanding and gestured for Minato to take the lead in the attack. With remarkable synchrony, Minato leaped forward, swiftly incapacitating the last member of the team. Chushu drew out a kunai and rushed in to deliver the finishing blow, plunging the weapon into the adversary's neck. The unfortunate soul could not even utter a sound before succumbing to his fate. The two individuals ahead, startled by the thud of a body hitting the ground, turned around only to be confronted by the gushing fountain of blood from their comrade's neck, yet they perceived no sign of an enemy. Just as one was about to call for caution, a figure with dark greenish-black hair surged from the shadows. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, they felt a sudden pain at the back of their heads, followed by the abrupt end of their lives. With three adversaries dispatched, Chushu and Minato swiftly repositioned themselves for another ambush. Soon enough, this mixed team of Nin and Jinin was completely eliminated. Kushina, visibly shaken, stumbled into Minato's embrace. Chushu, however, remained vigilant, aware that this team likely consisted of more members than they had encountered. He recalled seeing a Nin earlier in the forest and noted that the strength of these ninjas was significantly inferior to that of the Nin he had faced before. Despite his thorough search, Chushu could not detect any further traces of other ninjas, leaving him perplexed about their whereabouts. Nevertheless, he reasoned that they posed little threat and decided to return to Konoha with the others. The following day, however, he was summoned to the Hokage's office by the Umbu. Upon arrival, Chushu was greeted to find Minato, Kushina, and Asuma waiting for him. The third Hokage, with a beaming smile, waved him over. Little Chushu, come here. At the sound of this endearing moniker, Chushu felt an involuntary shudder run down his spine, yet he approached the desk. What is it, Hokage-sama? The intelligence you provided yesterday proved invaluable, contributing significantly to the village's safety, and thus, I wish to reward you. Listening to the third's condescending tone made Chushu feel uneasy. But he had no choice but to play along. Really? What kind of reward? Not so fast. First, tell me how you discovered these individuals. Chushu regarded the third with a mixture of skepticism and annoyance. While on a mission. I went out to scout, and spotted them running towards the village from a tall tree. I then reported to teacher Asuma. Oh, I see. Which forest was it? The third exchanged knowing glances with the Umbu. The forest located north of Konoha, near the cliff. As soon as Chushu finished speaking, the Umbu leaped from the window, evidently to verify the information. Subsequently, the third released Chushu from his scrutiny. Very well, your reward will be given to you shortly. Chushu stepped aside, internally cursing the third. The third then turned his attention to Minato, still wearing a cheerful expression. Minato, Kushina mentioned that ninjas from the Land of Thunder attempted to abduct her last night. Is it true that you and Chushu saved her? Minato, lacking discretion before the third, naively replied, yes. Chushu and I worked together. I took the lead while he delivered the final blow, ultimately eliminating all 7 of them. His face beamed with pride, as if he were boasting of his prowess to the third. Chushu felt as though he had swallowed a fly, mentally berating Minato for his indiscretion. As expected, the third's gaze shifted to Chushu. It seems Chushu's strength should not be underestimated, and he acts with remarkable decisiveness. Chushu feigned ignorance. Huh? But isn't it imperative to leave no room for the enemy to retaliate? Otherwise, what if they counterattack? He turned to the third, but his expression remained inscrutable, betraying no thoughts. Asuma, quick-witted, interjected. Haha. Well said, Chushu. When dealing with enemies, one must spare no effort to ensure their own survival. He even gave Chushu a thumbs up. The third then returned to his usual demeanor. Indeed, little Chushu performed admirably. To commend your bravery and express gratitude for your care of Kushina, the village will prepare a gift for you. After this pronouncement, he dismissed them. However, just before they left, one of the third's comments sent a chill down Chushu's spine. Asuma, please stay behind. Sighing, Chushu walked down the path with a furrowed brow. Both Minato and Kushina had been privy to his quietude, puzzled by his sighing. Chushu, you've been sighing all the way. What troubles you? It's nothing. At your age, you wouldn't understand. You'll grasp it once you reach my level. Minato and Kushina exchanged bewildered glances. Well, whatever the case, it is what it is. I shall let nature take its course. Chushu collected his thoughts, casting aside his concerns. He bid farewell to Minato and Kushina before returning home, intending to delve into a series of studies. He had recently made progress in the art of fire release techniques and was eager to expand his understanding of this elemental affinity. Meanwhile, in the outer forest of Konoha, a battered team was making its way towards the Land of Thunder. The leading Chunin bore severe injuries, with extensive burns covering his body. Although he had applied rudimentary treatment, it was hardly sufficient, as he had merely hastily bandaged himself. Additionally, his left arm was fractured, and several ribs were broken, indicating he had endured a tremendous beating. Did you confirm it? 2 young ninjas from Konoha killed Uchiha? Indeed, replied a wounded Chunin trailing behind. One had blonde hair, while the other had dark greenish-black hair. That latter one, in particular, was exceptionally powerful. His techniques could even harden and elongate his hair. Ugh. How does Konoha continuously produce such talented ninjas? The leading Chunin expressed his frustration, realizing that his report would be challenging to write. The Uchiha clan was a prominent family aligned with the Raikage. Each generation of Raikage was selected from the Uchiha clan, and the third Raikage was renowned as the strongest of all. Uchiha, being the second son of the direct lineage, had now fallen in Konoha, complicating the writing of his report. It was not that he feared the Raikage's wrath. After all, the Raikage family was quite reasonable. However, the implications of the Uchiha clan's members. It seemed that the ninja world had birthed 2 formidable new stars. Chapter 29. The Chunin exams. The situation in the Land of Rain has deteriorated, and the Chunin exams are fast approaching. A few days ago, Jiraiya and his companions departed from Konoha. Consequently, Kushina, Minato, and others found themselves with some free time. In contrast, Haruaki, having been enrolled in the Chunin exams by Uchiha Fujio, was engaged in intense training. Together with Shizen Tsukihime and Saratobi Sanzaku, he observed Saratobi Sanzaku diligently performing physical training while Shizen Tsukihime continuously refined her chakra control. Haruaki felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Damn. I knew leaving Uchiha Fujio in Saratobi's hands would lead to trouble. Haruaki had already envisioned his fate. To the third Hokage, a decisive and capable child like him must be dispatched to the battlefield early to confront enemies, lest he lead the village's children astray. In truth, the third Hokage feared he would struggle to maintain authority over those children later on. Haruaki was exceedingly vexed. Thus, he took out a scroll with his left hand. This was the so-called reward from the third Hokage, a C-rank ninjutsu scroll. In his right hand, he held another scroll, also a reward from the village, this time a B-rank ninjutsu scroll. Perhaps the third Hokage felt that awarding a C-rank scroll for such a significant contribution was somewhat lacking. Hence the additional B-rank scroll. Both ninjutsu were chosen by Haruaki himself. One was the renowned fire release technique, the Great Fire Annihilation, which left a profound impression on everyone. The other was the relatively obscure water release, Water Shark Bullet. The rationale behind selecting Great Fire Annihilation was straightforward. Haruaki possessed an extraordinary talent for fire release, and he could even incorporate it into flame release. As for the Water Shark Bullet, it was simply due to a lack of water-based ninjutsu in his repertoire. Coincidentally, the Water Shark Bullet was the most common C-rank water ninjutsu, with its most notable moment coming from its association with an honest person who brought it to the public's attention. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that this technique was indeed a formidable ninjutsu. Each small shark's bite force was indistinguishable from that of a normal shark, and it was impervious to attacks, being composed solely of water. After some contemplation, Haruaki decisively unfurled the scroll for the Water Shark Bullet. First and foremost, Great Fire Annihilation was his first encounter, and he was uncertain about controlling its intensity. The training area was surrounded by trees, and should he inadvertently ignite one, he would have to compensate for the damage. The seal for the Water Shark Bullet was simple and required no elaborate explanation. The critical factor was controlling chakra and forming the first shark shape. Once the first shark was solidified, subsequent sharks would not require intentional control. Haruaki approached the riverbank, observing the small fish in the water. He then formed hand seals and extended his hands into the river. Gradually, a shark made of water began to take shape. Haruaki furrowed his brow, suddenly struck by a brilliant idea. The water shark slowly swam toward the small fish, which remained oblivious to any anomaly, continuing to feast on microorganisms in the river. Snap! In an instant, the water's surface was stained crimson, and the blood flowed away with the current. The water shark leaped from the surface, depositing a headless small fish into Haruaki's hands. The water shark was colorless and formless in the water, making it a natural stealth attack. Alas, the honest person is simply too kind-hearted. If he had this idea, would he still be dubbed the honest person? Shaking his head, Haruaki cast aside these thoughts. Flames erupted from his palm, roasting the small fish as he observed the water shark. He had not deliberately controlled the shape of the shark, but allowed his chakra to naturally catalyze into the form of a shark. The result? Quite fish-like. Its teeth were teeth, its eyes were eyes. It resembled a fish, but not quite a shark. Although it had the characteristics of a sharp-toothed, rounded fish, it leaned more toward an ordinary fish species. Haruaki dissipated the water shark and formed hand seals once more. This time, he intentionally influenced the changes in the shark's formation, altering its mouth to have a broader smile and sharpening its teeth. Its body became elongated, no longer possessing that rounded appearance. More importantly, he added some bony protrusions to the shark, enhancing its speed while reducing the sound generated by water friction. This is much better. Haruaki gazed at the current form of the shark, nodding in satisfaction. He then looked around, ultimately focusing on Shizen Tsukihime, who was practicing ninjutsu nearby. Unfortunately, Sanzaku was too far away from the riverbank, engaged in physical training. Shizen Tsukihime was striving to enhance the power of her ninjutsu, but her mind was preoccupied with Haruaki's ninjutsu strength, resulting in her inability to grasp the key points. TSK. Why can't I meet the requirements? Just as she pondered intently, feeling stuck, she suddenly sensed a chill behind her. Tsukihime spun around to find a water shark dangerously close to her neck, its mouth slowly closing. Remarkably, she had not heard a sound. Startled, Shizen Tsukihime stumbled back several steps before forming hand seals. In an instant, a vacuum bullet struck the shark, piercing it. Oh my, that was quite powerful. A foreign voice echoed from behind her. Tsukihime swiftly turned around, only to see a man clad in armor, with sharp teeth and small eyes, resembling a shark. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kisame Hashigaki, an Umbu ninja from the village hidden in the mist. I am here under orders to eliminate you. Tsukihime felt a shiver run down her spine. How could a ninja from the village hidden in the mist infiltrate Konoha so deeply? Moreover, he was here to kill us. Where was Haruaki? The only one capable of handling such an opponent was Haruaki. Tsukihime hurriedly scanned her surroundings, but after searching for a long time, she could not find Haruaki. Haha, you actually believe that? Haha. Just then, a familiar laughter resounded. Tsukihime felt like a donkey, thoroughly annoyed, and turned around. Haruaki was now holding his stomach, pointing at himself and laughing heartily. Nagong Haruaki. With that shout, Haruaki suddenly realized he had gone too far and quickly made his escape. Tsukihime, lacking the same speed, was unable to catch up with Haruaki. Soon enough, Haruaki came to a stop in a clearing. This place is perfect. I shall practice fire release here. Indeed, he had intentionally shaken off those two. Training in fire release could not be witnessed by anyone. Haruaki sensed his surroundings, and after confirming he was alone, he unfurled the scroll detailing great fire annihilation. Unbeknownst to him, in the Hokage's office, a pair of lecherous eyes were intently observing his training. Chapter 30. The CH-9 exam. Before long, the CH-9 exam commenced as scheduled. In the examination hall, Chushu had already settled into a seat. The first round was a written test, overseen by an unfamiliar J-9. As the seconds ticked by, more candidates gradually filled the room. Among them were Shimizu Suki and Saratobi Yamakaze, who arrived one after another. Chushu also spotted the Minato team, presumably reported by the third Hokage. However, Kushina was notably absent. It was understandable. How could the third possibly send the Jinchuriki to the front lines when he was intent on protecting her as a prized asset? Maple-chan, Chushu-chan, Minato, and his companions promptly claimed ignorance and distanced themselves from Chushu and Maple. Consequently, Chushu and Maple found themselves seated together, as the exam regulations prohibited teammates from sitting in close proximity. All right, return to your seats. The proctor, who had somehow appeared in the classroom without notice, glared fiercely at the candidates gathered below. Following a lengthy admonition filled with threats, the papers were finally distributed. Chushu glanced at the questions and confirmed their difficulty. Yet, some ninjas had already begun answering with remarkable speed. The J-9 proctor surveyed the room, evidently assessing the candidates' information-gathering abilities. Chushu rolled his eyes, then closed them, honing his sensory perception to its utmost limit. In an instant, every movement of the diligent scholars was vividly transmitted to Chushu's mind. By analyzing their writing style and positioning, he deduced which questions they were tackling. Soon, Chushu began to write fervently as well. Beside him, Maple activated her Sharingan early, mimicking the movements of her peers just as Sasuke had in the original tale. Minato, A true academic prodigy found the advanced questions utterly trivial. Shimizu Suki was similarly unfazed. Only Akimichi Yashimaru and Saratobi Yamakaze seemed to be in despair, both possessing mediocre academic records. In the examination hall, faced with these challenging questions and lacking any covert cheating methods, they were left scratching their heads in frustration. Yet, Maple had her own strategy. After completing her paper, she cast a genjutsu to immobilize Yashimaru. Chushu extended his chakra to Yamakaze's hands, using the pressure of his grip to discern the right answers. Observing this scene, the proctor nodded in satisfaction. Ding ding ding. The exam concluded, and the proctor instructed everyone to cease writing, proceeding to collect and grade the papers. In reality, scores were based on their ability to gather information. The true scholars received full marks without question. Chushu, Minato, Maple, and Suki were undoubtedly among the top scorers. Yashimaru and Yamakaze lagged significantly behind. Barely scrapped Chapter 31. Nin Exams 3. As night fell, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Chushu nimbly returned to the designated spot. However, from a distance, he spotted the flicker of flames emanating from a hollow tree. A swarm of mosquitoes buzzed around the light, with the occasional one daring to venture inside. Chushu hurried back and extinguished the campfire. We mustn't light a fire like this. It can easily reveal our position. You're back, Chushu. Yanfei Shankei quickly stood up, only to be pressed down by Chushu. Shu, let's crouch and sense our surroundings. After confirming that no wild beasts were lurking nearby, Chushu finally relaxed. We mustn't attract any wild animals. The Nin may follow their trails to locate our camp. Let's rest for the night, tomorrow. We'll craft a lantern to contain our light. Shankei nodded, while Azumi Tsukihime had already lain down to rest, evidently conserving her energy. Chushu nibbled on some roasted meat to quell his hunger before settling down to sleep. With no Nin hunting that day, they were spared from keeping watch, allowing them to retire early. At dawn, as the melodious chirping of birds resonated, Chushu awoke with a start. He swiftly dashed outside, returning moments later with a bird in one hand and a wild boar slung over his shoulder. The bird was from the tree above, while the boar was a recent find foraging nearby. Unfortunately, before he could make a move, a hole had already appeared in its head. Additionally, while preparing the boar by a nearby stream, he managed to fetch some water. Upon re-entering the hollow tree, he found Azumi Tsukihime had already risen. It was around 7 o'clock. He decided to rouse Shankei, as the Nin would likely mobilize by 8. Let us have breakfast while I prepare some odorless rations. Tsukihime nodded and turned to wake Shankei. As they enjoyed their breakfast, a piercing whistle cut through the air. Beep! Chushu reacted instantly, extinguishing the fire. They're about to mobilize. Let us get into position. Shankei and Tsukihime immediately sprang into action, taking cover in the concealed spot they had discovered the day before. Chushu swiftly maneuvered through the forest, aiming to locate the hunters. Soon, he spotted figures leaping above him. East, west, west. The figures divided into 3 teams, darting in different directions. 2 teams headed west, while one, presumably, ventured north. The west, with its small stream, was indeed a prime strategic location, hence, those 2 teams likely aimed for the riverbank. The eastern woods appeared lush, suggesting a considerable number of hiding teams. However, the towering forest to the north warranted particular scrutiny, offering numerous advantageous conditions. Initially, Chushu analyzed their directions meticulously. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that 2 Nin had already spotted him from behind. Wind release, great breakthrough. Earth release, rock armor. Upon hearing the sounds, Chushu hurriedly formed seals, enveloping himself in rock armor. When he turned, he realized the Nin were less than half a meter away. The commotion might attract others. He couldn't afford to engage them. Fire release, great fire extinguishment. A roaring flame erupted from Chushu's mouth, spreading across the ground. The Nin lost sight of him as the smoke concealed his figure. Yet, he couldn't let the fire expand. The 2 swiftly formed seals and erected water barriers to extinguish the flames. The clash of fire and water generated a thick fog, obscuring visibility entirely. Damn it, this kid is troublesome. Figures rushed into the mist, yet none emerged. An arriving Nin quickly commanded, don't all rush in. You'll lose sight. Stay vigilant. However, this only intensified the chaos, as Chapter 32, the chunin exam for what? In the office of the Raikage, located in the hidden cloud village of the Land of Lightning, the 3rd Raikage suddenly stood up, slamming his palm on the desk. Documents scattered across the floor, revealing the faintly inscribed characters of the Yue clan. Yet, the 3rd Raikage did not express anger upon receiving the news, for he had long anticipated the possibility of a ninja perishing on a mission. Thus, after Yuejiro accepted the assignment, he had already braced himself for the news of death. However, the manner of this demise left him at a loss. Killed in Konoha by 2 mere children. Children. No less, freshly minted genin. This made it impossible for him to explain to his clan. Who would believe that 2 children from Konoha could eliminate an entire squad of chunin and genin? He believed it. Yes, regardless of whether his clan accepted it. He certainly did. Konoha, established by the first Hokage Senja Hashirama and the fearsome Uchiha Madara, itself embodied a formidable legacy. Even if he could withstand the 8 tails and fight to exhaustion, he lacked the confidence to confront those 2. Thus, The emergence of such prodigies in Konoha made the comparison with those two children appear rather insignificant. At least, the reports concerning these children were more credible. A. Sitting back in his chair, closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment before inquiring of his assistant, "How is my son and killer be faring in their training?" "The training has progressed to an advanced stage. They are nearly ready for brief chakra interactions with the tailed beasts. Replace my desk and arrange for a team selection. I must personally visit the hidden rain village." With that, the third Raikage rose and exited the office. The assistant gazed at the chaos strewn about the room and sighed heavily. "After this war, I shall resign. In the land of Earth, within the hidden stone village." Inoki stroked his grizzled beard and glanced at his son, who was nearly 10 times his size. "Huangtu, how credible do you find this matter?" "Lord Tsuchikage, personally, I believe that this joint document from Sunagakure seems unlikely to be fabricated. Currently, Konoha is constrained from 3 fronts, with the hidden rain village lurking ominously, while Sunagakure and we pose potential threats, not to mention the precarious situation in the land of whirlpools, which is depleting their available forces." Huangtu meticulously pointed at the sand table, providing a thorough analysis of the current situation. "Therefore, I believe Sunagakure's impoverishment no longer permits them to remain idle. This joint document can be accepted." "Indeed." Inoki nodded at Huangtu's analysis. "Yet, it is insufficient. We must pressure Konoha through our alliance. But we cannot overlook the hidden cloud village's stealth." Upon this reminder, Huangtu's expression brightened with understanding. "Lord Tsuchikage, do you mean?" Inoki regarded Huangtu with satisfaction, pleased that his son comprehended his thoughts. "First, we must agree, then we can deploy defenses against the hidden cloud village, reducing the reinforcement of our ninja forces, allowing Sunagakure to venture forth into peril. We shall send a contingent of 10,000 troops merely for show, engaging in skirmishes with A, while the main forces remain inactive until Sunagakure falters or Konoha reveals a vulnerability." "Understood." Huangtu promptly dispatched a response to Sunagakure. The other council members had no objections. For in the hidden stone village, Inoki's authority was supreme, and no one dared voice dissent. "Humph. Let us see which reveals an opportunity first. A. Sunagakure or Konoha?" Inoki's mind conjured the image of a beige-haired figure shrouded in a headscarf, a sense of wariness blooming within him. The third Raikage, indeed, is a figure to be reckoned with. "How are you two faring in the giant wood forest?" Haru called out to the distant figures of Yamato and Suki. Before them stood 2 chunin armed with kunai. "No problem. Just a bit tricky," Sarutobi Yamato replied, keeping his eyes warily on the chunin before him. About 2 days prior, Haru had informed the two of the situation, and they had since exercised great caution, revealing no obvious weaknesses. Over the past 2 days, many chunin had been eliminated by teams of genin, and reports of genin being dispatched had begun to circulate. Sarutobi Yamato had grown somewhat overconfident, dismissing the chunin as rather inconsequential. However, this morning, as their rations ran out, a careless mistake revealed their location when he inadvertently left a trace while on guard. When departing the lookout point, the prolonged lack of movement had left a conspicuous trail, leading to the discovery of their hideout. When Haru returned with their catch, they had nearly been captured on the spot. Fortunately, due to the elimination of numerous competitors, only a few chunin had arrived. Otherwise, Haru would not have even considered rescuing them. "Kid, surrender. Though you can run, your teammates are here. You cannot abandon them." "Haha. Do not say such things. If my will were so easily broken, I would not have chosen the path of a ninja." With that, Haru launched the first offensive, summoning a series of shadow clones. "Oh, shadow clones. Indeed, they can serve chakra. But what use are these shadows to us?" One of the chunin expressed confusion. Yet soon, he realized he had gravely underestimated the situation. "Watch closely. You too. The use of clones and the body flicker technique can be lethal." In unison, 3 Harus formed hand seals and charged toward the 2. TCH, merely a distraction. There is only one real body. The 2 raised their kunai, preparing to confront one of the Harus, mentally resolving that if this was the real one, they need not concern themselves with the others. However, they were unprepared for what transpired next. Clang, clang, what? Thud. The kunai in their hands met unexpected resistance, leaving them astonished. At that moment, a third figure, wielding 2 kunai, struck each of them in the abdomen with a swift motion. Fortunately, due to the protective gear they wore, the wounds were not deep. "Cursed. Are all of them real? I warned you. This is merely a reminder. Next time, I shall utilize my full strength to eliminate you both." With that declaration, the surrounding clones sprang into action, weaving around the 2. TCH, a polite little brat, quite charming. The 2, wary yet determined, drew their kunai and clashed with the oncoming shadows. However, these clones were fleeting, avoiding prolonged engagement, which left the 2 in a state of frustration. Is this truly not a shadow clone? It is hard to believe anyone could wield clones and the body flicker technique to such an extent. Flattery will get you nowhere. My skills are still lacking. The ultimate application of the body flicker technique is not limited to this, Haru mused, recalling the original story Shursui, who had mastered the technique to such a degree that he achieved similar results with far less chakra expenditure. Haha. The kid is indeed modest. How about this? Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. In an instant, a torrent of flames erupted from the chunin's mouth, spreading forth. Several clones fell victim to the flames, significantly reducing their numbers. All right, let me join. The other chunin, seeing the effectiveness, quickly began forming seals. Chisu wished to intervene, but was thwarted by his teammates. As the hand seals were completed, he had no choice but to retreat. How infuriating. Earth release, groundquake. The ground began to tremble violently. Fissures appearing around him, leaving Chisu struggling to maintain his balance. He dissipated his shadow clones and leaped to a nearby tree. Ninja art, raging lion's mane. Boom. Just as the two nin reveled in their triumph, Chisu's hair elongated instantaneously, like a lion pouncing on its prey. It struck the earth release nin down to the ground. What? The swiftness of this technique caught the fire release nin completely off guard. Before he could even perform the hand seals, another sound resonated. Ninja art, needle earth deity. In an instant, Chisu's hair transformed into something as hard as steel, and several sharp strands shot forth. The fire release nin was immediately pierced and fell to the ground, howling in agony, while Chisu retracted his hair. Beep. With the sound of a whistle, the two from Chisu's side were eliminated and summoned away by nin. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yamatsum and Tsukihime were evenly matched against the nin, whose lightning release was formidable, leaving the two reluctant to engage closely. They found themselves at a loss for what to do. Chapter 33, the nin exams final. Yet, just as the mountain sparrow was lost in thought, Tsukihime dashed forward without any warning. Tsukihime. Oh, are you not planning for a desperate fight? The lightning release nin believed he had discerned his opponent's intentions. And under the stimulation of lightning release, his body began to move at an alarming speed. Although wind release is the nemesis of lightning release. If you cannot strike me, then it is all mere talk. Lightning release, earth walk. On the ground, serpentine bolts of lightning surged forth, pursuing the mountain sparrow and Tsukihime. Tsukihime swiftly spun two spheres of air in her hands, launching two wind blades to save herself and Sarutobi mountain sparrow. Wind release, wind cutter. Your movements are too slow. However, at that moment, a voice from behind her sent chills down her spine. The lightning release nin had somehow appeared behind her, his kunai charged with lightning, poised to strike. Wind release, storm palm. The mountain sparrow quickly unleashed a wind palm, dispersing the lightning on the kunai. TCH, how troublesome. Water release, water surge. The lightning release nin, seeing this, immediately formed hand seals and unleashed a column of water that surged in all directions. Tsukihime and mountain sparrow were soon enveloped within it. Simultaneously, he sensed a flicker of lightning in his hand, ready to strike the water column. Lightning release, gratitude wave. Bang. However, before he could make contact with his water technique, a shadow suddenly leaped out from the side. The nin, caught off guard, was knocked over. His lightning technique had yet to dissipate and was directly pressed into the water beneath him. Zizug. In an instant, the water crackled with lightning. The lightning release nin being electrocuted into a tinder mess. Meanwhile, the mountain sparrow and Tsukihime were supported against a tree by Haruasaki. But how infuriating. Are Tanaka and Matsushita really this useless? They were actually defeated by a mere child. The lightning release nin, despite being electrocuted, managed to struggle back to his feet. Haru Asahi quickly readied his kunai, though he too was not in optimal condition, despite appearing unscathed. The depletion of chakra and stamina left him utterly exhausted. Very well, it seems we must fight to the death. Lightning release, lightning wave. A bolt of lightning shot forth from the lightning release nin's hand, and Haru Asahi hurriedly leapt to evade. However, he was taken aback to find the lightning release nin had already appeared before him, moving faster than his instantaneous technique. With no time to dodge, Haru Asahi tossed the two individuals on his shoulders aside and drew his kunai to confront the nin. Yet, as soon as their weapons clashed, the nin's lightning-charged kunai sliced through his own. Fortunately, he managed to deflect it just enough to create an opening for a substitution technique. Bang! A piece of wood was cleaved in two, the cut blackened. Haru Asahi scanned the area, but the lightning release nin was nowhere to be seen. Oh no! Haru Asahi thought, as countless clones emerged around him, his instantaneous technique weaving back to the mountain sparrow's side. Sure enough, the nin had already brought down his blade. TCH, targeting the weakest, the mountain sparrow first? I can't use rock armor, it would be shattered by the lightning. Haru Asahi's hair suddenly grew long, holding the nin's arm at bay. Oh, quite fast, you are a formidable young one. No wonder those two fools were taken down by you. As the lightning release nin spoke, he reached for another kunai. Haru Asahi quickly formed hand seals, causing several shark-like fish to erupt from the water, lunging at the nin. TCH. Very clever. The nin had no choice but to abandon his attempt to sever Haru Asahi's hair and instead cleave through the nearby shark fish. This was a perfect opportunity, and Haru Asahi quickly distanced himself. However, his chakra was insufficient to perform the great fireball technique, so he shouted behind him. Mountain sparrow. Received. Fire release. Great fireball. Just as the lightning release nin dealt with the water shark projectiles, he attempted to flee, only to find his arm tightly bound. It was over. Almost instinctively, he hurled 2 kunai charged with lightning at the mountain sparrow. The chunin felt a sense of dread. Should he hit? The mountain sparrow would surely suffer immensely. This was merely a chunin exam. He did not wish to eliminate such a promising talent, especially one from the Sarutobi clan. Yet, the instincts honed on the battlefield allowed no time for contemplation. The watching chunin prepared to intervene, but just then, a voice rang out, causing him to retract his gathered energy. Wind release, vacuum sphere. 2 bullet-like gusts of wind shot forth, knocking the kunai away. Simultaneously, the mountain sparrow's great fireball arrived. I concede. The chunin immediately declared his surrender, and Haruosaki quickly released his grip on his wrist, allowing him to escape. After all, it was merely an exam. No one wished to be severely injured. The lightning release chunin, having narrowly evaded the fire release, hurried over. Haruosaki thought he was about to act dishonorably and quickly readied his kunai. No. I'm already eliminated. The chunin waved his hands, and Haruosaki finally relaxed, collapsing onto a relatively clean patch of ground. Sarutobi Mountain Sparrow also fell to the ground, exhausted, as the great fireball had drained all his chakra. Now only Shimizu Tsukihime remained with a modicum of energy, standing guard around her. You 3 are truly impressive. I consider myself the strongest chunin in this exam. I apologize for earlier. My battlefield instincts did not allow for restraint. Seeing that he had come to apologize, Sarutobi Mountain Sparrow's opinion of him improved significantly. However, he could only wave his hand dismissively, unable to stop panting heavily. Haruosaki, not quite as fatigued, noted that his chakra was relatively high among the genin. You are quite formidable as well, with this strength. A few more missions will surely elevate you to chunin status. Ha, that seems about right. The chunin chuckled, and then noticed the approaching chunin. Bidding farewell to Haruosaki and the others. I must take my leave. Who knows, we may become colleagues in the future. By the way, my name is Gitsu Hiroshi, Shimizu Tsukihime. I am Sarutobi Mountain Sparrow. The chunin paused, realizing they were all from prominent clans, then looked at Haruosaki. Nagong Haruosaki. Nagong? Haha, very well, I shall remember that. In the next moment, with a light sound, Gitsu Hiroshi was summoned away. Following the departure of such a formidable ninja, the remaining chunin were gradually eliminated as well. Haruosaki and his companions successfully navigated the remaining time and passed the chunin exams. As they exited the examination hall, they encountered the Watergate team, who had been waiting outside for a while. Haruosaki strolled over lazily. Hey, you passed, right? The 3 from Watergate wore smiles, nodding confidently. Of course, Haruosaki. You shouldn't have encountered any issues, right? Haruosaki embraced the rushing Keed. Yes, it was a bit perilous, but we made it through. Excellent. In that case, I shall treat everyone today. Let us feast together. Sarutobi Mountain Sparrow, being affable, proposed a gathering without concern for familiarity with Watergate. Let's split the bill. Watergate's girlfriend will be joining, and with Yashimaru in tow, you might not be able to cover the costs. What a joke, Haruosaki. You underestimate me. I am a young master of the Sarutobi clan. After all, Haruosaki looked at Watergate helplessly, already preparing to help cover the difference with him. Well, Tsukihime, you should join us too. No, I wish to return to my training. Shimizu Tsukihime predictably declined the invitation to the gathering, while Mountain Sparrow, not one to give up easily, shot a glance at Haruosaki. Shushu, feeling somewhat helpless, casually offered a remark. Oh, don't be such a downer. It's just a gathering. A chance to make some friends. While speaking, he was amusing himself with the nearby phone, exuding an air of utter nonchalance. However, what he did not anticipate was that Shimizu Tsukihime, after a brief silence, unexpectedly agreed. All right, I'll join you. In that moment, both Shankei and Chushu exchanged bewildered glances, as if they had seen a ghost. They then turned their curious gazes toward Tsukihime. Shankei had not anticipated that Tsukihime would consent, as she had consistently declined similar invitations in the past, resulting in the trio having never gathered together. The fact that she agreed this time genuinely took him by surprise. Chushu, on the other hand, found nothing particularly unusual about it. Perhaps she simply wished to unwind a little lately. Yet, Feng beside him sensed something amiss and regarded Tsukihime with a wary expression. As a woman, her intuition, her sixth sense, told her that there was something off about Shimizu Tsukihime. She then cast a glance at Chushu, who was smiling at her, her suspicions deepening, not towards Chushu himself, but rather towards Tsukihime. Chapter 34. The temperature drops throughout the journey. Feng remained rather reticent. Even when Chugzu attempted to engage her in conversation, she appeared somewhat distracted. For some inexplicable reason, she clung to Chushu's arm with an unusual tightness, as if fearing he might vanish. Initially, Chushu dismissed her behavior, but upon arriving at the barbecue restaurant of the Tudu family, he was taken aback to find that Feng, who typically relished grilled meat, had lost her appetite entirely. Phone? Uchiha Feng. What's wrong? After Chushu called her name thrice, she finally responded. What were you thinking just now? You seemed so engrossed. Oh, it's nothing really. Just pondering the future. You know, tasks and whatnot. Haha. Chushu frowned slightly. Fang's evasive demeanor clearly indicated she was preoccupied with troubling thoughts. Yet, she seemed reluctant to share them, leaving him at a loss. Come on. I'm really not thinking about anything. Let us eat some barbecue. Chushu cast a peculiar glance at Feng, only to turn and discover that the meat on his plate had vanished. He immediately glanced toward Kushina, who appeared startled, as if jolted by electricity, before she turned away, cheeks bulging as she chewed vigorously. With no other option, Chushu helped himself to another plate, grilling for both himself and Feng. After the group had feasted, Sarutobi Sanchaku approached the front desk to settle the bill, his heart racing as he beheld the towering stack of plates. Upon hearing the total, he felt as though his heart had shattered. 13,000 ryo for a group of 7 children, even after a discount. Most of that was devoured by Kushina and Gimar. Glancing into his wallet, which contained only 70 ryo, he felt as if the sky had fallen. He awkwardly looked at the cashier. Well, I have 30 ryo left, which is for me and Feng. Kushina and I still have around 40 ryo. At that moment, the voices of Chushu and Minato were like a lifeline. And Sanchaku felt as if the weight of the world had been lifted. Ahem, I did say I would treat, but if you insist on sharing, I'll cover a bit more. Minato, you can pitch in 30 ryo. Thus, the children finally settled the bill, Sanchaku unknowingly shouldering the burden of debt. The consequence was that they would have no pocket money for the rest of the month. Meanwhile, Shimura Suki saw this unfold and felt it was inappropriate to comment, especially since even Pseudo Gimar had helped with the discount. She couldn't very well refuse to contribute. My family, the Shimura, is a prominent clan. How could I let others pay for our meal? However, I didn't bring much today. I'll pitch in 20 ryo. Saying so, she pulled out 2 bills from her stack and handed them to Sanchaku. Sanchaku was overwhelmed with gratitude, his eyes brimming with tears as he gazed at Suki. Suki! Bang! As Sanchaku rushed toward her with outstretched arms, Suki showed no mercy, slapping him to the ground. Don't make me uncomfortable. Chushu shook his head, taking Feng's hand as they bid farewell to the others. Well, it's getting late. Let us meet again tomorrow. Everyone nodded and dispersed toward their respective homes. After all, following their promotion to chunin, they would gather the next day for the transition from genin to chunin. Thus, see you tomorrow was not merely a formality. Chushu walked alongside Minato and Kushina, escorting Feng all the way. Hey, Feng. Now that we're alone, can you tell me what you were thinking earlier? Upon hearing this, Feng halted in her tracks, prompting Chushu to stop as well, waiting for her response. Chushu, do you think we can break the outdated notions held by the Uchiha? Feng did not directly answer, but posed a question in return. Chushu was perplexed, unsure of her meaning. I suppose so. The Uchiha clan's bloodline forbade external marriages, a tradition upheld for over 1,000 years. Truth be told, Chushu lacked confidence in their ability to overturn such a long-standing rule. His spirits plummeted. He understood that the Uchiha's regulations were rigid, not easily altered. However, since he had formed a bond with Feng, this seemingly youthful yet profoundly mature girl had become his sole anchor. He realized he had fallen for her long ago, his heart revealing the truth during that fateful evening. To be honest, 2.5 years of solitude were not as idyllic as one might imagine. There were no networks, no phones, no beloved snacks. Only the cold walls and silent chambers that awaited him upon returning home. Each day was fraught with anxiety, a relentless performance to perfect. Sometimes it appears that the recent drop in temperature has been rather severe. Chapter 35, Rewards. Chushu, you're quite early today. Morning, Mizukichi. At 8 o'clock in front of the Hokage building, Watergate greeted Chushu with a smile. To be honest, he was a bit surprised. Chushu, who usually arrived just on time, was here earlier than him. At this hour, wasn't he supposed to still be asleep, lazily rising around 9:50? Was today a change of heart for him? Watergate scrutinized Chushu. The familiar dead fish eyes, the familiar yawn. All right, you still seemed as lazy as ever. Yet, why did it feel just a bit different from before? Why are you up so early today? Watergate inquired. Well, it is an important day, and I happened to be hungry this morning, so I got up. Is that so? The two engaged in casual conversation as more genin began to gather. Their familiar faces arrived in succession. Kushina naturally approached Watergate, and Keed joined their group. Hey, Keed, here is breakfast for you. Chushu handed a packet of sandwiches to Keed, who opened it with delight. Wow, it's my favorite. Thank you, Chushu. Their exchange was typical, yet it lacked the intimacy of the past. Kushina and Watergate exchanged glances, both sensing something was amiss. They nodded, one directing a question at Chushu, the other at Keed. Hey, Chushu, Keed, have you two had a fight? No. Why do you ask? It just feels like you're not as close as before. 2-0, you're overthinking it. How could that be? Isn't it just like before? As they spoke, they stood hand in hand. Watergate and Kushina scratched their heads, returning to their spots, convinced that the couple's dynamic felt off. Nearby, Gyro observed the synchrony of the two pairs, momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, another voice chimed in. Hey, Chushu. Chushu turned to see Sarutobi Kanomaru. Oddly enough, Tsunade was also arriving on time today. Hey, Kanomaru, Tsunade. After exchanging pleasantries, Sarutobi Hiruzen ascended to the Hokage building's rooftop. Chushu fell silent, the hand he held naturally slipping away. It's delightful to be with you all in. Great, he is already speaking like an old pro. Chushu silently scoffed, stifling a yawn as he began to feel drowsy. Yet, whether by design or accident, the old Hokage concluded his speech just as Chushu felt the weight of sleepiness. And now, we will distribute rewards according to the rankings of this chunin exam. First place. Negon Chushu. In an instant, Chushu jolted awake, staring incredulously at Sarutobi Hiruzen on the rooftop. He realized the old man was grinning at him. Now Chushu understood. The whole chunin exam had been overseen by this old man? Did that mean all those questions, the chunin, even Dong Wei Hong, could have been orchestrated to test him? This old man is not to be trifled with. Chushu felt a chill run down his spine. As Chushu stepped into the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. Negon Chushu displayed exceptional prowess in this chunin exam, showcasing remarkable perceptive abilities during the written test, assisting his teammate Sarutobi Kanohamaru to pass. In the 7-day survival challenge, he exemplified calmness, rationality, and outstanding ninjutsu skills. Not only did he cleverly create an escape route amidst a siege of chunin, but he also single-handedly eliminated 2 chunin. Chushu unconsciously quickened his pace, feeling increasingly anxious. This old man has revealed everything about me. Being first place was already enough to draw attention. But now he had laid bare all my details. How many eyes would be on him now? Moreover, he collaborated with his team and, against all odds, eliminated the only Umbu ninja in this exam. Therefore, he is awarded a ninjutsu scroll, fire style, dragon flame technique, 50,000 ryo, and an application for a special B-rank ninjutsu. 3 Hokage. Finally reaching the rooftop, Chushu realized that Sarutobi Hiruzen had already finished announcing the rewards. This is pure theatrics. When did he ever speak so quickly? Why was it that upon his arrival, the rewards were already laid out? The 3rd Hokage glanced back at Chushu, flashing him a smile before continuing. Now, please allow our first place to come forward to receive his reward. Oh. Applause erupted from the crowd. Chushu walked to the edge of the rooftop, awkwardly smiling at everyone. Hello there. Heh. Beside him, the 3rd Hokage had already brought forth a tray, adorned with the chunin vest, a new forehead protector, a scroll, and neatly rolled bills. Take it, Chushu. This is your reward. I truly thank you, 3rd Hokage. Chushu nearly gritted his teeth as he uttered these words. Who knew what his life would become after today? Being alone in this world was already precarious enough. Now that the 3rd Hokage had exposed him, his sense of security was utterly shattered. Haha. No need to be so formal, young Chushu. Now, which B-rank ninjutsu would you like to apply for? Today, Grandpa can assist you. Chushu's lips twitched. What good is pretending to be amiable now? However, when it came to the desired B-rank ninjutsu, Chushu indeed had something in mind. Shadow Clone Technique, a versatile ninjutsu with a difficulty rating of B. Unlike the multiple shadow clone technique, this one does not exhaust chakra all at once. Instead, it distributes chakra evenly among each clone, determining the number of clones based on the amount of chakra allocated. Furthermore, it is not classified as a forbidden technique and can be learned by any Konoha ninja. Yet, the reason Chushu desired the shadow clone technique was not to employ a tactics reminiscent of the prince in the original story. Rather, he needed the construction principles of this technique for his upcoming fire style reference direction. 3rd Hokage, I wish to learn the shadow clone technique. Oh, the shadow clone. Indeed a commendable ninjutsu. Then please follow this gentleman to collect it. Grandpa must preside over the event. With that, an Umbu suddenly appeared, his physique somewhat familiar. Chushu frowned. Wasn't he that Dong Wei Hong? Little brat, you dare deceive me? If you fall into my hands again, you shall suffer greatly. Follow me. The Umbu spoke coldly, then led Chushu downstairs. Chushu trailed behind, listening as Sarutobi Hiruzen began to recount the performance of the 2nd place. 2nd place, Namikaze Minato. As he listened to the narrative, Chushu realized that he was not exaggerating. The 3rd Hokage genuinely intended to go through each of them one by one. Chapter 36. Maruksan time flew by, and it has been 3 months since Chushu and his companions became chunin. During this period, the encounters between Watergate and Chushu's teams dwindled. Presently, Chushu would only occasionally bring something to visit Feng. Each of them continued their tasks within their respective teams, leading a tranquil life. Until, have you heard? The Wind Shadow commanded a large number of ninjas to march towards Konoha yesterday. Is that so? Does that mean we must prepare for battle? Indeed, it appears that another great war in the ninja world is imminent. We must prioritize our responsibilities. Nearby, Chushu had just entered the Hokage building and overheard the conversation among several ninjas in the mission hall. A sense of foreboding instinctively washed over him. He had initially intended to forego accepting missions today, as his experiment had reached a critical juncture, and he hoped to make significant progress. However, just as he was halfway through, he was interrupted by the commotion caused by the Umbu summoned by the 3rd Hokage, startling him and causing even his fire release to spiral out of control, nearly igniting the warehouse. Sigh, what a tumultuous time. Ultimately, the 3rd Kazekage could not contain himself. Hatake Tsukumo was about to become renowned. Upon reaching the Hokage's office, he found himself standing beside Watergate and Feng. As expected, Grandpa 3rd. Ah, you've arrived, little Chushu. Is there a mission we need to undertake? Chushu feigned innocence. The third seemed to have adopted an unusually amiable demeanor, responding warmly. Indeed, our homeland is facing a crisis, and we greatly need your strength, little Chushu. Chushu felt a wave of nausea. Ever since his circumstances were revealed by the third 3 months prior, he had completely given up in front of him, only accepting simpler tasks involving espionage. The third had not interfered with his affairs, and he had even felt a complete absence of scrutiny. Now, feigning the role of a benevolent elder seemed a touch too late, didn't it? Haha. Lord Third, you jest. May I inquire about the nature of the mission? Not yet. Let us wait for your teammates to arrive, the third replied with a sly smile, finding amusement in Chushu's reaction, before continuing to process documents. Chushu furrowed his brow. Their teammates? The leading jonin? Realizing this, he glanced at Watergate, who wore a grave expression and shook his head, implying they would discuss it later. On the other side, Feng tugged at his sleeve. Before Chushu could turn around, she leaned into his ear. In that moment, a warm breath grazed his earlobe. It's the Sand Ninjas. They've taken advantage of our moment of vulnerability and declared war on us. Chushu's eyelids drooped. That's not what I was asking. I meant where has Uchiha Fujio gone? Chushu smiled, handing Feng a piece of candy, before finding a place to sit. Feng wished to sit beside him. But alas, this was the third's office, and she lacked the courage. Creak, the office door swung open once more, and Shimizu Tsukihime and Sarutobi Sunju entered. The two clans had territories in close proximity, allowing them to frequently visit together. Hey, Uncle Nikon, is there something going on? Fool. You should address him by his title while at work. The third slammed the table, showing no tolerance for Sarutobi Sunju's casualness. Ah, Wagada. Uncle. You. Never mind. The third was about to lecture the boy when his gaze fell upon Akimichi Yashimaru, and he lost his temper. Chushu. Come stand here. Chushu yawned and, as instructed by the third, stood before Shimizu Tsukihime and Sarutobi Sunju. I believe you have all heard the news to some extent. Yes. The Sand Ninjas have seized the opportunity while we were focused on the Rain Village to launch an assault on us. At this moment, there are 3,000 Sand Ninjas in the Western Forest, and Uchiha Fujio was dispatched to the battlefield yesterday. However, we still require your contributions. Yes. Watergate immediately stood at attention, startling Chushu beside him. Now, I appoint Watergate as the temporary captain of Team 7. I appoint Chushu as the temporary captain of Team 11. The two teams were to immediately head towards the Western Forest at the border of the land of rivers and Konoha to repel the invaders. Sigh. Chushu and his two teammates raced through the forest, letting out a helpless sigh. They had indeed been dispatched to the front lines. Their small team was incorporated into the 2nd Battalion at the front, while Watergate's team was assigned to the 4th Battalion. The 2T Chapter 37, 3 minutes to refer to Marahoshi Kokiai as a middle-aged man would not be entirely accurate. At around 30 years of age. The lines around his mouth were merely pronounced due to the rigors of relentless missions, leaving his skin somewhat coarse. Thus, he appeared older than he truly was. Chushu did not linger for long but led the two, Shankwan and Yueji, to the main tent, reporting to the 2nd Battalion commander. The special elite shinobi team led by Nagong Chushu is here. Chushu lazily bowed, yet he did not neglect the necessary courtesies. Nagong? Chushu straightened up and observed the stunned elite shinobi before him, sensing something amiss. This commander appeared seasoned and should have ample experience. However, upon hearing his name, the reaction was markedly different from that of Sarutobi Izashi. An instinctive unease settled over him. Every time he announced his name, those of a more contemplative nature reacted similarly, as if his name bore some hidden significance. Commander? Commander. Oh, Nagong, there is no need for formalities. We are of equal rank, no need for reports. The battalion commander finally grasped the situation, rising to gesture for the three to take a seat on the nearby cushions. Shankwan and Yueji knelt respectfully while Chushu instinctively sat cross-legged. I have reviewed the task scroll from the 3rd Hokage, and the strength of the three of you is sufficient to address most of the rogue shinobi. My plan is to distribute the shinobi from the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th battalions, focusing on reinforcing the 1st and 5th battalions, then establish defenses outward. The central 3rd battalion will be your responsibility to guard. Chushu nodded, recognizing the soundness of this battle strategy, which aligned closely with his own thoughts. Moreover, the assignment was well suited to their capabilities. However, he was reluctant to finalize this battle plan. For him, this mission assignment represented an opportunity bestowed by the 3rd Hokage and a chance for personal growth. The 3rd's focus would remain on the Land of Rain, and the telescope technique would not be applicable to this battlefield. Furthermore, given the considerable distance, its effectiveness was uncertain. This was an ideal moment for Chushu to hone his combat experience with fire release, which had been lacking. No, we can afford to withdraw some of the Central Battalion's focus. The battalion commander frowned at this suggestion. But doing so would increase the defensive burden on the 3rd Battalion, which would lead I possess considerable strength comparable to that of Captain Minato of the ambush team. Training alongside my two teammates would yield little growth. I propose that Captain Minato and I manage the area surrounding the 3rd Battalion. Should we encounter a larger group, we can deliberately allow some shinobi to pass, leaving us to handle the aftermath. The battalion commander regarded Chushu, contemplating the feasibility of this proposal. After a moment of deliberation, he appeared torn. Very well, let us engage in a spar. If you can inflict a wound upon me within 3 minutes, I shall consent to your deployment. Chushu raised his gaze to the battalion commander and nodded. The two moved to an open space outside the camp, standing opposite one another under the cover of night. This suggestion was not born from disdain for Chushu. 3 minutes is a remarkably brief span for a battle between shinobi, especially considering the battalion commander as fatigue. By stipulating 3 minutes, he afforded Chushu considerable latitude. Had it been Shangquan or Yueji, he might have imposed a 10-minute limit. Chushu understood that a commander of this caliber could not be inept. He was undoubtedly an elite shinobi. Furthermore, the information regarding him had surely been conveyed in the scrolls to the third Hokage, and aside from any deliberately concealed abilities, the battalion commander would be fully aware of Chushu's other strengths. Hence, the 3-minute limit was established. Be cautious, Commander. I trust you are familiar with my body flicker technique. It is rather formidable. Oh, I shall be on guard. The battalion commander brandished 2 kunai, adopting a cross-guard posture. Chushu unsheathed a short blade, specifically crafted from chakra-infused metal to withstand fire-release chakra. That single blade represented a significant investment of his resources. As soon as he drew his weapon, Chushu conjured dozens of shadow clones. The battalion commander felt an immediate surge of pressure, his chakra igniting his hands to respond with greater speed than usual. Here I come, Chushu declared softly. Ninjutsu, body flicker technique. In an instant, the clones began to dart around the battalion commander with incredible speed. He swiftly parried dozens of attacks, creating a dazzling display that left Shangquan and Yueji in awe. Wow, is Chushu really that powerful? Together, we wouldn't stand a chance against him, Shangquan exclaimed, utterly astonished by Chushu's prowess. Don't compare your strength to his. You're not even close to being able to contend with him. Upon hearing this, Shangquan felt somewhat disheartened. Then you're not capable of it either? Indeed. I cannot match him yet, but I will strive to catch up. At the very least, I am closer to him than you are. The battalion commander was rapidly being worn down. If this continued, he would surely sustain injuries before the 3-minute mark. He quickly leaped onto a branch, his hands forming seals at a rapid pace, unleashing a torrent of water downward. Water release, great waterfall technique. Chushu remained unperturbed, forming seals in response. Fire release, great fire extinguishing technique. To the battalion commander's astonishment, Chushu chose to counter water with fire, astonishingly blocking the water technique. As the two techniques collided, a mist of steam enveloped the area, demonstrating the immense temperature of Chushu's fire release. The battalion commander realized the potential danger. Chushu must have deliberately employed fire release to create steam. In this obscured mist, Chushu's advantage in body flicker technique became evident. The battalion commander hastily attempted to evade, preparing to disperse the fog with a technique. However, before he could utter a word, a voice emerged from beside him. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Perception type ninjutsu. In an instant, the battalion commander turned in horror. A fire dragon surged toward him. While its power was modest, the damage was undeniable. With a thunderous crash, the fire dragon struck its target, leaving Shangquan aghast. Oh no. The battalion commander has been burned to death by Chushu Bang. Yamashiro Yueji slammed Shangquan to the ground. Are you foolish? Do you think Chushu is that reckless? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shangquan scrambled to his feet, peering into the mist once more. Just then, a gust of wind swept through. Wind release, great breakthrough. With a resounding clash, the mist was instantaneously dispersed, and the sound of clashing metal reached their ears. Upon looking again, they saw Chushu standing beside a charred piece of wood, his chakra-infused short blade clashing against the kunai held by the battalion commander as they momentarily stalemated. However, due to his physical condition, Chushu found himself at a disadvantage, unable to hold out for long before being overpowered by the battalion commander. At this moment, only 1 minute remained until the 3-minute limit. Chapter 38, A Soul Guardian. How remarkable. Both of them are exceptional. Sha Ke clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling as he observed the two engaged in a fierce contest of strength. Yuji's hands trembled slightly, lingering near her ninja tool pouch, eager to take action. It seems you can no longer endure this. Your proposal appears to be unfeasible. I must ensure your safety, the 2nd Battalion commander confidently stated, sensing he was gaining the upper hand. However, Chushu interrupted him with a firm voice. Wait, on what grounds do you declare it over? Suddenly, the 2nd Battalion commander felt an intense heat before him and turned to face Chushu, who was smiling enigmatically. Nangong Lu's blade technique, Heavenly Flame Blade. In an instant, a burst of flames erupted from the short blade. Caught off guard, the 2nd Battalion commander found his kunai severed into 4 pieces. Fortunately, he managed to leap back just in time, narrowly avoiding the attack. Yet before he could land, 2 fiery arcs surged towards him. Water release, water barrier. With a sizzling sound, as Chushu saw the flames being blocked, he conjured several shadow clones. This time, however, they were shadow clones. Each clone wielded a short blade, creating multiple shadowy figures, and then ninjutsu, technique of instantaneous shadows. Upon hearing the sound, the 2nd Battalion commander's eyes widened in shock. Wait, I can't do this. I'm not cut out for this. Unfortunately, his plea came too late. as dozens of fiery projectiles hurtled towards him, leaving him in a state of panic, unsure of where to defend first. Water. Water release. Flame unleashed. Heat wave liberation. Fortunately, Chu Su heard his desperate cry at the last moment and instantly appeared before him, radiating a wave of intense heat. The 2nd Battalion commander nearly got swept away by the force, but Chu Su caught him just in time. The surrounding fire blades lost their heat, leaving only the chakra maintaining their form, gently dissipating. Phew. The 2nd Battalion commander exhaled in relief. Had he been struck by that last attack, he would have been reduced to ashes, or worse. My heavens, your prowess is astounding. You could single-handedly defend a stronghold. I accept your proposal. Tomorrow, you shall proceed. Excellent. Please convey a message to the 4th Battalion commander. There should be ninja from the mountain clan within the camp. Indeed, the 2nd Battalion commander nodded. And soon the 4 of them returned to the camp. By the way, that technique you used earlier must have consumed a significant amount of chakra. Ah. It depleted about half of my chakra in one go. TSK, you little monster. Chu Su chuckled, attributing this achievement to the rigorous chakra training he had undergone over the past 3 months. Realizing his chakra was insufficient, he embarked on a series of training sessions. Each night, meditation became essential. After all, chakra is the amalgamation of physical and mental energy. As per the teachings of his homeland, it embodies the harmony of yin and yang. Physical energy aligns with yang, while mental energy corresponds to yin. The foundation of chakra lies in the quantity and quality of energy supplied by both. Though each time he fused into chakra, Chu Su felt a portion of yin and yang energy dissipate, he was reassured that his overall capacity was growing. Thus, he diligently maintained his regimen of physical and mental exercises. Now, his chakra levels had multiplied several times compared to 3 months ago. However, the study of fire release must be put on hold for a while, as the research on fire release shadow clones has reached a critical juncture. It appears he must first endure this wave of attacks from the sand ninjas. The 2nd Great Ninja War is on the verge of erupting. The following day, as the sun began to rise, Chu Su awoke promptly. He had grown accustomed to this sleeping schedule. Now, it was time for his training. Yet today, he wished to conserve his energy, needing to reserve some strength for the impending foes. Upon stepping out of the tent, Chu Su discovered that the 2nd Battalion commander was already awake. Unlike him, the commander had been engaged in rigorous battles over the past few days. This elite jonin appeared utterly exhausted, currently tending to his long-neglected hair. Good morning, Chu Su. Morning. By the way, I discussed with the 4th Battalion commander yesterday. He also supports this deployment and has agreed to your proposal. Chu Su nodded, aware of Minato's capabilities, with just one more chunin alongside him. He could remain vigilant and prevent any enemies from slipping through. All right. However, I need to switch places with Minato. I will guard the area between the 3rd and 4th battalions, as that region is more spacious and suitable for my fire release. The 2 battalion commanders had no objections, and Minato readily agreed. Before long, the cooking team began to stir. Chu Su had tasted Maru Shingu Jie's culinary skills, which indeed surpassed anything found in the shops of Kanagakur. He held great admiration for this formidable lower ninja. After some consideration, he decided to get acquainted with him and arranged for him to be Minato's teammate. As for himself, with the presence of shadow clones, he could maintain constant vigilance even alone. He merely needed to monitor his resting frequency to avoid excessive fatigue. Moreover, if a shadow clone was eliminated while he rested, it would jolt his senses, allowing him to awaken during slumber, eliminating worries of surprise attacks. Upon reaching the designated area, he realized he would need to guard a radius of approximately 700 meters alone. Thankfully, the terrain was that of a basin, with fewer trees and a central lake, allowing him a clear view of the entire landscape. This made it easier for him to secure the area single-handedly. However, it was clear that no enemies would approach at this time. Thus, Chu Su's first task was to establish a temporary outpost. Though there were no towering trees, there were still plenty of lush ones. He selected a tree and hollowed out a small space among the denser foliage, just large enough for one person to rest. He then affixed a green waterproof tarp inside, effectively creating a small nest. Next came the establishment of defensive measures. Chu Su surveyed the terrain, identified several strategic points, and retrieved a roll of chakra wire from his tool pouch, connecting the points together. This wire could conduct his chakra and, combined with his sensory abilities, allowed him to extend his awareness across a radius of 700 meters. Having completed this, he nodded in satisfaction and summoned a shadow clone to accompany him, ensuring that the entire area remained under vigilant observation. Chapter 39, The Elder of the Sea Bang. How dare that Dynamica deceive me? In the office of the 3rd Kazakage, he slammed his hand on the table, causing the sand around him to levitate. His sand shinobi had been absent from the battlefield for several days, and there was still no sign of reinforcements from Dynamiku. This exacerbated the already dire situation of Sunagakure, which was suffering from a lack of ninja. Every time he sent a message, the responses were merely evasions. Consequently, he dispatched an intelligence team to gather news from the IWA shinobi's rear. However, they discovered that the enemy had only sent a handful of ninjas to engage with the 3rd Reikage. This infuriated him. As he observed the precarious situation of Kanagakur, The third Kazakage sat in contemplation for a moment. Ultimately, he made a decisive resolution. Waiting is no longer an option. He instructed the Elder of the Sea to issue a command to launch an offensive against Konohagakure. Yes, at the gathering point of the Sand Shinobi, 3,000 of them were preparing their arsenal. Although it was merely a feigned attack, they had still suffered some losses over the past 2 days. Meanwhile, there was still no word of reinforcements from the IWA Shinobi, which caused the commander, Elder of the Sea, to feel a sense of unease. Today, they would continue with their strategy of delaying and consuming the enemy's resources. No actual attacks, only infiltrations when possible. The third Kazakage had issued a secret order. All of Konohagakure's living forces had been relocated, leaving their defenses vulnerable. They aimed to seize this opportunity. There could be no allowance for even the slightest ineffective damage. The 3,000 Sand Shinobi stood resolutely in place, none of them retreating. Over the past 2 days, they had gained insight into the deployment of the 5 major camps of Konohagakure. The previous day, Elder of the Sea and the third Kazakage had held a remote conference to establish a targeted battle plan. Elder of the Sea looked at the ninjas and began issuing orders based on the plan devised yesterday. Maki, you shall lead the first squad to attack the first camp. Yoshi, you will lead the second squad. Remember, our main objective this time is to delay, providing opportunities for each squad's infiltration team to break through. Is that understood? Yes. The Sand Shinobi were filled with enthusiasm. They had been pent up for too long. For the past few days, they could only pretend to engage while the ninjas of Konohagakure pursued them relentlessly. Now they could finally take the initiative in battle. How could they not be excited? Excellent. Now, according to the deployment just mentioned, advance. The 5th squad will follow me. Elder of the Sea took the lead, heading toward the 5th camp of Konohagakure. At the front lines of the 5 camps, such a large-scale movement could not escape the notice of the patrolling ninjas, who spotted them from a kilometer away. Enemy attack. The commander of the 5th camp received the news and immediately organized the ninjas into a right diagonal formation to confront the threat. It took Elder of the Sea a while to arrive, and as he surveyed the scene, he exclaimed, "Wait!" In an instant, Elder of the Sea ordered the ninjas behind him to halt. The situation before him was overwhelming. Were they reinforcements? He instructed the intelligence ninjas to contact the leaders of the other squads to inquire about their circumstances. Seeing that Elder of the Sea did not act rashly or launch a direct attack, the commander of the 5th camp decided to negotiate once more. Elder of the Sea, this is your final warning. The Sand Shinobi should quickly retreat. We of Konohagakure are still your allies. If you refuse to heed this warning, we will consider the Sand Shinobi to be waging war against us. Listening to the words from across the battlefield, Elder of the Sea felt the urge to withdraw. However, the third Kazakage's stance was resolute, and indeed, this was a rare opportunity to advance upon Konohagakure. This predicament left him in a state of indecision. But Elder of the Sea glanced back at the eager Sand Shinobi, recalling the declaration made that morning. Moreover, if this opportunity was squandered, there might not be another once the situation in the Rain Village had passed. After a moment of silence, Elder of the Sea finally made up his mind. There is no use in further discussions. The disparity between villages is far too great, and I am acting for the prosperity of our land of wind. Just as Elder of the Sea confronted the commander of the 5th camp, the intelligence ninja returned with information. What? Is Konohagakure mad? Or do they still have reinforcements at the rear? Report. No reinforcements have been discovered. Elder of the Sea was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. No reinforcements? Hiss. How strange. How could they deploy so many ninjas without support? Having served as a spy during the tenure of the 2nd Kazakage, Elder of the Sea instinctively sensed something amiss. He immediately ordered his forces to establish a defensive position, remaining vigilant and closely monitoring the movements of the 5th camp. He then left a sand clone behind while his true self infiltrated the rear of Konohagakure's camp to gather intelligence personally. The commander of the 5th camp, noticing the enemy had taken up a defensive position, felt something was off. However, with their numerical advantage, regardless of any hidden tricks the enemy might have, since they had decided to go to war, he saw no reason to adhere to any code of conduct. All units, do not allow the Sand Shinobi to remain entrenched. Charge! Charge! The ninjas of Konohagakure surged forward, catching the station's Sand Shinobi somewhat off guard. However, with Elder of the Sea's Sand Clone present, the Sand Shinobi remained relatively composed. Do not panic. Earth-style units, advance, followed closely by wind-style. Use wind and earth tactics to resist for a while. Waiting for the true body to return, the Sand Shinobi felt a surge of confidence and began to organize their formations as Elder of the Sea instructed. In a moment, the forces of Konohagakure found themselves unable to break through. Their ninjutsu was fully countered by the earth style, and the lightning style, meant to dismantle earth-style defenses, could not penetrate the overwhelming wind-style defenses. Meanwhile, Elder of the Sea's Sand Clone faced off against the elite Jonin commander of the 5th camp, employing energy-efficient tactics and deliberately stalling for time. A delaying tactic, is it? Waiting for reinforcements? Everyone, push harder and encircle them from the right flank. Extending their battle line, the commander of the 5th camp quickly devised a counter-strategy. Yet the Sand Shinobi had no intention of engaging in direct combat. The longer their battle line stretched, the longer they would deploy their defenses. Just stalling. This maneuver infuriated the ninjas of Konohagakure. But for the sake of the greater strategy, they could not act impulsively. Thus, a tug-of-war began between the two sides. On the other hand, Elder of the Sea's true self had infiltrated the rear of the 4th camp of Konohagakure. However, even after advancing over 1,000 meters and maximizing his sensory ninjutsu, he could still see no sign of reinforcements. Hey, this is truly peculiar. The young Elder of the Sea scratched his head, wrapped in layers of bandages. Unable to fathom the rationale behind Konohagakure's actions. However, he could now confirm two things. Konohagakure had no reinforcements, and the defenses of the 2nd and 4th camps were lax. While the 3rd camp was virtually empty, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous opportunity, a chance for the Sand Shinobi to break through. Even if he suspected it might be a trap, he still wished to test the waters, focusing on breaking through around the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th camps. As long as they could penetrate the defenses, the infiltrated ninjas could remain hidden. With this in mind, Elder of the Sea promptly returned to the 5th squad. They could not afford to delay any longer. Especially given the significant numerical disparity, employing a delaying strategy would only lead to their disadvantage. With this thought, Elder of the Sea hastened back, moving even faster than before. In his urgency, he failed to notice two inconspicuous children at the junction of the 4th and 5th camps, who had caught sight of his figure. Chapter 40. Warm up. Feng, wait, do not act recklessly. Uchiha Feng cautioned as he and Akimichi Yashimaru perched atop a tree, observing the approaching figure of Irozak. Feng swiftly discerned that Irozak possessed a level of skill beyond what they could contend with. He urgently restrained Yashimaru, both of them standing firm, even halting the flow of their chakra. Fortunately, the individual merely conducted a brief reconnaissance before departing. After a while, with no further anomalies in sight, Feng allowed himself to relax. However, his back was already drenched in cold sweat. Yashimaru appeared somewhat disheartened, failing to comprehend Feng's caution. Wasn't that person an enemy? Shouldn't it have been our moment to shine? Why let him go? Feng glanced at Yashimaru and explained, his body flicker technique is remarkably adept, drawing no unnecessary attention, and his speed rivals that of the wind. Such a sand ninja must wield considerable power. Confronting him could lead to our demise. Upon hearing this, Yashimaru's heart sank. He was no fool and understood Feng's analysis. It was no wonder that the individual had merely paused before retracing his steps, presumably to assess the movements behind him and devise a subsequent battle strategy. We must promptly inform the intelligence of the other battalions. Uchiha Feng swiftly created a shadow clone and set off towards the 4th battalion. Meanwhile, the initial enemy engagement awaited at Chushu's location. The 3rd and 4th squads of sand ninjas stood poised, their captains refraining from hasty actions under Irozak's orders, confronting Yubasen Fujichiao and the commander of the 4th battalion. As midday approached, news finally arrived. Report. The commander of the 5th battalion has sent word. The 3rd battalion will lead the assault, supported by the 2nd and 4th battalions. Focusing on breaching the intervals between the 2nd and 3rd, as well as the 3rd and 4th battalions. Infiltrating ninjas are to remain concealed at the periphery of Konoha. Do not act recklessly. Upon receiving the news, the captains of the 3rd and 4th battalions were invigorated. Initially, they had been eager to act upon observing the sparse numbers of the enemy camp, and now, with this intelligence, they could hardly contain their excitement as they relayed Irozak's orders. 3rd Battalion, advance. Yubasen Fujichiao commanded, promptly instructing the Earth Release Team to take the lead. Earth Release Team, move forward and secure the flanks of the camp. Minimize casualties. If you cannot hold them back, let them pass. Our rear guard is set to mitigate our losses. With this orderly command, the previously outnumbered 3rd Battalion began to stabilize. Although a few sand ninjas occasionally slipped through, overall casualties were significantly lower compared to other battalions. However, the pressure mounted on the rear guard. Chushu took a moment to rest, yet the feedback from the chakra line jolted him awake. To the north, the clone station by the lake has encountered the first batch of ninjas. The defenses of Konoha are remarkably weak. What a fayade for the so-called leading nation. One sand ninja scoffed. Ever since the demise of Senja Hashirama, Konoha has been in decline. That Hashirama must have been a mere weakling, merely standing on the shoulders of even weaker individuals. In the woods, 3 newly emerged sand ninjas boasted loudly, disregarding Irozak's orders. Unbeknownst to them, Chushu's shadow clone, concealed in the foliage by the lake, overheard every word clearly. The clone fixated on the approaching trio, fully prepared for the hunt. Beneath the water, the concealed sharks awaited their moment, eager for the enemies to approach. As a shadow clone, Chushu conserved chakra where possible, refraining from using fire release techniques, reserving them for the main body to gain battle experience. Thus, the clone opted for a more energy-efficient combat approach. The moment the 3 sand ninjas stepped onto the lake's surface, the clone sprang into action, vanishing from the underbrush. One of the female sand ninjas noted the disturbance in the bushes, prompting the other 2 to adopt a defensive stance. This was still Konoha's territory. They could not afford to be careless. With all 3 drawn in by the commotion, the clone seized the opportunity. Now, suddenly, 3 sharks surged forth from the water. Their jaws wide open, clamping down on Chushu neither dodged nor evaded. and was directly cleaved in two, transforming into two fractured wooden stumps. The two sand ninjas exhibited no surprise and simultaneously lunged forward with their kunai. In the next moment, Chushu's figure materialized between the two blades, arching backward to evade and retaliating with a horizontal slash. The two sand ninjas were compelled to retreat. Unyielding, Chushu pursued the one on his left, striking fiercely. The sand ninja countered with a horizontal sweep of his kunai, deflecting the short blade, and swiftly leaped to evade a sweeping kick. Thus commenced their clash of taijutsu. Chushu lacked formal techniques, yet he fully exploited the essence of martial arts from his past life. His innovative applications emerged ceaselessly, rendering his combat style exceedingly peculiar to others. The utilization of elbows, shoulders, arms, and legs reached an extraordinary zenith, consistently yielding unexpected results. His diverse methods of exertion bewildered his opponents, as they felt the force penetrate their defenses, directly impacting their bodies. In no time, the sand ninja had endured no fewer than 10 strikes. Just as he blocked a punch, the next instant, this imp spun around, delivering a devastating blow to his chest with an arm that struck like a whip. The pain was unbearable, an indescribable sensation. Observing this, the other sand ninja hastily hurled two kunai, forcing Chushu back. Hiss. The pain is excruciating. This imp's Chapter 41, The Arena of Carnage. What? In an instant, searing flames erupted, resembling a long serpent as it surged towards the two sand ninjas. Fire release. Flame dragon. Before the technique even reached them, the scorching heat had already swept through their hair. The two sand ninjas felt a tightening in their chests and simultaneously formed hand seals. Earth release. Earth dragon strangulation. Water release. Water dragon bullet. In a split second, one water and one earth dragon rushed towards Chushu's fire dragon. However, the water dragon was evaporated before it could touch the fire dragon, shrinking to a mere fraction of its size. The earth dragon entwined with the fire dragon, but with a slight movement of the fire dragon. Several drops of orange-red liquid dripped from the earth dragon. Run. One of the sand ninjas sensed the impending danger and quickly pulled his teammate to retreat. Yet, Chushu would not allow them to escape. As soon as they moved, a 10-meter-high pillar of fire erupted beneath them, forcing them back. Fire release. Arena of Carnage. As Chushu's voice echoed, the two glanced around, realizing they were completely surrounded by flames. I apologize, my friends, but I cannot let you go. TSK. The sand ninjas had no time to heed Chushu's words. Within this fiery enclosure, they soon felt parched. They knew that if they did not carve a path for survival now, even if this brat did not attack them, they would perish from thirst. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Wind release. Gale palm. Earth release. Quake. In an instant, various ninjutsu were unleashed. However, whether striking the firewall or attempting to push themselves out, none bore any fruit. The firewall quickly repaired itself, leaving no gaps. The elevated platform created by the quake crumbled under the flames, utterly incapable of supporting them. Do not bother trying, for my flames burn at a high temperature. You shall slowly savor this requiem before death. With that, Chushu turned and departed. The flames of the Arena of Carnage could persist for 3 hours without ceasing, and the firewall would gradually constrict. Long before the 3 hours elapsed, the two would be reduced to ashes. Therefore, Chushu had no qualms, as he needed to replenish his chakra. The recent use of fire release in actual combat had left him with a less than optimal control over his chakra, consuming nearly half of it with the first technique. Although he managed to fine-tune the chakra required for the Arena of Carnage, he was uncertain how many more foes he might face. Hence, it was imperative to maintain an abundant supply of chakra within the Arena of Carnage. The chakra of the two sand ninjas was barely sufficient to sustain their movements. They had exhausted every technique and found no means to breach the firewall. Their emotions shifted from calm to urgent, then to frantic and finally to despair. Observing the encroaching flames, they leaned against each other, their backs drenched in sweat. At this moment of shared despair, it felt as though they were pressed against boiling water. The kunai in their hands would inevitably fall to the ground. Ultimately, the two could only emit a cry of resignation. Damn. As their voices faded, the firewall converged into a singular blaze, dissipating into a cloud of ash. All that remained was a 10-meter diameter black circle in the land of Wind Shadow's office. How goes the battle on Hayu's end? The third Wind Shadow cast aside documents, rubbing his temples. After a day of paperwork, he felt utterly drained. Gazing at the red ink on the files, he lamented the resource scarcity. The daimyo's refusal to approve documents had led to a severe shortage of funds and provisions. At this moment, he desperately needed the resources from Konoha to bolster their combat readiness. Otherwise, before long, the manpower and materials of the sand-hidden village would be in dire straits. Lord Third, Hayu has breached Konoha's front lines and has successfully dispatched some ninjas. However, based on the reports, very few have survived. An aide presented the latest battle report. The third Wind Shadow raised an eyebrow, surprised by the outcome. Oh? So swiftly have ninjas infiltrated the rear? Surely, Konoha cannot be this inept. Indeed, according to Hai's intelligence from years past, Konoha dispatched 2 surprise teams to the rear for interception. In total, 6 individuals, for CH Nin divided into 2 teams, 1 special J Nin, and 1 Genin from the camp formed another team. The aide paused, hesitating to continue. The third Wind Shadow furrowed his brow, eyeing the hesitant aide. What comes next? The aide faltered, handing him the report. The third wind shadow, puzzled, took the report. What a peculiar situation, he muttered, focusing on the document. What? A deafening shout resonated from the office, startling the ninjas in the corridor. Wind Shadow-sama, has his wife perished? Such a loud outcry? Or, perhaps... It does sound quite mournful. The aide rushed to calm him. Finally, the third wind shadow resumed his seat. A special J-Nin's team? And the only one among the 4 routes with no feedback. Inform Hayu. We must ascertain this individual's detailed information. Complete intelligence is imperative. Yes, yes, the aide stammered, hurriedly exiting, still shaken by the overflow of chakra that accompanied the wind shadow's emotional outburst. Damn, does Konoha possess such a trump card? Sarutobi Hiruzen. You truly are adept at concealment. Glancing at the earlier report, the wind shadow massaged his temples and summoned Raza. Bring Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law here. Yes, master. Meanwhile, Hai received news and promptly related to the captains of various squads. He subsequently arranged for personnel to withdraw. Upon seeing the enemy retreat, the 1st and 5th camps ordered a pursuit, engaging in a chase against the sand ninjas and gaining a slight advantage. The 2nd and 4th camps were instructed to remain on guard, deploying elite ninjas for pursuit and intelligence gathering. The 3rd camp held their position. In the rear, Chushu and his companions finally welcomed a moment of respite. After tidying up, they returned to their respective camps to rest. Chushu stretched his neck, feeling little fatigue. He had managed time efficiently, with shadow clones rotating approximately every half hour, interspersed with brief rest periods. The subsequent foes had not drained much chakra, leaving him in commendable condition. Hey, Chushu, how fared your battle? Upon returning, Yamatsuji inquired, visibly pleased. I know it must have been challenging for you, especially in the vulnerable 3rd and 4th camps. Allowing a few ninjas to escape is quite normal. Do not burden yourself with too much pressure. We too could not annihilate every foe and had to let several slip away. It is all part of the game. By the way, we managed to eliminate 14 enemies. How did it go on your end? Chushu removed the enormous bear from his shoulder, shedding his shoes and vest, and stretched his slightly sore joints. Not too shabby. I accounted for approximately 34, all eliminated. No worries. Letting that many escape is quite normal. What? 34 sand ninjas? And all eliminated? His exclamation drew the attention of every ninja nearby. All present gazed incredulously at the young boy before them, with some even deeming him audacious. Hey, little brat. It's fine to boast in the camp, but don't take it too seriously. A ninja jested, prompting laughter from the surrounding crowd. Chushu remained silent, merely retrieving a pouch from his waist and tossing it to the ninja who had just spoken. The ninja instinctively caught it and opened it to inspect its contents. What on earth? The moment he discerned what lay within the pouch, his expression shifted from nonchalance to utter disbelief. What's the matter? What's inside? Show us. The ninja fully opened the pouch, causing its contents to spill onto the ground with a clatter. The gathered ninjas were rendered speechless at the sight. What lay before them were none other than the iron plates of the sand ninja headbands. Upon a cursory count, there were as many as 32. This can't be right. This little brat actually killed so many sand ninjas. No, there are still 2 missing, right? Chushu pondered, and indeed, that was the case. The first 2 sand ninjas had been reduced to ashes, their headbands melted beyond recognition, leaving no time to collect them. This time, no one dared to question further. 32 headbands laid before them, stark evidence of victory. Who would believe that those 2 sand ninjas could have escaped? The crowd turned to glance at Chushu, their hearts filled with admiration. It appeared that Konoha had birthed yet another prodigious talent. Chapter 42, the title of the 3 shinobi. Shizumi Tsukihime gazed at the pile of forehead protectors on the ground, swallowing hard. She could hardly believe that this was something a peer could accomplish. Yet, this living testament stood before her, and now he was her temporary captain. Nanku Shoshu, just how powerful are you? What else do you conceal? Shizumi Tsukihime felt the chasm between them widening, as if her training and efforts were utterly in vain. If this continued, when would she ever catch up to this boy? With this thought, Tsukihime silently rose and walked towards the edge of the forest. Tsukihime, where are you going? It's already 4 o'clock. It's time for a meal. Training, she replied curtly, not even glancing back at Sarutobi Sanzaku. However, Shoshu stopped Sanzaku, exhaling a plume of fire that roasted the freshly prepared bear leg. Wait. Tsukihime turned back only to be met with a large piece of roasted meat. Confused by this gesture, she looked towards Shoshu. Balance your training with rest. Do not overexert yourself. Preserving your strength for future adversaries is far more crucial. Remember to replenish your energy and focus solely on your shortcomings during practice. Upon finishing, Shoshu ignited the fire again and placed another piece of bear meat over it to roast. I understand. Tsukihime nodded earnestly, then bounded away from the camp with the bear leg in her arms. Wow, such dedication. I almost want to join in the training. At that moment, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Looking back, she saw Shoshu seasoning the bear meat. Then you can join. I'll roast you a portion as well. Never mind. I shall indulge in life instead. Instantly, Sanzaku abandoned the notion, grinning as he sat beside Shoshu. Shoshu chuckled, handing him a piece of meat. Oh, roasting meat, huh? A middle-aged voice resonated from behind. Shoshu did not need to turn around to know who it was. Uncle Uchiha, come join us for a meal. Ha ha, certainly. We've slain quite a few enemies today, gathered a good deal of mushrooms, and caught some fish. Just in time for me to make a pot of fish soup. At this, Sanzaku's eyes sparkled with excitement, abandoning the meat to leap joyfully. Fantastic. Getting to taste both Uncle Uchiha's and Shoshu's culinary skills is simply splendid. Maruxing Uchiha chuckled at Sanzaku's exuberance. To be honest, he hadn't felt this joyous since the tragic incident in his youth when he lost his comrades. Since meeting these children yesterday, he had glimpsed the future of Konohagakure in them. Powerful juniors, bright personalities, and unwavering resolve. Moreover, he had witnessed today the vibrant spirit of fire emanating from that boy. For a moment, Uchiha could not help but reflect. What an exceptional generation indeed. In the land of rain, Amigakure. In her youth, Chiyo skillfully manipulated two puppets confronting Hanzo. One fought with puppets immune to poison, while the other wielded a self-created scythe technique, rendering both sides unable to gain the upper hand on the battlefield. However, Chiyo's comrades behind her were not so fortunate. Lacking the skills of a puppet master, they were powerless against the venom of the salamander. Thankfully, Chiyo's medical ninjutsu was equally proficient, and she quickly concocted an effective antidote. This infuriated Hanzo, who watched his teammates succumb to injuries while observing that Chiyo's side was recovering. His air pipes seemed to smolder with frustration. Damn it, you puppet master. Dare you engage in a real fight with me? Chiyo glanced at Hanzo while continuing her antidote preparations. Am I foolish? I am a puppet master. Why would I engage in close combat with you? Seeing the disdain etched on her face, Hanzo's forehead contorted in anger. How dare you call me foolish, you old puppet hack? What? It is well known that women are sensitive about their age, and Chiyo was no exception. Hearing Hanzo refer to her as an old hag left her momentarily speechless. After all, she was just over 50. She was still in the prime of her life. Although she had a son, a daughter-in-law, and a newborn grandson, Scorpion, that hardly warranted such a title. What did you say? You old man with a breathing tube. Who are you to judge me? You are quite old yourself. Lady Chiyo, please don't get angry. We need you healthy. Her teammates, still awaiting their antidotes, quickly intervened. They had yet to recover, and any further conflict would only worsen their plight. Though Chiyo was blunt and temperamental, she also understood the bigger picture. Rather than engaging Hanzo in a brawl, she led her comrades in retreat. After all, there were many more poisoned individuals lying in their camp. Humph. I'll settle the score next time. Huh. I'm afraid of you, old hack. Chiyo, incensed, struck a freshly cured jounin beside her. Hanzo, seeing that he had failed to provoke her, turned his attention to the three commanders of Konoha, who were struggling to hold their ground. Will you continue to withstand this torment? At that moment, the three struggled due to their inexperience in command, leading to a mass poisoning of elite forces sent from Konoha, including themselves. Fortunately, Chiyo's timely arrival had provided some respite. During that time, Tsunade, using her outstanding medical ninjutsu, managed to concoct an antidote to assist Jiraiya and Orochimaru. However, the three remained in a dire state, and their time was limited. TCH, Konoha is not a village to be trifled with. As the commanders of this war, we cannot retreat. Jiraiya and Tsunade stood resolute, with Orochimaru steadfast behind them, showing no signs of retreat. Very well, let us see what fighting spirit you possess. With that, Hanzo stomped on the salamander, unleashing a torrent of toxic gas that surged forth like a venomous dragon. Jiraiya, seeing this, rushed forward, not out of heroism, but because only he could withstand such a scale of poison. Fire style, dragon fire technique. A massive surge of chakra rapidly coalesced in his chest, erupting from his throat as a grand inferno that intercepted the poisonous gas. However, as he had just recovered from poisoning, his chakra remained unstable, and Jiraiya unfortunately fell victim to the poison once more. Oh, impressive strength. Seeing that the toxic gas had failed to affect them, Hanzo brandished his scythe and charged forward. Tsunade quickly assessed Jiraiya's condition and rushed in with her kunai, followed closely by Orochimaru. Yet Hanzo's prowess was formidable, utilizing his unique chain scythe technique. He engaged both Tsunade and Orochimaru in a fierce exchange, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Ultimately, after repelling them, Hanzo returned to the head of the salamander. Before departing, he did not forget to toss a couple of explosive tags to further vex the two. Tsunade, recovering swiftly, slammed her fist into the ground, dislodging a massive boulder to shield against the explosions. She then returned to Jiraiya's side, helping him to his feet. Quite the capable trio you are. Henceforth, I shall bestow upon you the title of the Konoha 3 Shinobi. As the adversaries of me, Hanzo of the Salamander, you are worthy of this honor. The three individuals remained unyielding, their gazes fixed warily upon the figure before them. This person, revered as a demigod within the ninja realm, was an entity that commanded utmost respect. Yet, Hans posed no immediate threat, despite his ability to release toxic fumes from his salamander within a mere 5 minutes. He had no intention of declaring war against Konoha. What he sought was merely an opportunity for peaceful development. Thus, he felt compelled to demonstrate his formidable strength. For those he held in esteem, he would never resort to lethal force. Upon witnessing Hans's withdrawal, the trio sought refuge in a nearby cave to rest momentarily. Tsunade once again administered an antidote to Jiraiya, and it seemed that matters were nearing a resolution. However, to the north, Noki harbored unsettling thoughts at that very moment. Chapter 43, If I Do Not Return. Hey, have you heard? The three disciples of the third Hokage from Konoha fought to a standstill against Hanzo of the Salamander, who was renowned as a demigod in the ninja world. Indeed, it's truly remarkable. They have even been bestowed with the title of the legendary Three Ninjas of Konoha. Early in the morning, discussions about the recent battle filled the military camp. Rising at dawn, Chushu had already finished his breakfast. Upon hearing the news, he reflected on the events, though he regretted not paying closer attention to the finer details at the time. However, with the title of the Three Ninjas now in circulation, it was likely that Nagato, the instigator of Konoha's eventual downfall, had utilized the Rinnegan for the first time. It was truly unfortunate for his parents, as they were descendants of the Uzumaki clan, tragically lost in the chaos. Moreover, it was rumored that it was Konoha's ninjas who were responsible. The insignia on the ninja vests at that time appeared to be from Konoha. Was this the harbinger of Konoha's destruction to come? Chushu shook his head, casting these thoughts aside, and began his morning exercises. It had been a week since he arrived at the battlefield. The past few days had seen little life-and-death combat. Most encounters were one-sided, with foes succumbing swiftly to his fire techniques. As a result, Chushu found himself unable to enhance his combat experience. Thus, he sought alternative avenues for development, striving to master the control of chakra while releasing his fire techniques to the utmost of his capabilities. This not only conserved a significant amount of chakra, but also allowed him to allocate chakra distribution for his shadow clones with meticulous precision. Now, he could summon shadow clones while retaining a substantial reserve of chakra, significantly reducing his recovery time and preserving greater potential on the battlefield. Indeed, entering the fray was a unique form of training. Calling upon the sparrows, Chushu arrived at the designated position between the fourth and third camps. The arrangements from yesterday remained intact, undisturbed. With chakra lines connecting for perception and shadow clones in place, everything was as usual, awaiting the arrival of the enemy. Strangely, however, the number of enemies passing through this area had dwindled significantly over the past 2 days. Although the survival rate remained at 0, the decrease in the number of adversaries intensified his thirst for practical combat experience. In fact, only a mere 3 sand ninjas had passed through the previous day. This led Chushu to suspect that he might have been too ruthless, instilling fear in the sand ninjas and dissuading them from approaching him. In truth, his suspicion was entirely accurate. Following the complete annihilation of the sand ninjas on the first day, the subsequent day, Zuki had advised the ninjas of the third and fourth squads. If they encountered Chushu, they should engage if possible. However, if he unleashed formidable jutsu or revealed his bloodline limit, they were to flee at once. Even if it meant abandoning their comrades, they were to return with intelligence. While the notion was sound, the reality was that they found themselves unable to escape. Not a single body had been left behind. The scene was devoid of anything but charred remnants. Zuki recognized the gravity of his misjudgment. Thus, from the second day onward, he instructed the ninjas to avoid crossing through the third and fourth zones as much as possible. Now, hardly anyone dared to traverse this area. The third and fourth camps fully understood the reliability of their defenses and had lowered their precautions to a minimum. They merely reinforced their defensive jutsu, no longer concerning themselves with whether anyone dared to cross. Even if someone did, the defending ninjas hardly spared a glance unless they were attacked in the process. Meanwhile, Zuki was at his wit's end. Although they had successfully infiltrated some ninjas over the past few days, they had no intelligence regarding that particularly skilled young J-Nin from the third and fourth camps. Damn Saratobi Hiruzen, hiding him so effectively? This child is far too powerful. No one could match him. What should be done? In a moment of desperation, Zuki bit his finger. Should he go personally? But who would lead the fifth squad? Their elite sand ninjas were already scarce, and most of those who had come were merely Nin and Jinin. They lacked the confidence to match Konoha's capability of having J-Nin as vice captains for each squad. Securing a special J-Nin as an assistant would already be a significant achievement. With an increasing number of infiltrating ninjas, their squads were at a greater disadvantage in terms of numbers compared to Konoha's camps. Without a high-level combat force, could they continue fighting? Just as Zuki was deep in thought, searching for a viable solution, the arrival of 2 individuals outside the tent sparked a glimmer of hope. Report: 2 J-Nin dispatched by the third Hokage have arrived. Upon hearing this, Zuki's spirits soared, and he sprang to his feet. Quick, let them in. Shortly after, a man with striking red hair and a brown-haired woman entered the tent. Zuki-sama. Ah, you have finally arrived. No need for formalities, just call me uncle. Upon hearing this, the 2 exchanged wry smiles. Zuki had always been like this, possessing a calm demeanor and never harboring any serious anger. But Zuki-sama, this is a military camp. We should be mindful of our titles. Oh, but within my tent, there's no need for such strictness. Come, have a seat. The 2 shared a knowing smile and, with a hint of resignation, sat on the cushions. Uncle, regarding the 5th Kazekage, I am aware of his intentions. But there is a matter that must be resolved. Zuki did not rush into discussing infiltration issues. Instead, He explained the circumstances of the past 2 days to them. Their expressions turned grave. So, this special Nin is hardly older than Scorpion. Are you suggesting we gather intelligence on this child? Noting their eagerness, Zuki shook his head resolutely. No, I shall investigate the intelligence myself. What? They both stood up in shock. But you are the commander here and the overall leader of this battlefield. How can you? My body flicker technique is superior. Zuki interrupted before the man could finish. This child's strength is uncertain. No one can ascertain how powerful he truly is. On the first day, he annihilated 34 of our sand ninjas. The reconnaissance team sent out the next day returned with no survivors. Scorpion is still young. And your sister is getting on in years. As parents and children, you must not take such risks. Zuki's firm stance left them with no room for argument. In truth, I lack certainty as well. This child possesses immense talent, and I cannot guarantee that I will succeed in acquiring intelligence on him. Uncle. The man felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. Haha, do not be so glum. If I do not return, retreat and take care of your sister. Her straightforward nature requires someone to mediate. With that, Zuki exited the tent. Chapter 44. The Sudden Assault of Old Denga. The sun shone brightly, casting a warm glow over the deep autumn that was soon to transition into winter. Chushu lay on the few patches of well-preserved grass, basking in the sunlight and relishing the perfect temperature. It had been ages since he last felt such relaxation. Truth be told, since graduation. His days had been consumed by battles and research, leaving him little time to unwind. With no one around, he seized the opportunity to take a moment of respite, leaving vigilance to his shadow clone. As the midday sun cast its gentle warmth, a drowsiness began to creep over him. Chushu felt his eyelids growing heavy, his vision fading into a dreamy haze, when suddenly a peculiar sensation coursed through his nerves. Startled awake, he turned to investigate the source. Was it merely an illusion? Just moments ago, he had sensed a fleeting chakra line from the south. Chushu quickly attuned himself to the situation. But the feedback had been so brief that it felt akin to a knee-jerk reflex. Contemplating, he decided not to disregard it. He left a shadow clone to keep watch while he ventured to the source. Upon arrival, a gentle breeze swept by, yet he found no trace of anything amiss. Could he have been overly sensitive? No. Something was indeed off. Chushu closed his eyes, honing his awareness to the surrounding air currents. Within the wind, he detected a faint trace of chakra. In the next moment, he abruptly opened his eyes to find an elderly man with a face full of wrinkles, his brows nearly obscuring his eyes, looming before him. In the man's hand, a kunai was poised to strike. Ninjutsu, needle earth concealment. Chushu reacted swiftly, hardening his hair like armor to shield himself. The kunai sliced through his long hair, severing a chunk, yet fortunately, the resilience of his technique redirected the blow, sparing his body from harm. Retracting his hair, he delivered a swift kick, which the elder blocked with crossed arms. Using the momentum, Chushu executed a backflip to create distance between them. Without the support of chakra, the severed hair quickly danced away in the wind. Chushu's gaze fixated on the kunai in the elder's hand, a flicker of wariness crossing his eyes. Who was this individual? Among the sand ninjas, possessing such mastery of wind techniques was no ordinary feat. Chushu had no recollection of the old man before him. Yet such a formidable presence ought to have been mentioned within the ranks of the sand ninja. Was he perhaps a relic of the Third Great Ninja War? Or had he perished in the current conflict? The elder examined the fallen strands of hair, silently marveling at the prowess of the child before him. Such control over ninjutsu, could a mere child truly achieve this? Chuckling to himself, he mused about the child's ignorance. Had he never heard of the name Hirako? Evidently, he had grown old, fading from the spotlight of Konoha. Hirako. Chushu's mind flickered with recognition. Wasn't he Chiyo's younger brother? No wonder he had no strong impression. His role in the original narrative was minimal. However, what astonished Chushu was not merely his identity, but the formidable strength he possessed. Such powerful wind techniques were not characteristic of an obscure figure. Hirako, Chiyo's brother? Oh, so you have heard of me, yet failed to recall? The elder tilted his head in a playful manner, while Chushu regarded this peculiar old man with a sense of nausea. It seemed he had encountered a formidable opponent. Haha. Do not be alarmed, child. I merely wish to gauge your strength. There is no need for such wariness. The elder adopted a facade of amiability. Yet Chushu harbored deep skepticism. A test of strength? Had he not acted swiftly moments ago, he might have met an untimely demise. How ironic, he thought. To feign kindness after attempting to take my life. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Chushu swiftly formed seals, unleashing 3 torrents of flames. The elder, moving like a specter, slipped through the gaps of the flames with ease. Such instantaneous movement. Chushu felt a surge of pressure. This was a speed far beyond what the sand ninjas had shown him in recent days. As his shadow clones flickered around him, he maneuvered rapidly among them, yet could not deceive the elder's keen eyes. In an instant, the elder pursued him, and Chushu sensed a chill creeping up his spine. He quickly drew a short blade and swung it in defense. Clang! The kunai barely grazed him as he spun around to kick again. But the elder effortlessly blocked the strike. With the force of the counterattack reverberating through his leg, Chushu used the momentum to leap backward, hurling 2 kunai. The elder dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the explosive tags attached to them. Seeing this, Chushu swiftly repositioned himself within the cloud of smoke created by the explosion. Wind release. Great wind. A powerful gust surged forth, dispersing the smoke. How troublesome. Fire release. Sun hunting arrow. Chushu propelled a fiery projectile towards the elder. The elder frowned. He had never encountered this technique before. Unfamiliar with it, he hesitated, unwilling to replicate his earlier maneuver through the dragon fire technique. As the flames approached, Chugza shouted, "Explode." The arrow detonated mid-flight, engulfing the area in scorching light and obscuring visibility. Realizing he had been fooled, the elder quickly evaded to the rear of the explosion. However, Chushu was already gone, racing towards the southern lake. Not fleeing anymore? The elder observed as Chushu halted at the lake's edge, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. Well, I never intended to run, Chushu replied, prompting further bewilderment from the elder. Did this imply he had lured him to this lake intentionally? Could it be that the child's strength lay in water techniques? In a moment, the elder adopted a cautious stance, instinctively reacting to the unknown. Chushu smiled, then summoned more clones, darting among them once again. The elder furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation. Is this the same old tactic? No. The child seems aware that such attacks hold little efficacy against me. Observing the elder's lack of speed in pursuit, Chushu surged forward. A flurry of shadows swirling around the elder. Their skirmish escalated rapidly, with dozens of exchanges occurring in mere moments. Yet, the elder sensed something amiss. The boy did not appear to be employing new strategies. Realizing this, the elder began to adapt, seizing the opportunity to launch a counteroffensive. Just then, a smile crept across Chushu's lips, followed by a voice whispering in the elder's ear. Ninjutsu, twin instantaneous technique. Chapter 45. I have returned. What? A sudden shock coursed through Hai Laozong's heart as he realized he was not alone here. Before he could discern the figure behind him, an attack came slicing through the air towards him. Instinctively, he pivoted to defend himself, but at that moment, Chushu lunged at him with a short blade. Hastily, Hai Laozong produced a kunai to block the strike. Yet, upon contact, he sensed something was amiss. The kunai he wielded seemed to be cut in half. Meanwhile, shadow clones darted around, persistently assaulting Hai Laozong, diverting his attention. Feeling overwhelmed, he could barely manage to fend off the onslaught with his other hand. At that instant, Chushu's short blade, now embedded with the kunai, began to radiate an intense heat. A wave of foreboding surged within Hai Laozong, prompting him to relinquish the kunai and sprint away at maximum speed. As he fled, he witnessed the short blade ignite in searing flames, transforming his kunai into a glowing ember. A shiver of dread washed over him as he gasped. What a terrifying temperature. Chushu, observing Hai Laozong's cautious retreat, felt a pang of disappointment. TCH, if you have the capability, why run? Just how could an old man like you be afraid of a child? A child? How dare you? Hai Laozong hurled a kunai at Chushu, but the latter effortlessly deflected it, only to be followed by two swift wind blades. Wind release, wind scythe. Hai Laozong's wind scythes surpassed those of the Nin in both power and speed. Chushu, lacking sufficient experience in life and death combat, failed to recognize the gravity of the situation. By the time he reacted, it was too late to evade. Fire release, fire pillar. In a moment of desperation, Chushu clasped his hands together, summoning crimson flames from the ground. These flames intercepted the wind blades, dispersing their spiraling forms. Oh, have you finally revealed your true abilities? Hai Laozong's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Fire release, was it? It appeared to be the same technique that had claimed so many sand ninjas. Was it a bloodline limit, or? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hai Laozong sought to extract more information. This was an entirely new ninjutsu they had never encountered before. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed to uncover as much as possible. Well, since you forced my hand, let us see if I can capture you. Chushu felt a wave of frustration. Initially, he had no confidence in overcoming Hai Laozong, which was why he had chosen to conceal his fire release. He had intended to see if he could repel his opponent with his other skills. After all, someone of Hai Laozong's caliber would not be sent on a covert mission by the Sand Ninja. However, a misjudgment had compelled him to deploy the fire release for defense. Hai Laozong's wind release was overwhelmingly powerful, aside from his fire release. Chushu could conceive no other means to avert disaster. Yet, having revealed his abilities, Chushu was determined not to let Hai Laozong disseminate this information. His strength was still insufficient, and he lacked confidence against formidable foes like Danzo. If he struggled against Hai Laozong, how could he possibly contend with those worthy of the title of Shadow? Fire release, blazing hell. As Chushu clapped his hands, the temperature around him surged dramatically. Hai Laozong furrowed his brow, glancing at the lake beneath him. Could the temperature rise so swiftly in such a place? Truly unbelievable. Chushu scoffed internally at Hai Laozong's astonishment. His blazing hell was far from simple. Unlike the battlefield of Azura, the essence of blazing hell was to completely transform the surrounding environment. Gradually, the area turned a fiery red, and the ground began to darken. Hai Laozong's eyes widened as he felt the temperature soar once more. Looking up, he noticed the sun above seemed to dim, as if the once clear sky had been tainted with a sickly hue. No, it isn't the sky. Realizing the peril, Hai Laozong dashed away. But it was too late. The area was engulfed in a swirling inferno, surrounding the entire lake. From a distance, it appeared as though a hellish lid had been placed over it. Within the flames, the lake began to boil. The ground along the shore darkened, and flames erupted sporadically. What a terrifying technique. Driven back by the flames, Hai Laozong turned to face the figures standing on the lake's surface, drenched in sweat. It was evident that this technique drained significant energy, and he could likely unleash it only once. Indeed, Chushu's chakra was dwindling, and the cost of this technique was immense. However, within its confines, he did not need to expend chakra to elevate the flame's temperature. This meant he could achieve the effects of fire release using only simple techniques. And the remaining chakra he possessed could unleash at least 20 fire releases within this domain. Phew, this is truly exhausting. Now, the real battle commences. Wind release, Great Wind Scythe. Seizing the initiative, Hai Laozong unleashed two massive wind blades that spiraled towards Chushu like scythes. Fire release, Great Fire Dragon. Fire release, Sun Hunting Arrow. Two voices emerged from different directions as Chushu unleashed a fire dragon, thick as a man, to shred Hai Laozong's wind blades. Turning to his right, Hai Laozong spotted a flame arrow fired from the shadow clone. Hey, this 2-on-1 is unfair. Bullying an old man like me. Wind release, Shadow Link. A tempest enveloped the area, redirecting the sun-hunting arrow towards the now weakened fire dragon. Chushu, however, would not allow him to succeed. Fire unleashed, heat wave liberation. The temperature around them surged momentarily, causing the airflow to become erratic and the whirlwind to dissipate into the air. The sun-hunting arrow shot forward once more toward Hai Laozong. Hai Laozong hurriedly formed hand seals, gathering sand to shield himself. Sand release, Sand Shield. As the sand coalesced, the sun-hunting arrow struck the shield, resulting in a violent explosion. The shield shattered into a cloud of sand crystals. A fire dragon followed closely behind, but it posed no threat, as Hai Laozong swiftly evaded. Nangong-style swordsmanship, Flame Flow Slash. Fixating on Hai Laozong, Chushu instantly followed up, his short blade entwined with flames, delivering two fiery strikes. Hai Laozong drew a kunai, infusing it with wind release chakra, transforming it into two long swords to cleave through the fire blades. Yet, Chushu was already upon him, his flaming blade descending towards him. Wind release, Vacuum Wave. The hurricane deflected the short blades, sending both combatants flying. Chushu rolled twice on the lake's surface before halting. Fire release, Daylight Inferno. Taking advantage of Hai Laozong's momentary instability, the shadow clone conjured a massive fireball and hurled it forward. However, Chushu's chakra was now nearly depleted. Realizing the impending danger, Hai Laozong quickly formed hand seals, summoning winds to encircle him and halt his momentum. Yet, he failed to notice that as the wind swirled, a patch of ground erupted in flames. The previously scorching airflow ignited the flames, creating a fiery whirlwind. Within the center, Hai Laozong screamed in agony as he was engulfed in flames, hastily dispersing his wind release. Due to his halted movement, the fireball missed its intended target, detonating in an area he had anticipated. Upon landing, his beard and eyebrows were singed and curled. Before he could react, a sudden explosion accompanied by a wave of heat surged from behind. Unable to evade in time, Kai's was hurled into the air, landing upon the lake's surface, and immediately leapt up, scalded by the boiling water. Chushu, enduring the pain from being flung away, rose to his feet and looked up to see Kai's face, now red from burns. Realizing that his opponent was still engulfed in agony, Chushu seized the opportunity and leapt forward, unleashing a torrent of flames. Fire release, Great Fireball. Wind release, Wind Wall. The seasoned ninja, Kai's, swiftly reacted, conjuring a wind wall above to shield himself. However, beneath the water, a school of shark-like fish silently approached the lake's surface. Boom. The explosion drowned out the sound of splashing water, and Kai's remained oblivious to the unusual sensation beneath his feet. As the fireball detonated, before he could even catch his breath, he felt a sharp pain in his rear. Chushu landed awkwardly, staggering a couple of steps, feeling a twinge of regret, though his chakra was still ample. The pain coursing through him limited his capacity for further action. The temperature around him gradually decreased. Seizing the moment, Kai's broke through the firewall, creating an opening, and made his escape. Alas, his body felt too feeble. Noticing that his adversary had already fled, Chushu dissipated the searing heat of hell and painfully crawled to the shore. At the Sand Ninja camp, it was nearly 3 in the afternoon. The 5 squads had long since returned. Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law remained engulfed in worry for Kai's safety. The haunting thought echoed in their minds. What if he doesn't return? Sigh, what will we do if he truly does not come back? Just then, a voice rang out. I'm back. The red-haired man rested his chin on his hand, seemingly oblivious. Back is certainly good. Back. He mumbled a couple of times before finally reacting, hurriedly glancing outside the tent. There, he beheld a small, black-faced old man, whose head was wrapped in bandages and whose tattered clothing revealed singed fabric. His hair, eyebrows, and beard were all curled, and there were numerous bite marks on his rear, yet he approached the tent with a smile. Uncle, what on earth happened to you? Chapter 46. Tsunade, are you saying that even you lack the confidence to subdue that child? In response to Scorpion's father's question, Suki was reluctant to concede but ultimately nodded gravely. Both Scorpion's father and mother wore somber expressions. At this moment, the presence of another formidable adversary on the battlefield posed a significant threat to their campaign. If this issue was not addressed promptly, they risked losing the battle. All right, then I shall go. No. As Scorpion's father was about to rise to take on the task of confronting Ki, he was halted by Suki. The palm of his hand, marred by burns, clutched Scorpion's father's arm with considerable strength. Your mission is to break through to the rear. You cannot take the risk of facing that boy. But this war. The war is not the primary objective. The objective is Konoha. Suki's words struck Scorpion's father like a lightning bolt. Indeed, the war had been initiated for resources. If they failed to achieve this goal, the outcome of the battle would be rendered meaningless. With Konoha's defenses now vulnerable and its elite forces fully occupied, the returning shinobi from the battlefield at Rain Village remained in the infirmary, presenting a prime opportunity for them to break through. If they could breach Konoha, even if they lost the battle, they would still claim victory in the war. Contemplating this, Scorpion's father pondered for a moment before finally nodding. Very well. I shall break through from the 4th and 5th districts. Then I shall proceed from the 2nd and 3rd districts. Scorpion's mother also identified a suitable route. Both were puppeteers. And intelligence suggested that the two shinobi in the 2nd and 3rd districts were primarily close combat fighters. The same applied to the 4th and 5th districts. Their mastery of techniques was not particularly extensive, compared to the two children in the 1st and 2nd districts. They would be much easier to handle and also easier to infiltrate. Suki agreed with this plan. Their chosen routes were indeed reasonable, and they could converge swiftly after breaking through. Be exceedingly cautious. Remember, if any unforeseen circumstances arise, retreat. Do not forget, you have children, and they are among the few remaining relatives of your sister. The two nodded, retiring early that evening to prepare for the next day's operations. Meanwhile, Suki transmitted the information to the Wind Shadow, emphasizing Ki's personal capabilities. Curse it, why is that genius in Konoha again? The third Wind Shadow slammed his fist onto the table, tearing the report in two. However, after regaining his composure, he contemplated the report. Send a few shinobi to the land of Earth to gather intelligence. His assistant bowed respectfully and exited the office. Just yesterday, the third Wind Shadow had received news that Noki had made a move against the Rain Village. The Awagakure had long suffered from a lack of water resources, exacerbated by Hanzo's increasing threat over the years. The land of rain, with its perpetual downpour, coincided with Hanzo's war declarations against the wind and fire villages, thereby successfully depleting his own strength. The cumulative conditions presented a formidable temptation for Noki. Securing territory in the land of rain would yield multiple advantages. It would resolve the water resource dilemma, save the village from purchasing water, and eliminate a significant threat. If he refrained from taking action, it would be a disgrace to his position. Yet, the land of lightning and the land of earth were not on good terms. And now, with news of Naki's aggression towards the land of rain, it threatened to sever a major source of income for them. Consequently, they decided to strike against Noki. Taking advantage of Awagakure's deployment against the rain village, he launched a surprise attack. In a short span, Awagakure suffered significant losses and would likely be unable to attend to Sunagakure's needs. If Konoha were to mobilize against them now, it would undoubtedly deliver a severe blow. However, the news remained to be confirmed. Once it was established that Awagakure was indeed clashing with Kumogakure, he would issue orders for a full mobilization. He had awaited this day for far too long. Those damn daimyos would soon see how he would treat them after conquering Konoha. Not a chance of funding. Who cares? After taking a moment to recuperate on the shore, Ki finally rose again. His injuries were numerous. Due to his tender age and underdeveloped physique, he remained considerably weaker physically. Although the close-range breakthrough had not directly impacted him, the shockwave from the blade's strike had fractured several of his bones. Nevertheless, it was not a grave concern, merely fractured, that would not require extensive treatment. Upon returning to camp, he would attend to them. Thanks to years of experience with ninjutsu experimentation, Ki had developed a fair tolerance for pain and thus did not rest for long. His chakra threads had been severed, and he was uncertain whether a few shinobi had crossed over. This was disastrous. He had revealed all his trump cards without being able to eliminate Suki. He feared his name and techniques would become notorious within Sunagakure. Ki could foresee his fate. It was evident that if Konoha learned of a powerful shinobi harboring a novel ninjutsu, they would not keep it to themselves. He sighed. I suppose upon returning to the village, I'll be summoned for questioning again. He wondered how long this battle would endure. After cleaning up the battlefield, Ki returned to the camp, entirely unaware that at the Hokage building in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen had made a decision mirroring that of the third Wind Shadow. However, he acted without hesitation, directly instructing Tsunade to mobilize for battle. It was simple. Konoha posed no latent threats. Why should they deliberate as Sunagakure did? Yet, this decision would soon encounter an unforeseen event that would nearly jeopardize Tsunade's 30 years of service. On the very night that Ki made his way back to the camp, the forward sentinels of the 4th unit were unexpectedly discovered and attacked by infiltrating Sand Shinobi. Ki, originally stationed in the 2nd unit, had only just begun to recover from his injuries with the help of medical shinobi when he heard the commotion in the distance. That area was the forward sentinels of the 4th unit. An enemy assault? CHK furrowed his brow, pondering whether to investigate. Nighttime incursions were not uncommon. Given that Minato's team was stationed in the 4th unit and Kaze was there as well, he felt concerned about potential mishaps. Kato. Hold on. Captain Kato. The distance between the two units was not vast, and with all speed, CHK arrived at the battlefield in under 10 minutes. The Sand Shinobi were engaged in combat with 2 other shinobi, outnumbering them 5-2, with Konoha in a disadvantageous position. Beneath a nearby tree, a man with long azure hair leaned against the trunk, his abdomen torn open, surrounded by scattered entrails. Kato-dan? Is he dead here? CHK had no time to dwell on this. Having encountered such a scenario, it was best to save at least 1 or 2, thereby enhancing his own achievements. Perhaps he could even gain some favor in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, thereby strengthening his own voice. Fire release, dragon fire technique. The Sand Shinobi, engrossed in battle with Konoha's forces, failed to notice the commotion behind them. Consequently, CHK's burst of flames erupted at the center of the 5 adversaries. 2 were injured, 1 severely wounded, and another was killed. Only 1 managed to evade the blast, sustaining minor injuries. Who? The surviving shinobi turned to see only the glint of a short blade. Before he could comprehend, he felt a chill at his neck and lost consciousness. In quick succession, the remaining 3 were dispatched by the 2 reconnaissance shinobi and CHK. Only then did they have the opportunity to assess the situation. Kato. At that moment, a loud shout resonated from Kato's direction. Upon hearing the familiar tone, Chushu realized that Tsunade was on the verge of succumbing to hemophobia. Chapter 47. A lament for untimely arrival beneath the boughs of a verdant tree. Cat Dan's brow was furrowed in a grimace of pain. Tsunade gently laid him upon the verdant grass, meticulously piecing together his ravaged organs, scattered by the force of the attack. She ceaselessly channeled her medical ninjutsu, striving to mend his broken form. Dan, endure, I implore you. You must not succumb. Think of your sister, of the shared aspirations we hold dear. You cannot abandon us. Hatsubai observed the scene with a heavy heart, a profound sense of regret etched upon his countenance. He knew, with somber certainty, that Cat Dan was beyond the reach of salvation. Tsunade-sama. A nearby ninja gently touched Tsunade's shoulder, seeking to offer solace, yet finding himself bereft of words. Dan's eyelids fluttered open, his lips parted as if to speak. But the agony and enervation that coursed through him rendered even the simple act of breathing a Herculean effort. His voice remained trapped within. Moments later, his head lolled to the side, his life extinguished. Dan. Alas. Tsunade gazed at the crimson stain upon her hands, the specter of her brother's demise rising before her eyes. In the end, her vaunted medical ninjutsu had proven utterly futile. Gradually, the blood before her morphed into a grotesque demon, devouring the lives of her beloved brother and cherished lover. A flicker of terror danced within Tsunade's eyes, and her hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Overwhelmed by protracted weariness and the trauma of the moment, she emitted a mournful cry and succumbed to unconsciousness. Sister, my dream is to become Hokage. I am a Konoha ninja, striving to attain the mantle of Hokage. In her dream, the voices of her lover and brother echoed, their forms fading into the ether. Tsunade felt a sharp, agonizing pang in her heart. The Hokage, it is truly a dreadful thing. 2 ninjas gently bore Tsunade and Dan upon their backs, while Hatsubai accompanied them on their somber journey back to Camp 4. Having intervened in the conflict, he was compelled to offer a comprehensive account of the events. As he entered the camp, Hatsubai espied familiar figures preparing to depart. Yo, Keed. Hatsubai? What brings you here? It is a long and winding tale. Hatsubai, with utmost brevity, recounted the events that had transpired. Before Minato and the others could respond, a familiar voice pierced the air. Sensei. Turning, Hatsubai beheld the Ino Shikasi trio rushing toward Cat Dan's lifeless form. Hatsubai was taken aback. So, he was the J-Nin leader of this generation's Ino Shikasi. At this time, CHZA was not yet portly, nor were the markings upon his face as pronounced. Shikaka's face was swathed in bandages, likely concealing the scar he would later bear. Only Yamanaka and Noichi possessed an unblemished visage, perhaps a testament to his resilience. In truth, Hatsubai had never understood why the Yamanaka clan was associated with the boar until he had interacted with them. Their children were remarkably durable. Perhaps it was due to the mind-body switch technique, where the user's physical body required protection while their consciousness was elsewhere. Cat Dan could have learned a thing or two from them. Perhaps he would not be lying here now. What happened? Dan-sensei. Minato and the others finally noticed the grim scene. Keed covered her mouth in disbelief. What is it? What happened to Dan? Why is Tsunade-sama unconscious? And the enemy? Were they vanquished? The commander of Camp 4 arrived, seeking answers. Dan's 2 comrades escorted Hatsubai forward. Lord Ayase, the situation is as follows. The 2 ninjas offered a concise explanation, emphasizing Hatsubai's role in saving their lives. I see. So that is what occurred. The commander of Camp 4 cast a sorrowful gaze upon Dan. Dan was a hero. I shall report this matter to the Hokage. He then turned to Hatsubai. Young man, are you from Camp 3 or Camp 5? Hatsubai, realizing that the attention had shifted to him, swiftly replied, I am the leader of Assault Squad 1. Stationed at Camp 2. I heard the commotion while resting and rushed to the scene. Upon hearing this, Commander ISE's demeanor became markedly more serious. The leader of an assault squad held the rank of Special J-Nin, a position personally approved by the 3rd Hokage. This was not a matter to be treated lightly. He had heard tales of this particular individual, who had single-handedly decimated nearly all of the Suna ninja in Sectors 3 and 4. He could not be treated as an ordinary ninja. I understand. I shall include this in my report to the Hokage. Thank you, Lord Ice. You are too kind. Their conversation was brief. Dan's lifeless body lay nearby, casting a pall over everyone's spirits. After a brief ceremony, Cat Dan's body was prepared for burial upon their return to the village. Hatsubai then returned to Camp 2. Dan. The following dawn, Tsunade awoke from a nightmarish slumber. She gazed at the grime upon her person and surveyed her surroundings, realizing that the events of the previous day were not a figment of her imagination. The image of Dan's demise resurfaced in her mind, and she wept, burying her face in her hands. Her tears mingled with the dried blood upon her palms, dissolving the hardened clots. A pungent metallic scent assailed her nostrils. Tsunade swiftly removed her hands, her eyes met with a sea of crimson. The deaths of her brother and lover flashed before her eyes. Tsunade's hands trembled as she curled into a fetal position, her eyes wide with terror. Soon, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed outside. Tsunade-sama, what is amiss? A ninja, hearing the commotion, came to investigate and found Tsunade huddled in a corner, her head buried in her arms. He inquired with concern. It is nothing. Merely a nightmare. Tsunade stammered, feigning composure. They were on the battlefield. And as the commander of this operation, she could not afford to reveal her fear. I see. Are you certain you are all right? Yes. Please leave me to gather myself. Understood. The ninja withdrew, allowing Tsunade a moment of respite. However, a disquieting sensation stirred within her. She glanced at her hands once more. Buzz. The horrifying images returned to haunt her. Tsunade swiftly averted her gaze, inhaling deeply in an attempt to regain her composure. She placed her hands behind her back and surveyed the surroundings. She noticed a basin of clean water upon a stool, likely placed there by someone the previous day. Tsunade hastily approached and washed her hands, avoiding any glimpse into the basin. Only when she was certain that no residue remained did she dry her hands and emerge from the tent. Tsunade-sama, you are awake? Yes. Would you be willing to recount the events of yesterday? Commander Ayase inquired, nodding in acknowledgement. Yes, yesterday. After hearing the complete account, Tsunade nodded in understanding. So, that young man saved the other 2 ninjas. Tsunade had heard of Hatsubai. It was during the time when she and the other Sannin had led a team to the Hidden Rain village. Jiraiya had mentioned Hatsubai and Minato to her, lamenting the tedium of their journey. Having now heard Commander Ayase's description, she acknowledged the boy's talent and power. But why? Why could he not have arrived sooner? If only he had. Tsunade shook her head. What am I thinking? Why am I harboring such malice toward a child? She then gathered her hair and made her way to the rear of the camp, where the bodies of the fallen ninjas lay in repose. She cast one last, lingering glance. If only that child had arrived sooner. Chapter 48, 1 for 1. Another tedious day. On the black grass, Chusu cleared a patch and lay down. The injuries on his body had mostly healed, no longer affecting his ability to fight. However, after his battle with the Sand Elder yesterday, no Sand Shinobi had ventured this way since. This left him feeling quite dejected and a bit bored. Gazing at the sun in the sky, Chusu couldn't help but think of the fire release technique he had developed. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Why not expand the front lines? The more he pondered, the more feasible it seemed. After all, if the Sand Shinobi weren't coming to him, couldn't he go to seek them out instead? Without hesitation, he sprang up and created several shadow clones, sending them off in different directions. Yet, this expansion instantly made him feel something was amiss. The shadow clones ventured into the areas overseen by Watergate and Keyed. The critical point was, there seemed to be fewer Sand Shinobi passing through their sector today. As for Watergate, it was understandable, although a couple might slip through. They generally dealt with each one that approached. Thus, a reduction in their numbers was to be expected. However, why were there so many fewer Sand Shinobi in Keyed's area as well? Given the lower number of Leaf Ninjas, the Sand Shinobi's passage rate should have been quite considerable, not to mention that the 2 edges were prime targets for the Sand Shinobi. So it seemed improbable that fewer than 20 Shinobi would pass through daily. Yet today, after surveying the entirety of the 4th and 5th sectors, the Shadow Clones had spotted only 5 Sand Shinobi heading towards Keyed. This was certainly unusual. The Sand Shinobi would have needed to infiltrate more personnel to breach the Leaf's defenses. This would facilitate a subsequent surge to break through the lines and seize the gates. But why had the number of infiltrating Shinobi suddenly plummeted? Could it be that after Tsunade arrived, the assault had become more challenging? Chusu couldn't help but speculate. Well, since there were so few, he decided not to compete with them and instead sought to catch some game for roasting. After some thought, he resolved not to take action. After all, these Shinobi could be considered military merit, and leaving them some leeway wouldn't hurt. Besides, Watergate still needed to exchange for the Flying Thunder God technique. As the Shadow Clones returned with messages, they dissipated, and Chusu summoned another one. He then dashed towards the southern woods. Earlier, when the shadow clone had visited Keed, it had spotted quite a few beasts along the way. This provided a perfect opportunity to procure some dried meat for snacks. In the 4th and 5th sectors, at Keed and Jamaru's encampment. Jamaru. Someone is approaching. Oh, Keed, with her Sharingan activated, was keenly aware of her surroundings. The moment she detected the presence of others, she alerted Jamaru. At your 2 o'clock, 12 o'clock, and 11 o'clock, they're S1 at each. Understood. I'll keep an eye out. Jamaru nodded, while Keed fixed her gaze on the 2 figures rushing toward them. Since the day she had started training with Chusu and Watergate, she had been included in their training sessions. To this day, her ninjutsu and taijutsu skills had surpassed those of an average ninja. At least Jamaru couldn't match her prowess. However, her taijutsu lacked power, and her jinjutsu suffered from the absence of a mentor-esque guidance. Nevertheless, she was more than capable of handling ordinary sand shinobi. Over the past few days, she had already dealt with no less than 10 such foes. Thus, this time would be no different. Fire release, great fireball technique. Just as the 2 sand shinobi closed the distance to within 3 meters, Keed's hand seals were complete. In an instant, a massive fireball erupted forth. The 2 sand shinobi, caught unawares, witnessed a small girl emerge from behind a tree, closely followed by a colossal fireball. Oh no, one of the sand shinobi, unable to evade, was struck head-on by the great fireball. The other, seizing the opportunity while his comrade shielded him, narrowly escaped the inferno's reach. Die. But before he could even land, a voice echoed from above. With no time to think, the sand shinobi hastily drew a kunai and slashed upward. Keed instinctively shifted her attack and quickly deflected the strike. The sand shinobi took the chance to leap back, forming hand seals. Water release. Water bullets. Several water bullets erupted from his mouth, and Keed swiftly dodged, sprinting to the side. Yet, the persistent ninja pursued her, unleashing a torrent of water projectiles. Keed quickly leapt onto a tree, taking cover behind the trunk. Seeing he could not hit her, the sand shinobi turned to assist the other 3 in dealing with the steadily growing threat of the chubby boy. However, just as he took a few steps, he halted abruptly. In the next moment, 2 kunai adorned with explosive tags landed before him. Water release, water shield. With no time to evade, the sand shinobi hurriedly spat out a mouthful of water, condensing it into a shield to mitigate some of the explosive force. Boom. The explosion resonated throughout the forest, echoing far and wide. Taking advantage of the chaos, Keed swiftly shifted to Jamaru's side. Seizing the moment when one of the sand shinobi was unguarded, she swiftly dispatched him. At this point, the battle dynamics shifted to a 3 against 2, significantly alleviating their pressure. Damn it, that little brat is quite cunning. The sand shinobi who survived the explosion regrouped with his 2 companions, forming a triangle to encircle Keed and Jamaru. Be careful. That girl is from the Uchiha clan. Do not look into her eyes. Yeah, I know. Let us take out that chubby boy first. With that, the sand shinobi hurled several shurikens. Multiplication technique. Jamaru's right hand enlarged, using his arm guard to block the shurikens. Meanwhile, Keed swiftly engaged one of the sand shinobi. Wind release, wind cutter, fire release, phoenix fire technique. Numerous wind blades and fireballs clashed in midair, but a sudden chill swept over her from behind. Keed quickly turned and struck, forcing the other sand shinobi back. Damn it. How is this little brat so strong? This taijutsu is infuriating. In an instant, one of the sand shinobi was pummeled repeatedly. Although the pain was minimal, the frustration was overwhelming. He immediately attempted to create distance to employ ninjutsu. However, the moment he retreated, his comrade found himself in peril. Hey, don't hit me like that. I can't take it. Clang, clang. After a couple of exchanges, his kunai was swiftly knocked away. Just as he was about to be struck in the neck, the sand shinobi jumped up. Wind release, tornado. Behind him, the sound of the ninjutsu rang out. Keed, seeing she could not change her position in time, slashed viciously at the abdomen of the ninja before her, then vanished from the spot. Ugh, even with protective gear, the sand shinobi's abdomen was gashed, blood gushing forth. Mountain strike. Realizing this adversary could no longer fight, Keed quickly redirected her target, hurling shurikens at another sand shinobi. The sand shinobi, snapping back to reality, hurriedly blew out several wind bullets to block the shurikens. However, to his surprise, several shurikens intersected mid-flight. Clang. The shurikens altered their trajectory, bypassing the wind bullets and continuing toward the sand shinobi. He hastily dodged. Die. Before he could even land, a figure approached rapidly. Kunai poised to strike down. The sand shinobi, in despair, closed his eyes. Not so fast. In the next moment, a woman's voice rang out. A shadow suddenly descended from the sky, swiftly moving toward Keed. Feng's keen eyes quickly detected the impending change, yet in his instantaneous state, he found it impossible to swiftly alter his trajectory. It was over. In that moment, Feng realized he could not evade it, and he wielded the kunai with even greater force towards the sand ninja. If survival was unattainable, then he would ensure that he took one down with him. Feng. Clang. Splatter. Chapter 49. Concealment. Feng tightly closed her eyes, imagining the pain of a blade slicing through her body, which never came. Instead, A warm sensation enveloped her hand, accompanied by a faint sound of gasping nearby. Damn it! A woman's furious voice erupted from behind. Feng opened her eyes to find the sand ninja before her lifeless. Turning back, she saw a figure that, though not particularly large, exuded a reassuring presence. It was Chushu. Gasping for breath, Chushu held a short knife and kunai against the blade of the puppet before them. Are you all right? Yes. Upon receiving confirmation, Chushu kicked the puppet aside to avoid close combat. From the onset, he had sensed something amiss that day. The sand ninja's desire to attack was alarmingly low, which left him uneasy. Additionally, the vitality of those attempting to break through, along with their attire, felt overwhelmingly strong. They were not like the ninjas who had been fighting for days. They must be reinforcements from the sand village. As Chushu contemplated this while hunting for game, he became increasingly suspicious that the sand ninjas were involved in some conspiracy. Thus, he replayed the events of the Second Shinobi World War in his mind. Suddenly, he realized that the time of the sand ninjas' troubles coincided with the rise of the legendary White Fang during this war, coupled with the sand ninjas' movements today. He grew concerned that Feng might be in danger, prompting him to rush towards her. Upon arrival, his sensory technique detected a formidable chakra approaching swiftly from not far away. Meanwhile, the sounds of battle continued around Feng. Without hesitation, Chushu used his body flicker technique to reach her just in time to save her from the puppet's grasp. Ugh. Chushu gritted his teeth in frustration. No wonder the original story of Team Minato only featured 3 members. It must have been during this time. You kids sure are ruthless. The brown-haired woman opposite them wore a fierce expression as she addressed Chushu and Feng. Heh, this is a battlefield. It's either you or me who dies. Chushu retorted without hesitation. However, the woman did not seem overly angered. Instead, she chuckled lightly at them. Well said. But you probably won't have the chance to continue living on this battlefield. Chushu furrowed his brow, confused by her words. The next moment, he was startled and quickly urged Feng. Hurry, go help Jamara deal with that sand ninja. Kill him, and our API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, chapter 50. I was wrong not long after. Chushu spotted the 2 who had retreated ahead of him. From a distance, he greeted them with enthusiasm. Wonderful. Chushu has returned. G1 was the first to turn around, and Feng paused, a flicker of joy crossing his face. However, as they made eye contact, that joy swiftly faded away. Once Chushu approached, they managed to muster a smile once more. Chushu, we can discuss it after we retreat. Now is not the time for such matters. Chushu spoke gently, patting Feng on the head. Having revealed himself in front of Feng, he was prepared to explain. After all, the Sand Shinobi had long been aware of his fire release techniques. Exposing himself now would simply mean adding one more person to the list of those in the know. Feng nodded in agreement, recognizing that this was not the appropriate place to delve into the subject. With Chushu leading the way, the trio made their way back towards the 3rd defense line. Along the route, they encountered Watergate and Tsukihime, who were also retreating. Watergate? Where is Uncle Gujie? Watergate's expression was tinged with urgency. Chushu, Uncle Gujie stayed behind to hold off a red-haired Sand Shinobi for us. This was troubling. Chushu thought to himself. Though uncertain whether Gujie would lose his life due to this, he felt a significant burden of responsibility, as he had introduced Watergate to Gujie in the first place. If anything were to happen to Gujie that deviated from the original narrative, he would bear the weight of that responsibility. Quickly, Chushu instructed Watergate on the direction to take and hurried towards the battlefield. Chushu, I'll come with you. No, you stay here. There should still be a brown-haired female sand puppet master behind. You must ensure their safety. Upon hearing this, Watergate relented, nodding in resignation. Since befriending Chushu, he had become somewhat lacking in independent thought. Hearing Chushu's strategic orders, he offered no rebuttal. Thus, after completing their handover, Chushu pressed forward alone, intending to join Gujie in the fight. In the forest, the ground was marred with clear traces of battle, evidence of the fierce conflict that had just unfolded. Following the fresh marks, Chushu began to tread lightly. Clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing reached his ears, indicating he was nearing the fray. Cautiously, he approached, navigating through a concealed path. Gradually, the figures of the combatants came into view. Ah, uncle, you might as well give up. You can't kill me. And I can't do anything to you either. But the ninjas behind me are on their way. Maru Star Gujie, wielding a short blade, gritted his teeth as he resisted the force of Scorpion Dad. With only one leg remaining, he found himself at a disadvantage in close combat. Even with the support of Konoha's style of swordsmanship, he could only hope to delay his defeat. But, you shall not prevail. My mission is to protect the village, and I will not allow you to invade, even if it costs me my life. Water release, water dragon bullet. With those words, Uchiha slashed at the kunai, staggering as he formed 2 simplified hand seals. Below him, a swirl of water began to gather, swiftly taking the form of a robust water dragon. Wind release, gale wave. Scorpion Dad hastily formed his seals, but he was still a fraction too slow, only managing to block the water dragon while leaping aside to evade the ensuing explosion. Water release, water shark bullet. However, before he could land, the remnants of the explosion morphed into a peculiar swarm of shark-shaped water creatures, heading straight for him. Strangely, Gujia was not forming any seals. Who is it? Show yourself. Scorpion Dad swiftly severed the approaching sharks with his blades, but suddenly felt a wave of heat behind him. Fire release, sun hunting arrow. Fire release. There was no time for surprise. Scorpion Dad rolled to the side, attempting to evade the fiery arrow. Yet, the arrow, designed to simulate the speed of a conventional arrow, was swift. Just managing to escape its range, he was nonetheless caught in the blast of the fiery projectile. Fortunately, Scorpion Dad had anticipated this, using a substitution technique to avoid severe injury, suffering only a minor burn on his clothing. However, as the explosion subsided, the shadowy figure who had aided Gujia had already whisked him away. Fire release. Was that the child? Scorpion Dad mused, recognizing the formidable power at play. Watching the duo's retreating figures, he understood he could not chase them down. Turning to survey the aftermath of the explosion, he saw a charred crater. The surrounding trees engulfed in crimson flames, with the ground radiating an intense heat, reminiscent of summer. Yet, why did he feel a chill upon turning away? Scratching his head, he was startled to find his own smooth posterior. A scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed through the forest. Little Chusu, what are you doing here? Let me go. I must kill those Sand Shinobi. Understanding Gujia's temperament, Chusu certainly would not allow him to return so rashly. Gujia, having lost teammates in his youth, had become increasingly radical as he aged, perpetually seeking to battle for the village, even at the cost of his own life. Come now, Uncle Gujia, there's no need to be so agitated. Chusu spoke lightly, his words flowing quickly, not allowing Gujia a moment to interject. Sacrificing for the village is commendable, but running away when you can is nothing short of a senseless sacrifice. Your abilities are of great value to Konoha. You cannot afford to perish now. When we return, you must continue to vanquish more foes for Konoha. With this line of reasoning, Gujia found himself lacking any counterarguments. The enemies behind him had blocked his path, and Chusu's eloquent words had provided him an exit. Yet, he felt unworthy of rescue. Little Chusu, do you think someone like me truly deserves redemption from my comrades? Chusu did not glance at Gujia's despondent expression, yet his tone grew solemn. Uncle Gujia, I know you carry immense guilt over the death of your teammates. You've lived with that burden for years. But if they knew their deaths brought you such despair and hopelessness, they would feel their sacrifices were in vain. To take a step back. Even if you were indeed unforgivable, you are still our comrade. We will not, and cannot, abandon a teammate we can save. As he spoke, Gujia slowly turned to face Chusu. Though Chusu's words were blunt, they rang with truth. Yes. How could he so easily toss aside the life saved by his comrades? All these years, his reckless desperation had been the greatest disrespect towards his fallen teammates. I understand now. Thank you, little Chusu. You've helped me see so much. But please, do not risk your life to save me again. Before Gujia could finish, Chusu had already lost interest in his protests. Ultimately, this stubborn elder was still as obstinate as ever. Do you want us to become more despicable than you once were? A single remark silenced Gujia instantly. Indeed, one who caused the death of teammates could not be deemed a good ninja. I acknowledge that. However, one who possesses the power to alter the fate of their comrades, yet stands idly by is not even worthy of being called human. Gujia felt a jolt of astonishment, his eyes widening in realization as he regarded Chusu. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Chapter 51. Mission concluded. At the outer defense line of Konoha, extending westward, lies the third defense line of the Sand Ninja War. Here, Shikaku Hatake leads a contingent of YMBU operatives, vigilantly guarding against any Sand Ninja that may have slipped through from the second line. Thanks to Shikaku's exceptional swordsmanship and the stealth of the ANBU, the Sand Ninja village remains oblivious to the situation here. Since the onset of the conflict, numerous infiltrators have been silently dispatched, each meeting their end with a swift strike to the neck. Only the commanders of the 5 major camps and the surprise attack teams are privy to these operations. As customary, Shikaku remains concealed in the forest, meticulously monitoring the surroundings. His mission is to ensure that not a single Sand Ninja breaches Konoha's defenses. However, today feels unusually tranquil. Is there a new tactic being plotted? Shikaku dismisses the thought, resolving to thwart any intruders, regardless of their numbers. Suddenly, a commotion ahead captures his attention, prompting him to blend into the shadows. Shortly thereafter, a small squad appears before him, adorned with the Konoha forehead protector. They are mere children. This perplexes him. How could they be here? At their age, they should be on the front lines as genin. Could they be deserters? With this realization, Shikaku swiftly emerges, drawing his short blade. Halt! Who are you? Minato Namikaze stops in his tracks. Is this the third defense line? We are members of the surprise attack team. I am Team 2's captain, Minato Namikaze. Despite the revelation, Shikaku remains on alert. While it is plausible for children to be part of a surprise team, he suspects a ruse by the Sand Ninja. Yet, he refrains from acting hastily. When the Hokage appointed the surprise teams, he had considered evacuation scenarios, providing each with a self-authentication scroll bearing the Hokage's seal. He possesses one himself to prevent impersonation. If these children truly are from the surprise team, they must have their scrolls. Is that so? You claim to be from the surprise team. Where's your proof? Minato quickly thinks of the scroll given by the Hokage, but it is with his teammate, who went to assist their temporary member. The scroll is with our team leader. He went to rescue our temporary member and should be here shortly. Is that so? Then you may wait here. Shikaku remains uncertain but does not act against them. Instead, he dispatches a shadow clone to scout while he observes from his position. Minato, sensing the continued distrust, has no choice but to wait. Fortunately, his teammate, Chusui, arrives swiftly, carrying the half-buried body of their comrade. Minato. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Minato's heart lifts, and he turns to see Chusui. Why are you still here? Aren't you evacuating? Halt. Just as Minato is about to respond, Shikaku emerges once more. Who are you? Oh right. At the sight of the masked ANBU, Chusui recognizes him instantly. This is Shikaku Hatake, the very figure he is familiar with, primarily due to the distinctive design of his sleeves. Shikaku stands firmly, eyeing the child carrying a person with unwavering vigilance. Soon, Chusui retrieves the scroll given by the third Hokage and tosses it toward Shikaku. I am Chusui, captain of Team 1. This is the authentication scroll from Lord Hokage. Shikaku catches the scroll and glances over it, his tension easing. To his surprise, these children truly belong to the surprise team, and the blonde and dark-haired ones have already attained the rank of special jounin. Such prodigious talent is a rarity. My apologies. Captain Chusui, you may proceed. Chusui nods, unfazed. No problem. By the way, 2 Sand Ninja, accompanied by 10 elite jounin, are approaching from the rear. Please be cautious. The female is a puppeteer, and the male wields formidable wind techniques. With that, Chusui leads his team away towards the village. Thank you for the intel. We will remain vigilant. Shikaku calls out, not caring whether they hear him. Such information is invaluable and can often dictate the outcome of critical moments. Chusui hears it but has already distanced himself, deeming it unnecessary to respond. Shikaku seems rather youthful and polite how time flies. Kakashi must be 2 or 3 years old now. What a harmonious family it once was. Danzo sighing. Danzo. You have truly ensnared me in a grand scheme in the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen reviews the ANB reports on his desk, feeling overwhelmed. Just moments ago, a spy from the Rain Village delivered a profoundly significant piece of news. Danzo, who had previously volunteered for a mission to the Rain Village, has made contact with Hanzo. Initially, Hiruzen believed Danzo merely sought to recruit some individuals from the Ninja Academy, but he chuckles bitterly, realizing he has underestimated him. Yet, he finds himself unable to refuse. The forces in the Rain Village, consisting solely of Jiraiya and his 2 companions, are insufficient. A conspiracy, indeed. Taking a puff from his pipe, he contemplates dispatching someone to investigate Hanzo's intentions. He worries that if Danzo colludes with Hanzo in secret, his position could be precarious. However, upon reflection, he cannot find anyone he trusts to gather intelligence. Orochimaru was once the prime candidate, but he is currently unreachable and has presumably vanished post-war. Tsunade is stationed at the battlefield in the Land of Rivers. The only one left with availability is Jiraiya, but entrusting this task to him fills Hiruzen with apprehension. Frustrated, Hiruzen runs his fingers through his hair, noticing several strands left behind. Great, just what I needed, another worry. Lord Third. Suddenly, an ANBU appears outside the window. Hiruzen turns swiftly. It is the ANBU he sent to monitor the Sand Ninja. What is the situation on the battlefield? Report. Chio has been dispatched from the Sand Ninja. Hiruzen gestures for the ANBU to leave, continuing to monitor the movements of the Sand Ninja. Chio's arrival was anticipated. Report. Before Hiruzen can fully ponder the situation, another loud call comes from outside. Enter. As the office door swings open, several children and an elder enter. Did you encounter formidable foes? Hiruzen's expression shifts from surprise to seriousness, quickly deducing the situation at hand. Chusui and the others nod. Yes, the Sand Ninja sent a female puppeteer and a red-haired man. We were no match for them. I understand. This is not your fault. The third Hokage reassures them, knowing Chusui requires no comfort. But the others might need it. Hiruzen then inquires about the specifics. The female puppeteer? Is it Chio? No, it is not, but rather a young woman with chestnut hair. From her tone, it seems she has a child named Scorpion. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately grasped the situation. Is that so? They are indeed the son and daughter-in-law of Chio. It appears they have invested quite a bit. However, the third line of defense is no trivial matter. As he spoke, the expression of the third Hokage shifted repeatedly as he endeavored to adopt a benevolent demeanor towards the children. Very well, your task has been completed. You may now take your rest. The rewards for your efforts will be distributed shortly. But do take heed, do not wander too far. For Grandpa will have more tasks for you in the future. Yes. Chapter 52. Excessive ingredients. Uncle Gugio was promptly admitted to the hospital to receive his prosthetics. Everyone, please accompany me. As they exited the Hokage building, Chushu beckoned a few companions to follow him. Although Minato, Yamatsuki, and Suki did not comprehend the reason for this summons, they did not refuse upon observing Chushu's serious demeanor. Kaze felt a sudden jolt of alarm, her spirit instantly heightened. Is he about to confess? Reflecting on all she had witnessed that day, her feelings towards Chushu were profoundly intricate. She felt anger at his concealment, concern for his solitary retreat. and the lingering effects of the voices within their clan regarding their relationship. Yet, more than anything, she sensed an increasing distance between them. It seemed they were drifting further apart. As Kaze observed Chushu's figure moving away, a sense of unease washed over her. It appeared that Chushu was becoming increasingly solitary, and their connection was waning. At that moment, a beautiful girl with black hair suddenly entered her line of sight, swiftly matching Chushu's pace. Panic surged within Kaze, a wave of urgency compelling her to hasten after him, linking her arm with his. What is Chushu planning? Is he inviting us to dine? At that moment, Jamaru and Appo's voice broke through the tense atmosphere. Cough, you fool. With Chushu and Appo's serious expression, he must be about to announce something significant. Can you not think of food every moment? Yamatsuki retorted, also quickening her steps. What important matter? Jamaru, taken aback by Yamatsuki's words, followed suit with a look of confusion. Is it a special fire release? Minato had already surmised what Chushu intended to disclose, recalling the mention of a peculiar fire release during his confrontation with the red-haired man. Unexpectedly. Aside from that little one adept in special fire release, your strength is commendable, the man had remarked. Among their group, Minato could not think of anyone stronger than Chushu. Chushu did not inquire how Minato knew this. He merely nodded lightly. Well, this is a technique I developed while still in school. They arrived at the training ground. And after confirming that no one else was present, Chushu finally spoke. At that time, I trained diligently after returning home each day. And it was during that period that I discovered the transformation of Chakra's nature. Flames were the first change I noted, and as my research progressed, I gradually increased the temperature, evolving it into the current fire release. The reason I concealed all this was not due to spies from other nations, but rather because of our own Konoha. Upon hearing this, Yamatsuki, Minato, and Jamaru immediately sat up, disbelief etched on their faces. Even Kaze furrowed her brow, struggling to grasp Chushu's meaning, her displeasure evident at his mistrust of Konoha. Only Suki, though equally frowning, wore a look of curiosity. Chushu sighed, anticipating such a reaction. Sigh. I knew you would react this way. Please, calm down and allow me to finish. At his words, the four exchanged glances before settling back down. However, they continued to regard Chushu with skeptical eyes, which irked him greatly. The issue does not lie with Konoha itself, but with the organization beneath it, the root. Hearing this term, the group exchanged glances, clearly unaware of the existence of the root. Chushu, having predicted this, kindly elaborated. The darkness of the root far surpasses your imagination. They select members solely based on talent, targeting many children with exceptional ninjutsu aptitude. Those they choose are either abducted at a young age for inhumane training to excavate their potential or selected from among high-achieving civilians and clan branches within the ninja academy to serve in the root. Minato and the others' expression shifted dramatically, their outrage palpable at the actions of the so-called root. How outrageous. How can they do this? As far as I know, Shanko of the Yamanaka clan has probably already been absorbed into the root. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Minato and the others changed yet again. What? Shanko was in the same class as them, consistently ranking among the top. Although they did not interact much, they were on familiar terms, especially Jamaru. As the Akimichi and Yamanaka clans maintained a good relationship. Now that he thought about it, it had indeed been a while since he last contacted Shanko. Is it true? Has he? Jamaru gritted his teeth, unable to fathom what Shanko might face upon entering the root. Indeed, they will recruit you, then brainwash you, ultimately transforming you into a loyal servant of the as the initial rays of dawn illuminated the scene. Chushu sensed that no one bore him any ill will, and the guilt that had weighed upon his heart dissipated instantaneously, prompting him to turn his head away with a hint of pride. Yueji, however, felt a sense of offense, as the veins on her forehead throbbed ominously. What to do? I feel an urge to strike him. Shanke remarked with visible displeasure. Go ahead, I support you. Upon hearing this, Chushu gulped, acutely aware of the mounting tension surrounding him. See you. In the next instant, he scooped up phone and dashed away. Stop. Yueji and Shanke immediately pursued him, while Shueimin observed the playful commotion with a resigned smile. I find myself longing for Kushina. Perhaps I should pay her a visit. Jiwang mused, patting his rumbling stomach. I could really go for some self-service barbecue. It's time for a meal. Oh dear. Chushu, run if you must, but put me down, she exclaimed. They're after you. What does it have to do with me? You little brat. Showing no loyalty to our marital bond. I might just use you as a projectile later. Shanke interjected. Stop right there, you two scoundrels. Yueji added. Halt. You dog. Do you dare to engage in a duel with me? Believe me, I can send you flying. Chapter 53. The origin of the roots in the ensuing days. Life seemed to lose much of its unpredictability. Upon returning to Konoha, the interactions between Chushu and his companions flourished. However, it was not long before the Second Shinobi World War erupted fully on the battlefield of the Land of Rivers. As Konoha engaged in fierce combat with the Sand-Hidden Village, the catalyst for this conflict was the tragic demise of Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law beneath a flash of white light in the forest that fateful day. Consequently, Chushu and his peers were dispatched to the front lines, tasked with the cleanup operations against the Sand Shinobi in the rear of the Land of Rivers. Fortunately, The battle did not endure for long before falling into silence, marked by a contest of medical ninjutsu between Tsunade and Chiyo. It was during this encounter that the title of Princess of the Slugs was solidified. Ultimately, the conflict concluded with a decisive defeat for the Sand Shinobi, ushering in a period of tranquility in Konoha for the first time in months. Life resumed its course, and Chushu's research was rekindled. Yet, this peace lasted for 3 years. During this span, Chushu's progress in the development of fire release was minimal. He sensed that the technique's limits, under normal circumstances, were capped at approximately 10 times the temperature of an ordinary flame. Thus, he was compelled to shift his focus towards the exploration of other elemental techniques. However, for reasons unknown, his affinity for these other techniques appeared to be significantly inferior to that of fire release, leading to a halt in his studies. Despite the substantial rewards received post-war, Chushu refrained from frequently undertaking missions and chose a more leisurely lifestyle, indulging in daily meals and occasional training to enhance his abilities. This lack of engagement resulted in his ninja rank stagnating at Special Jonin, with no signs of advancement. In contrast, Minato, Kakashi, and the likes of the Nightingale had all been promoted to Jonin, and they had attempted to encourage him to pursue similar progress, but to no avail. Curiously, since the last time he had been sent to the front lines by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Chushu had not received any summons from him. It was unclear whether the third Hokage had adopted a hands-off approach or had other intentions. Nonetheless, Chushu found contentment in his leisurely existence, knowing he was not short on funds and could occasionally accept a mission for the sake of variety. However, on one particular day, an unexpected and troubling matter arose. Nangang Chushu, you are summoned by Elder Danzo. A root ninja suddenly appeared at his window, demanding to escort him to the root. Chushu felt a wave of despair wash over him, as if the sky had fallen. While he had gained confidence to confront Danzo, the latter remained a formidable figure, whose strength was not to be trifled with. In that moment, Chushu's mind flashed to Minato and Keed. With a resigned shake of his head, he addressed the root ninja. I will come shortly. Nangang Chushu, I am not requesting. I said, I will be there shortly. The root ninja was momentarily silenced by Chushu's imposing demeanor, the scorching heat around them serving as a reminder to avoid further provocation. Recognizing the weight of Chushu's reputation, the root ninja reluctantly acknowledged. Understood. Leave. Chushu's sharp command made the root ninja tremble, and he vanished from sight in an instant, quickly disappearing from Chushu's perception. With a sigh, Chushu returned to his bed, his thoughts a tangled mess. Since the war's conclusion, his mastery of the fire release had been disseminated by the Sand-Hidden Village, and it was only natural that Danzo had become aware of this development. Indeed, the day had finally come. Chushu chose not to divulge this matter to anyone and hurried to the Hokage Tower. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen had just settled into his office, preparing to tackle the day's paperwork. Before he could even unfold the documents, a series of knocks interrupted him. Knock, knock, knock. The small, elderly man was taken aback. Who could possibly be seeking him so early in the morning? Come in. Bang. The office door swung open with force, revealing the face of someone who stirred unease within him. Nangang Chushu, please be more mindful of your strength when entering. Okay. Chushu replied, his mouth full of breakfast, grease coating his lips. The sight alone left Hiruzen feeling famished. Noticing the third's hungry gaze, Chushu quickly revealed a second identical breakfast from his possession. Hey, would you like some? Having risen late and skipped breakfast, Hiruzen found it impossible to resist the temptation, his stomach growling in protest. Glub, glub. Ahem. The third coughed to mask his embarrassment and promptly shifted the topic. So, Chushu, what brings you to see your grandfather today? Chushu chuckled lightly. If you want some, just say so. At this, Hiruzen's face flushed with embarrassment, caught off guard. As he opened his mouth to respond, Chushu interjected, Danzo wishes to see me. Are you aware of this? As the conversation turned serious, Hiruzen's playful demeanor vanished. I had anticipated this, but how did you find out? Is it the root? Is it the second Hokage's intention? Or your own? Chushu was well aware of the implications behind Hiruzen's words. It was clear he was wary of Chushu's numerous secrets. Why not address the matter directly? Seeing that his presence did not seem to intimidate Hiruzen, the third felt an uncharacteristic sense of uncertainty. This boy, his thoughts run deep, making him difficult to read. It felt akin to confronting a teacher. With that in mind, Hiruzen surreptitiously observed Chushu, contemplating a ruse. Of course. It is under the special permission of Lord Second. That's a lie. Chushu retorted sharply, causing Hiruzen's heart to skip a beat, realizing he could not deceive him. He swallowed hard. Speak plainly. I demand the truth. Chushu glared fiercely at the old man seated before him. He was oblivious to who might have given permission for the establishment of the root, but after years of performing, he could certainly discern Hiruzen's falsehoods. The adage chronic illness makes one a good doctor rang true as he recalled the fleeting panic in Hiruzen's expression when he spoke, reminiscent of his own arrival in this world. Thus, he recognized instantly that Hiruzen was deceiving him, at the very least, partially so. The old man's gaze flickered, and after a moment of hesitation, he finally exhaled a heavy sigh. Haven't you already figured it out? I want to hear it from your own lips. Facing Chushu's fierce determination, Hiruzen hesitated once more before finally revealing the truth. The root, was indeed established with the consent of the second Hokage. Though it was originally intended for the training of Umbu ninjas, a very formal organization. Until the death of my teacher, the third rose and gazed out the window, where the early winter sun cast its light over Hokage Rock, illuminating the faces of the first and second Hokages. Meanwhile, his own visage remained partly shrouded in shadow. At that time, my teacher entrusted me with the position of Hokage, yet I failed to uphold his will effectively. My incompetence left me unable to manage the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan, forcing my old friend Danzo to bear the darkness that originally belonged to the Uchiha. In his intoxication with power, he transformed the root into a personal faction. Chushu crossed his arms, finding these explanations somewhat credible, yet he still held reservations. And what of the tongue-cutting seal? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Chapter 54. Danzo upon exiting the Hokage building. Nangguang felt a newfound courage to meet Danzo. He had also acquired deeper insights into the village's affairs. The annihilation of the Uzumaki clan could indeed be tenuously linked to Danzo. Throughout their conversation, he had maintained a position in a shadowy corner, skillfully leveraging Sarutobi Hiruzen's suspicions alongside his own unblemished background to craft an image of an inscrutable, harmless individual. To solidify this stance, he divulged certain secrets of the ninja world to Hiruzen, discarding the less significant ones. Among these revelations was one that would undoubtedly capture the third Hokage's attention. Uchiha Madara still lived. Initially astounded by this news, Hiruzen quickly adopted a skeptical demeanor. In his understanding, Madara had perished in his battle against the first Hokage, and Tobirama had indeed verified the body, confirming its death. How could he possibly still be alive? In response, Nangguang chose to say little, leaving behind a singular statement: the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, the delayed Izanagi. In that instant, the third Hokage felt as though struck by lightning. Realizing that not much time had passed, he concluded that even if the body had decayed, bones should still remain. He promptly dispatched someone to Madara's grave, instructing them to excavate the tomb and pry open the coffin lid. Simultaneously, he assured Nangguang that he would do everything in his power to protect him from Danzo. This was the very reason Nangguang felt fortified in his upcoming meeting with Danzo. Alas, he hoped that revealing such information would not lead to further deterioration in the ninja world. With a sigh, Nangguang made his way to the root base as indicated by the third Hokage. To his astonishment, this old fox had established the base beneath the forest behind the stone faces. Moreover, the entrance led directly into the nostrils of the second Hokage. The ingenuity required to devise such a route suggested that his home must have been graced by the Sage of Six Paths himself. Upon entering the nostril of the second Hokage and ascending the staircase to its apex, which was roughly at the forehead area, a root ninja awaited him. Ah, Kaze. Indeed. That striking orange hair could belong to no one else. From the moment he had approached Nangguang's window that morning, Nangguang had recognized him. However, feeling vexed at the time, he refrained from acknowledging this brainwashed fool. Now, in a relatively calm state, he instinctively greeted him. Yet Kaze stumbled, for their relationship had always been somewhat distant at school. If it weren't for Keed, they would have had no interactions at all. He had not anticipated being recognized so easily. Ahem. Nangguang. Lord Danzo has been waiting for you. Please follow me. Nangguang nodded, and as Kaze opened the concealed door, he followed him into the root base. The narrow passage could accommodate only one person at a time, prompting Nangguang to remain vigilant as he trailed behind Kaze. Danzo's treachery had been well established in the original narrative, whether through ambushing Shursui or orchestrating schemes against Sarutobi Hiruzen. This clearly illustrated that he was a man willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his goals. Thus, Nangguang did not regard this summons as a mere courtesy. The corridor stretched on for several hundred meters, with Kaze and Nangguang walking for about 10 minutes before finally reaching the end. Before them lay a vast cavern. At the center of this cave, Danzo sat in a high seat, flanked on both sides by elite root ninjas, all of whom were kneeling. Upon a cursory examination, Nangguang noted that each of them possessed the prowess of elite jonin. The quality of their chakra, its reserves, and their physical strength were all remarkably high. This indicated the extent of Danzo's corruption over the 2 decades since the death of the second Hokage. Nangguang, you have finally arrived. Danzo appeared as though he had been waiting for an eternity, propping his head on his hand and glancing at Nangguang with half-lidded eyes. Nangguang maintained a relaxed demeanor, showing no signs of trepidation. Oh, you remain unfazed by such a scene? Should I call you foolish? Or do you possess genuine skill? Well, let us dispense with the trivialities, Elder Danzo. What is the purpose of my summons? Nangguang spoke without reservation, emphasizing the title elder with a slight emphasis. Danzo's expression soured, as though he had swallowed something unpleasant, yet he refrained from voicing his displeasure. At that moment, Kaze, who had been kneeling beside them, abruptly stood. You dare to show disrespect to Lord Danzo? Nangguang turned to glare at him, unleashing a surge of intense chakra that inundated Kaze's body, dispersing and settling within him. The next instant, Kaze felt a wave of heat surging through him, followed shortly by an intense burning sensation. The surrounding ninjas immediately went on high alert, and Danzo's expression shifted, astonished that Nangguang dared to act so brazenly. Really? When the Lord speaks. What right does a child have to interrupt? Haven't your parents taught you to respect others? A medical ninja hastily approached to assess Kaze's condition, only to find no physical ailment, then shook his head at Danzo. Nangguang chuckled. Of course, there would be no issue. The technique he had employed was a form of genjutsu. By reducing the chakra responsible for creating the illusion of flames, he had embedded it within Kaze's body. As Kaze's chakra flowed, it continuously altered the subtle fluctuations within him, creating the illusion of being scorched by fire. Essentially, it was a nerve-stimulating genjutsu. So the sensation of pain would still be felt. Danzo's complexion darkened further as he narrowed his eyes at Nangguang. Nangguang, you are quite impressive. I shall offer you an opportunity. Come work for me in the roots, and I will overlook your attack on a fellow village ninja. Otherwise, what? Nangguang interjected loudly, interrupting Danzo. What do you mean? I attacked a fellow village ninja. Who witnessed it? I merely glared at him. I did nothing. I am not an Uchiha. I cannot cast genjutsu with my eyes. Elder Danzo, you must speak based on evidence. Do not slander us upstanding citizens. Danzo was momentarily at a loss for words, contemplating how to counter this, yet found no grounds for rebuttal. Indeed, Nangguang had merely glared at Kaze and possessed no ocular techniques to induce such an illusion. But would he be so easily swayed? Clearly not. Nangguang. Danzo slammed his palm against the armrest of his stone chair, rising to his feet. This is the root, not the Hokage building. You cannot act with impunity here. So you imply that you are greater than the Hokage? Nangguang seized upon the flaw in Danzo's statement, throwing a lethal question back at him. In that case, as a Konoha ninja, may I interpret this as a desire to rebel against Konoha and declare yourself Hokage? You. Chapter 55. He defamed me. This incident left Danzo utterly speechless. As a traveler from a new era, untainted by the burdens of work, Chusu, with his pristine and unsealed mind, proved to be quite resourceful. At least in the art of sophistry, he could be regarded as a leader among the current shinobi world. Danzo gasped for breath, struggling to articulate a response. However, he was not without his loyal subordinates. Nagang Chusu, Elder Danzo must not be slandered. Mind your words. Beside him, the wind had already fainted from the pain, yet the other ninjas showed no signs of fear. This made Chusu lament the effectiveness of Danzo's brainwashing techniques. I have merely expressed reasonable suspicion. I have not pronounced a verbal conviction. If your comprehension is lacking, I suggest you return to school for a couple more years. Do not attempt to label me. Chusu's words were harsh, leaving no room for Danzo and his entourage to retaliate. Yet, this was still the root. Nangang Chusu, you will not be permitted to escape. Danzo declared. This is root, and all here are elites. Are you certain you can leave this place? With that, Danzo commanded the root ninjas to encircle Chusu. Oh dear, are you threatening me? I am so frightened. Chusu retorted, placing his hands on his hips and wiggling his backside. The elder was infuriated by this blatant provocation, perceiving it as a direct insult to his authority. Enough. Attack him. In an instant, as Danzo's command echoed, Chusu unleashed a torrent of flames at his feet. Fire release. Flame wave. The flames surged forth like tidal waves, forcing the advancing ninjas to retreat. As the fire threatened to reach Danzo's feet, he remained composed, seated as if oblivious to the inferno. Moments later, two fearless root ninjas leaped before him. Water release. Great waterfall technique. A massive torrent of water erupted from their mouths, colliding with Chusu's crimson flames, producing a hissing sound. In an instant, the arena was enveloped in a thick mist. Within the fog, illusions flickered around Chusu, utilizing his sensory perception to disperse into the surroundings. Shouts erupted throughout the area. Some were caught off guard and fell into a deep slumber from a lightning strike. Others reacted but were still too slow, succumbing to the same fate. Danzo, feeling his reputation at stake, stood up abruptly. Humph. A bunch of useless fools. Wind release, vacuum wave. Suddenly, several wind blades sliced through the mist, dispersing it. Just as Chusu prepared to strike one of the ninjas, a wind blade forced him to retreat. Oh my, how terrifying, Elder Danzo. Wild Lion's main technique. His hair elongated instantaneously, resembling a lion's maw as it lunged at a root ninja. Humph. Is this Jiraiya's ninjutsu? Danzo ignored Chusu's attempts to distract him, drawing a handful of shuriken infused with wind chakra and launching them. The shuriken became razor-sharp, slicing through Chusu's hair with ease. Clang. In a swift motion, Chusu drew a short blade and deflected the second shuriken, unleashing flames that lashed out at the surrounding ninjas. He was no fool. While the adage capture the king first held true, Danzo was no ordinary adversary. As an elder, any harm inflicted upon him would be deemed an attack on an elder. Instead, the root ninjas, whose true identities were largely unknown, were fair game. Danzo brandished a kunai, its blade imbued with wind chakra. He approached Chusu for close combat. I'll hold him off. You all attack him fiercely. TSK. Chusu sensed the impending threat. Rather than confront Danzo head-on, he opted for a hit-and-run strategy, striking and retreating while countering the ninja's jutsu. Danzo furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. This Nagang Chusu seemed to be stalling for time. Whether through his initial fire jutsu or his current tactics, he was creating more advantageous conditions for himself. Was he counting on their reluctance to unleash powerful techniques here? Then who could his ally be? Namikaze Minato? In an instant, numerous figures flashed through Danzo's mind. Regardless of who it was, he could not allow Nangong Chu-Su to await their arrival. Capturing him alone was already troublesome. If he had an accomplice, it would be even more precarious. With that thought, Danzo halted and swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release, vacuum sphere. In the next moment, several wind bullets erupted from Danzo's mouth, racing toward Chu-Su in an instant. Chu-Su's pupils constricted. There was no time to evade. He could only block the assault with his short blade. However, the surrounding ninjas pressed on relentlessly, unleashing a barrage of water vortexes, fire dragon fireballs, and other jutsus. Fire release, Sun's fury. A flame akin to the sun took shape in his hands, and soon, a massive fireball emerged within the vast cave. Chu-Su hurled it outward, blocking the onslaught from the ninjas. Yet, the very next moment, a colossal wind jutsu swept in, detonating the fireball before it could travel far. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. It was over. In the instant the wind collided with the fireball, Chu-Su's mind wandered to various thoughts. Barbecued meat, ramen. Indecisively pondering what to eat, he glanced at the sun hanging high in the sky, grappling with a choice. Boom. The sound of an explosion in the distance jolted him from his reverie. Meanwhile, he received a message relayed from his shadow clone. Oh no, this is serious. I've blown up the root. Indeed. What had just occurred at the root was merely a diversion created by his fire release, flame clone. He had developed this technique 3 years prior when he was 13 but had not utilized it in recent years. Perfect. Time to unleash it today. However, it seemed he had provoked a significant figure. Nangong Chu-Su, I shall not allow you to escape. Even from afar, Chu-Su could hear Danzo's enraged howl. Yet, he remained unfazed. Sarutobi Hiruzen had promised to clean up after him. Perhaps I should cook for myself. With that resolution, Chu-Su skipped merrily back home. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen, having just confirmed the fate of Uchiha Madara's coffin, rushed to the root. Are they reconstructing the root? What on earth happened here? Before Hiruzen could process the situation, he peered into the cavern and locked eyes with Danzo, who appeared utterly disheveled. The atmosphere turned awkward. Cough, cough. Good evening, Danzo, haha. Have you eaten? Danzo's mind buzzed momentarily, and a seemingly rational explanation dawned upon him. So it was you, Sarutobi Hiruzen. I knew you were behind this. Third Hokage? What exactly did I orchestrate? Chapter 56, Mirror. In the afternoon, just as Chu-Shi was preparing to dine with his companions after completing a mission, he was summoned to the Hokage's office. What is it, old man third? Nangong Chu-Shi. Upon entering, before Chu-Shi could utter a word, the voice of Shimura Danzo interrupted, sending a shiver down his spine. Turning around, he saw Danzo sitting on a nearby stool, looking disheveled and furious. Oh dear. Elder Danzo, what happened? You seem quite upset, as if you've just eaten a rotten egg. The third Hokage nearly contorted his face with a suppressed grin, relishing the irony of Danzo's predicament, despite not knowing what a rotten egg was. Is this your doing? Do you dare to feign ignorance with me? This calamity is entirely your fault. Enough, Danzo. Please, calm yourself. The third Hokage interjected swiftly, attempting to smooth over the situation for Chu-Shi. Cough, cough. Well, young Chu-Shi, it seems that Danzo's office has been blown up, and they say, cough, cough. They say you were the culprit. How do you explain that? Danzo shot a glare at the third Hokage, his mind racing. Had he just laughed? This was clearly a scheme orchestrated by Sarutobi. What audacity! Who would dare to blow up an elder's office? Chu-Shi feigned exaggerated shock, which only served to infuriate Danzo further. He glanced at the unperturbed Sarutobi and understood that the two were clearly in cahoots. There was little hope of gaining an advantage today, just as he prepared to leave. The next words from the duo nearly broke his composure. Not only did they blow up the office, but they also impersonated me in the act. Such audacity is beyond measure. Upon hearing this, Danzo stumbled at the threshold. So, blowing up my office is one thing, but impersonating you is crossing the line, is it? This scenario felt oddly familiar. Well said. Sarutobi clapped his hands on the desk and stood up. Then, it is your responsibility to find the perpetrator behind the destruction of Elder Danzo's office. Danzo, having regained his balance, nearly toppled over again. What is this? You want the perpetrator to find the perpetrator? Do you think this is some joke? Even Conan wouldn't dare to pull such a stunt. Indeed, Chu-Shi stood at attention, pledging to fulfill the task. Behind him, Danzo shot a venomous glare at the two before storming out of the office. Bang! The door echoed with a familiar force. As Danzo departed, the third Hokage let out a sigh of relief, ready to converse with Chu-Shi, but was interrupted by Chu-Shi's gaze. Clearly, in Chu-Shi's perception, Danzo had not yet left. Sarutobi furrowed his brow, unsure of what to say to encourage Danzo's departure. However, Chu-Shi's response was swift. Lord Third. Regarding the matter of the culprit. With that, the two quickly engaged in discussion. Outside, Danzo, having failed to gather any incriminating evidence, decided to leave. All right. He's gone. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi finally relaxed. Phew, it's exhausting playing along with you youngsters. Have you confirmed the details regarding Uchiha Madara? As Chu-Shi broached the subject, Sarutobi's expression grew serious. Indeed, The body has vanished. Additionally, there are signs of excavation from within the grave. And even the coffin has been opened from the inside. Heh. Chushu chuckled lightly, observing Sarutobi's demeanor, which suggested he was beginning to speculate about his identity. If I'm not mistaken, the first suspect is. Don't even think about it. I have no ties to the second Hokage. Sarutobi's face stiffened, clearly caught off guard by Chushu's insight. Yet, this only heightened his suspicion of Chushu. This boy had grown up under their watchful eyes, from childhood playmate to teacher in school, and now, he stood before them. His growth had unfolded almost entirely under their scrutiny. Coupled with the terrifying mastery of fire release he possessed, suspicions of him being a foreign spy were naturally dismissed. Sarutobi's thoughts shifted towards the deceased, pondering the legendary concept of reincarnation. Meanwhile, Chushu's profound thoughts on technique development, wisdom, and strategic deployment led him to feel as if he were a reincarnation of his own mentor. Yet, the person before him had just denied such a notion. Then who could it be? The first Hokage? The mere thought of Senja Hashirama's simplistic demeanor made Sarutobi shake his head in certainty. No, that is impossible. Chushu observed all of this, realizing he had not anticipated anyone who could rival his current self. Thus, he did not allow Sarutobi to continue his speculation. Enough of this guessing. It is absolutely not the first Hokage. Sarutobi, am I that easy to read? Pretty much. Chushu seized a piece of paper and a pen. What are your thoughts en route? Sarutobi's expression darkened. To be honest, he had considered moving against the formidable underground organization. However, two factors loomed large before him: his old friend and the situation in Konoha. Whichever path he chose would have profound implications. Root had entrenched itself for too long. Evolving into a colossal entity, disrupting it could set off a chain reaction throughout Konoha. I believe you're overthinking this. Chushu slammed the paper onto Sarutobi's desk. The latter, perplexed, picked it up and was taken aback. Initially, he had assumed Chushu was drafting some form of approval requiring his consent. However, upon reading it, he realized the strategic depth this seemingly young boy possessed. Before him lay a flawless plan to dismantle Root. I have already laid out the strategy here, and I have an idea regarding the explosion issue. You simply need to issue a mission at the task hall, and I will take care of the rest. The third remained absorbed in the brilliance of the plan, nodding vacantly at Chushu's words. Chushu, not bothering to check if he had comprehended, turned and headed for the door. Only then did Sarutobi snap back to reality, calling after him. Teacher. Chushu smirked inwardly. Did he still wish to test him at this juncture? Sarutobi, seeing him not halt, couldn't help but feel regret. Perhaps my longing for my teacher is too strong. Or maybe, he truly is not my teacher. The old man sighed softly. But a sudden thought flickered in his mind. Mirror? In response to Sarutobi's probing, Chushu stood momentarily bewildered. Mirror? Who is that? Oh, it seems he was one of our former teammates, from Team Uchiha. Whatever. Chushu dismissed it, but Sarutobi was shaken. Yes, it makes perfect sense. So, it was you who believed I was mismanaging Konoha, and thus came to assist me? Sarutobi gazed at Chushu's retreating figure, as if looking at a long-lost friend. Chapter 57, The Jinchuriki. Following the agreement made with Sarutobi Hiruzen the previous day, Chushu promptly accepted the mission to investigate the explosion in the southern woods. He also summoned a group of companions to assist him in this endeavor. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen made an audacious decision to take on numerous tasks from the feudal lords of the surrounding small countries, citing the need for ample funding to nurture ninjas in Konoha. On the contrary, Danzo remained silent, and when Chushu arrived to conduct his investigation, he conveniently chose to avoid them. One could only speculate what nefarious plans he was concocting in secret. The explosion appeared to be caused by a combination of fire and wind ninjutsu. However, the degree of scorching was perplexing. Minato was analyzing the situation closely. But upon observing the charred surroundings, he cast a glance at Chushu. What are you looking at me for? I didn't do it. Shizen Mitsuki shot a speechless look at Chushu. This lad could lie without a hint of shame. Naturally, she had already reached her conclusions with just a glance. But given that it was a personal matter for Chushu and the Hokage had explicitly instructed him to investigate, Mitsuki deemed it unnecessary to intervene. Clearly, it was a decision made to protect Chushu, as she was well aware of her uncle's temperament. The extent of their quarrel had come as no surprise. It was rumored that the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist from the land of water had recently gained notoriety, particularly a certain explosive blade wielder, Kumadori, who had been seen wandering near Konoha. Chushu proposed that he might be worth investigating. Mitsuki had no objections to this direction. And even the less discerning Yamatsuki found the mention of the explosive blade to be quite reasonable, while Maple and Yashimaru expressed no dissent either. However, Minato, ever the stubborn one, remained fixated on the issue of the scorching. But wait, I've heard of that person too, but his technique centers around explosive tags on his blade, which shouldn't cause such extensive burns. All right, we're leaving now. What I say goes. You should trust my judgment, Minato. Chushu interrupted before Minato could finish his analysis, wrapping an arm around his neck and pulling him along forcefully. Cough cough. My neck. Chushu, we can hurry. But my neck needs air. Ah, I see. Minato's face, previously ashen, gradually regained some color as they traveled. On the way, Chushu explained the circumstances to everyone. Why are you so invested in this mission? Since you are the one responsible, can't we just find a scapegoat to take the fall? Mitsuki expressed her confusion regarding Chushu's actions. The most frustrating part was that she had sacrificed precious training time to join him on this task, only to find that he seemed to be treating it as a mere pastime. Chushu shook his head, indicating that matters were not so straightforward. No, this mission isn't merely about finding the culprit. It is purely a test of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. The sudden shift in tone piqued both their interests. Mitsuki became intrigued, while Minato leaned in closer to Chushu, eager to hear more. Chushu, could you elaborate? In an instant, all 5 of them were fixated on him. You all know that during the last Ninja World War, the Mist Village did not participate, right? Yes. The 3rd Hokage suspects that the Mizukage is secretly amassing strength. And coincidentally, the 7 ninja swordsmen have begun to emerge. At this point, with the exception of Yamatsuki and Yashimaru, the others began to grasp the implications. I see. So the 3rd Hokage wants us to gather intelligence on the 7 ninja swordsmen to prepare for any shifts in the Mist Village's stance. Very clever. Chugzu patted Maple on the head and continued. This mission will span a considerable length of time, so I hope you have all prepared the necessary supplies. Yes, we are ready. Minato shook the scroll in his hand, which was filled with provisions. But Chushu, since this is merely an intelligence mission, why do we need so many supplies? Because the 3rd Hokage intends to take action against our root leader. What? As Chushu had indicated, the overwhelming accumulation of tasks in Konoha had left the J-Nin and CH-Nin overwhelmed, with most of the available ninjas dispatched to various missions. Among them, Konoha's White Fang had led a portion of the Umbu to the Land of Earth to investigate a newcomer known as Huangtu. With the exception of essential defensive forces and the Umbu, one could hardly find a ninja idling in the village. In the shadows, Danzo continued to observe Hiruzen's decisions, attempting to decipher his old friend's intentions. However, it wasn't long before a root ninja delivered a message to him. Sarutobi Hiruzen requested his presence in the Hokage's office. This left Danzo somewhat perplexed. Logically, Hiruzen had essentially declared war on him the day before. He was well aware of how far he had gone in recent years, and thus had been preparing for Hiruzen's desire to dismantle Root. Yet, even if he were to act today, it seemed rather brazen to summon him to the Hokage's office, did it not? After pondering for a moment, Danzo decided to attend. After all, Hiruzen remained a figure of authority in Konoha, and issues would likely not arise in the Hokage's office. Moreover, even if he were to unite with the other elders against him, he was not afraid of their impeachment. Until matters became clearer, he had little to fear. However, upon his arrival, he discovered it was not as he had anticipated. Besides himself, 2 former comrades, who were now serving as advisors, had also been invited, T-Rune Kamaru and Mido Gate. Crucially, the purpose of their gathering was to discuss the matter of the 2 Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village. Well, now that everyone is present, let us commence today's meeting. Hiruzen's expression shifted to one of struggle as he withdrew 3 documents and handed them to the 3 elders. This afternoon, the intelligence department submitted a report. Danzo accepted the documents, immediately feeling a surge of pressure. The tailed beasts from the Cloud Village have already reached a consensus with their Jinchuriki. What are your thoughts on this matter? Hiruzen refrained from sharing his opinion first, opting instead to pose the question to Danzo and the other 2. I maintain my stance. Hand over the Jinchuriki to me, and I shall train them into the ultimate weapon capable of contending with other ninja villages. Danzo spoke calmly, eliciting disdainful glances from the 3. Ever since the Ninetales was captured, the first Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mido, had attempted to tame it, but had ultimately failed. Thus, when Danzo made such claims, the 3 elders dismissed him without hesitation. T-Rune Kamaru appeared unfazed. Nonsense. I believe the Cloud Village's actions are merely bluster. The tailed beasts are not so easily tamed. Before he could finish, the 3rd Hokage presented another document, accompanied by a photograph. Upon viewing it, Kamaru found himself at a loss for words. The image depicted a child of approximately 12 or 13 years, with dark skin and an octopus-like appendage extending from his back. It was unmistakably the tentacle of the 8 tails. What? Is it possible to have tamed a tailed beast at such a young age? Danzo, I propose that we thoroughly investigate this matter and prepare a series of defensive measures. The ever-animated Konohamaru immediately exclaimed, her emotions running high. Sarutobi Hiruzen gently pressed his palm down, relieved that the ninjas had been dispatched on missions. Otherwise, this meeting would inevitably descend into chaos once more. While I certainly share this sentiment, I had already negotiated tasks with the feudal lords yesterday. Abandoning these missions at this juncture would incur significant compensation fees. Upon hearing this, the fiercely spirited elder calmed down. Indeed, the tasks from the lords could stimulate a considerable economic boost for Konoha. However, the penalties for breach of contract are also quite steep. Currently, we lack any formidable ninjas to call upon. The wind release technique. Danzo's wind release has a favorable restraining effect against rakeage of the Cloud Village. A spark of inspiration flashed across Mido's mind as she recalled her old companion beside her. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a surge of joy in his heart. That is precisely the statement I needed. Chapter 58. Incomprehensible, impossible. Danzo exclaimed, rising abruptly. He cast a glance at the solemn-faced Hiruzen Sarutobi, his mind swirling with speculation. Is this your scheme, Hiruzen? As the leader of the root, I must cultivate the next generation of Umbu members. I cannot leave my post so easily. Mito Kazan was taken aback by Danzo's intense reaction to a mere suggestion. However, Hiruzen understood the sentiment. Given the recent events, Danzo had already endured considerable setbacks, and his sensitivity was not unwarranted. Yet, the matter at hand was not one to rush to conclusions. The proposal put forth involved an imminent surprise attack by the Raikage, and it was unthinkable to allow Danzo to depart at such a crucial juncture. Indeed, Elder Danzo has numerous documents to attend to. He cannot be dispatched to gather intelligence lightly. Though Kumogakure seems eager to showcase the Jinchuriki, they will not overstep their boundaries, especially since our village is currently vulnerable. I propose we remain on standby. Danzo gazed at his old friend in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this companion would come to his defense. The scene was strikingly reminiscent of a night 24 years prior, almost identical. In that moment, Danzo's thoughts drifted back to the past, to a time when the two of them could engage in light-hearted banter over a mission. Hiruzen, do you still cherish our friendship from those days? You truly are too soft-hearted. I second that. Konoha must focus on economic stability. We cannot afford turmoil, and antagonizing Kumogakure serves no purpose. With the prospect of benefits tantalizingly close, Danzo readily agreed with Hiruzen's assessment. Following much deliberation, Mito Kazan and Tsurugi Koharu ultimately consented to the proposal. Thus, the meeting regarding the Jinchuriki incident concluded with a resolution of inaction. However, news of Konoha's dearth of ninjas spread swiftly 3 days later. Spies from Kumogakure reported that the son of the third Raikage, alongside the new generation of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, was en route to Konoha. Yet, within the village, the number of returning ninjas remained insufficient. Consequently, Hiruzen convened another council of elders, this time summoning elite jonin including Orochimaru and Uchiha Fugaku. What transpired? How did Kumogakure obtain intelligence about Konoha? Hiruzen furiously slammed his hand on the table. Below, the expressions of the ninjas present, save for Danzo and Orochimaru, were grave. They had come to realize a disconcerting possibility. If Konoha still had infiltrating lightning ninjas, then it could only mean one thing: a mole existed within Konoha. How infuriating. It must be the remnants of Kumogakure's ninjas from the last shinobi war. Uchiha Fugaku, known for his brash demeanor, stood up first, indignant. Yet, this seemingly plausible explanation did not resonate with the others. The previous shinobi war had predominantly revolved around Amigakure, and the Land of Lightning had had no significant interaction with Konoha beyond a single abduction of Kushina. That incident had seen Uchiha Fugaku and Kakashi Hitaki annihilate nearly all attackers, with only those in critical condition managing to escape. Given such circumstances, it was implausible for a severely injured ninja to remain concealed long enough to relay information to the Land of Lightning. Thus, a single conjecture emerged: there was an infiltrator from the Land of Lightning within Konoha. Soon, the Umbu brought forth fresh intelligence. Report: we have uncovered new leads regarding Kumogakure. The third Hokage opened a folder containing several photographs. These were taken 2 days ago by a resident who happened upon a barbecue in the mountains. In the wake of Hiruzen's astonishment, the Umbu provided further clarification. Bang! The third Hokage slammed the photographs down onto the table, directing an accusatory shout at Danzo. Danzo instinctively sensed the gravity of the situation, hastily grasping the photographs. To his horror, they depicted his root ninja racing away from Konoha. This is bad. At that moment, Danzo realized he could not escape accountability. Hiruzen, this is not. Please, listen to me. As Danzo's panic escalated, the attention of the assembly shifted towards the photographs. Upon scrutinizing the contents, their suspicions immediately gravitated towards Danzo. Elder Danzo, will you not offer an explanation? No. This is not one of my root ninjas. Danzo vehemently denied it. Indeed, 2 days prior, he had dispatched the ninja captured in the photographs to gather intelligence. But given the current predicament, admitting to the association would only amplify suspicion. The root is established based on the Umbu's foundation, aimed at nurturing Umbu ninjas. All operatives are under strict control. It is impossible for someone to act independently. Yet, such a defense failed to quell the doubts of those present. After all, those seated here were well acquainted with the inner workings of Danzo's root. Only Orochimaru maintained his usual icy demeanor. Enough. Let us not act rashly. Any misjudgment could allow the true culprit to escape justice. Elder Danzo, you must temporarily resign from your position for further investigation, as your suspicions are considerable. Upon hearing this verdict, Danzo was understandably incensed. How could he resign? The root could hardly withstand an investigation if this continued. No. Impossible. I have not colluded with anyone. Why should I resign? This is clearly a scheme by those with ulterior motives to frame me. Hiruzen furrowed his brow, casting a scrutinizing glance at Danzo. The latter soon recognized that his reaction was inappropriate, promptly ceasing his outburst. After a moment of silence, he hesitated before ultimately acquiescing to the decision. I understand. I will accept the resignation. With that, he rose and exited the meeting room. Hokage-sama, should we keep a watchful eye? Remember to maintain a safe distance and avoid detection. Hiruzen nodded, still uncertain of Danzo's potential maneuvers. As Danzo departed the Hokage's office, He walked leisurely toward the Shimura clan's residence, his gait reminiscent of an aging elder. Ensure you cover your tracks. Do not let Hiruzen discover anything. Also, eliminate Miyazuki. If he is exposed, the route will no longer exist. Danzo whispered. Understood. A faint voice emerged from the nearby thicket, swiftly vanishing from sight. Hiruzen, are you genuinely considering my well-being, or are you merely orchestrating a charade? What role do you truly play in this tumultuous affair? I find myself increasingly unable to decipher your intentions. Chapter 59. The village hidden in the mist. Hey, Chushu, why are we hiding here? Aren't we supposed to be searching for Wooly Shinsher? In the cargo hold of the ship, Shuemin nudged Chushu as they awkwardly concealed themselves amidst the crates. Well, Wooly Shinsher isn't going anywhere. The land of water is his homeland. We could simply wait for him there. Why go through all this trouble? Isn't it too dangerous for just the two of us to venture into the land of water? Shuemin expressed his concerns. It wasn't that he doubted their capabilities. With their strength, they could easily escape even if they stirred up trouble in the village hidden in the mist. His worry was for the other four. Given the perilous nature of their mission, Chushu had arranged for the remaining four to disembark at the land of soup, providing them with some funds to enjoy themselves. Initially, Shimajutsu Suki had vehemently opposed this decision, wishing to join Chushu and Shuemin in their ambush. However, Chushu had reasoned that a leader was necessary among the four. After some reflection, Suki recognized the validity of this point. Among them, she was indeed the most rational and composed. During the absence of Shuemin and Chushu, she could adequately oversee the other three. Ultimately, she reluctantly consented, demanding to be included in the next mission. What's there to fear? Whether it's us or Fong and the others, this separation is undoubtedly beneficial. Acting alone allows us to hone our abilities. They can't always remain under our wing. It's prudent to maintain composure during independent missions. Chushu's reasoning was sound, and it was a rare opportunity to grow while executing their tasks. Nevertheless, Shuemin felt that this sudden division was somewhat alarming. He worried that the four might mishandle certain details, especially since the land of soup was not devoid of formidable ninjas. Shoo, someone's coming. Just as Shuemin was about to voice his concerns, Chushu's keen senses detected movement outside the hold. Footsteps were approaching. Adjust your breathing to minimize fluctuations. Chushu softly instructed Shuemin before vanishing from his spot, leaping onto the cargo stacked near the door. Creaking open, the hatch revealed a narrow beam of light as Chushu squinted to observe below. Two ninjas adorned with the headbands of the village hidden in the mist entered. How's the situation? One asked. We've confirmed that while the ninjas from Konoha have been dispatched, the core figures are not making any significant moves. Excellent. What about the investigation into Nangang Chushu? Chushu and Appo's heart tensed at the mention of his name. He leaned in closer to listen. Oh, there haven't been any significant rumors about him lately, and his abilities remain uncertain. The only information we have is his title Nangang Hell from Sunagakure, along with some of his achievements on the battlefield against the Sand Ninjas. That's sufficient. Let's return to report. With that, the two departed the cargo hold. Chushu swiftly returned to Shuemin's side. They're gone. Shuemin exhaled in relief. Had they been discovered, while they were not afraid of an entire ship of ninjas, the destruction of the vessel would have posed a significant problem. Moreover, they might have been labeled as instigators of conflict against the village hidden in the mist. Fortunately, we weren't detected. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. The village hidden in the mist had been biding its time, seemingly poised to extend its influence towards Konoha. After all, during the last war, we were the second most affected village, Shuemin remarked, recognizing the seriousness of the situation. What about that technique? Chushu inquired. His brow furrowed as he posed a question that puzzled Shuemin. Huh? You mean the technique rewarded by the third Hokage after the last war? Yes. I have nearly mastered it. The distance is no longer a concern. Shuemin, a bit confused, was about to ask for clarification when the cargo ship docked. As the hatch opened, Chushu and Shuemin swiftly disembarked into the crowd. Wait, Chushu, what do you mean by distance not being an issue? Oh, while in the land of soup, I gave one of your kunai to Fong. Wait, you can't mean. Chushu smiled and nodded. You guessed it. Smart of you. What? We're several dozen nautical miles from the land of soup. If you really let him fly there, he might be completely drained. Oh, don't worry about the details. I'll assist you. You'll help Shu. No time for chatter. Follow me. Just as Shuemin was about to protest, Chushu covered his mouth and led him into the bushes. There's something significant nearby. Shuemin quickly fell silent and followed Chushu's gaze. They spotted a ninja with a large sword strapped to his back, his face wrapped in bandages, encountering a tall, portly ninja with orange hair and a bandaged weapon. Those are two members of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The bandaged one is Piba Shirzong, wielding the decapitating sword, and the orange-haired one is Sujetsu H. Zuki, with the weapon called Samahata. Shuemin recalled their profiles. The decapitating sword's unique ability to absorb and repair its blade had left a deep impression on him. Similarly, he was intrigued by Samahata's capacity to absorb an opponent's chakra, a crucial element in ninja combat. Chushu, however, was particularly interested in Samahata, remembering that in the original text, it could not absorb chakra indirectly. His fire techniques were extensive, rendering him largely unaffected by Samahata's powers as long as he maintained distance. What do you think, Chushu? Should we engage them? Shuimin asked, seeking Chushu's opinion. Yet, Chushu was not inclined to test their strength just yet. While he acknowledged that the two were within the scope of their intelligence, he preferred to gather more information on other swordsmen rather than confront them immediately. No, we shouldn't rush to confront them. We need more intelligence on other ninja swordsmen. With that, the two departed from the dock, having discreetly laid chakra lines at various positions beforehand. Now, all that remained was to wait patiently for an opportunity. I hope the village hidden in the mist has some intriguing sights to offer. Chapter 60. Black Ho Thundertootho, Waterchild. Look at all these fascinating things. Look. Look, this seems to be a newly released television. Wait. Zanju, please don't run so fast. Keep your voice down. Shuimin followed closely behind Su, his head wrapped in a scarf, dressed in casual attire, his face flushed with embarrassment as he called out to Su, hoping he would lower his voice. After all, the name Waterchild was far too feminine. Well, it's not every day we get to come out. And with the recent diplomatic openness of the Hidden Mist Village, how could we not enjoy ourselves a bit? Su had also made an effort with his appearance. His dark blue-black hair tied back, a headband across his forehead, lifting his bangs. Coupled with his handsome features, he exuded both vitality and elegance, striking a perfect balance between charm and masculinity. In contrast, Shuimin's fair complexion, accentuated by the scarf, lent his delicate features a somewhat feminine allure. If he were silent, one might easily mistake him for an enchanting young lady. Unfortunately, Shuimin's earlier exclamation had caused the men around to retract their gazes. He lowered his head and rushed to Su's side. Hey Su, didn't we come to gather intelligence? Why are we shopping instead? Su felt a wave of discomfort as Shuimin's whispering tickled his ear, prompting him to distance himself slightly. Just imagine a rather attractive young lady breathing in your ear. Ahem, let us not be so hasty. You must understand the art of discretion. In bustling streets, the vigilance of ninjas is at its lowest. It is far more perilous to be spotted by patrolling ninjas hidden in the trees. However, Shuimin hesitated, acknowledging the validity of Su's words. Yet he was reluctant to remain in such a conspicuous place, feeling the peculiar stares of those around him. While he had managed to avoid unwanted attention moments ago, as soon as he spoke, some gazes were averted, while others intensified with fervor. Su couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. His intention was merely to blend into the crowd, to masquerade as an ordinary person. He hadn't anticipated the effect Shuimin's disguise would have. But soon, his amusement faded as he sensed an unusual presence scanning him. A glance around revealed that a group of women were fixated on him and Shuimin. Oh no, you've gotten us into trouble. Having been no stranger to such attention in his past life, Su could discern the nature of their gazes. Clearly, they had misconstrued the relationship between him and Shuimin, likely due to Sumin's earlier proximity. Just then, an odd disturbance caught Su's attention within his sensory range. Though subtle, amidst the throng of ordinary folk, it was distinctly conspicuous. Lowering his voice, Su instructed Shuimin, find a reason to divert their gaze, then rendezvous with me at the training ground we just passed. Shuimin nodded eagerly, having longed to escape the prying eyes. At that moment, Su's words were like a lifeline to him. Well, I'll just pop into the restroom. You carry on for now. With that, Su strode into an alley, leaving a bewildered Shuimin in disarray. Hey wait. Bro, you just used the excuse I was thinking of. What am I supposed to say? Shuimin glanced around. Then, under the strange and lewd stares of the crowd, hurried after Su into the alley. Wait for me. I also need to use the restroom. Woohoo as Shuimin entered the alley. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Come, let us make a wager. I'll bet 1,000 Rio for an hour. 1,000 Rio? I'll wager 30,000. Huh, aren't they just going to the restroom? Why an hour? A young woman interjected, confused by their banter. TSK kid scram. Don't let the uncles lead you astray. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, Su stood in disbelief as Shuimin followed him. What are you doing here? Huh? What's wrong? Do you realize that by following me, those passers-by will? As a mature 16-year-old. Well, uncle. Su could almost envision the lewd expressions on the faces of those observing Shuimin's entrance. Oh no, this is going to be awkward. Ah, well, they don't know us. Let us just go. Despite his annoyance, resignation weighed heavier on his heart. Seeing Shuimin's innocent expression, Su couldn't help but chuckle. But now that it was done, there was no need to dwell on it. Shuimin, puzzled, called out as Su changed direction. Hey, you're going the wrong way. That's not toward the training ground. Su nearly stumbled, regaining his balance atop another rooftop. Are you daft? You've already come this far. Just keep going. Huh? Oh. Realizing his mistake, Shuimin quickly followed. So, Su, what are we doing? We're going to gather intelligence. Of course, Su replied, pulling a scroll from his backpack, summoning 2 sets of red ninja attire and 2 Hidden Rock Village forehead protectors. Wow, you're quite prepared. Of course, I just discovered a lead on the holder of the Thunder Blade, Black Ho Thundertooth. Given his speed and direction, he is clearly on a mission. It's a prime opportunity. At this, Shuimin became alert, quickly stowing his scarf and changing into the ninja outfit. Su swiftly donned his own disguise. Among the 7 ninja swordsmen, the highest priority targets are the Thunder Blade and the Dull Blade. The holders of the Long Sword and Explosive Blade are too reckless, making it easier to gather intel. Information about the Great Blade, Shark Skin, and the Decapitating Sword has already leaked. The identity of the dual swords, Flatfish, remains a closely guarded secret, thus falling outside the scope of our reconnaissance. Now that a higher priority target has emerged, there is no need to wait for the others still outside. By the way, can you perform Earth release techniques? Ah, yes, Jiraiya-sensei taught me. That's good. Just don't blow our cover. After Su spoke, he formed hand seals, and a puff of white smoke enveloped him. In the next moment, a rugged man appeared before Sway Man. What do you think? Not bad, right? Well, it really looks like a genuine Hidden Rock Village ninja. Great. If that is the case, I'll join in too. Chapter 61. Who is willing to battle? Toanzo, I sincerely apologize for the events of the past. In the compound of the Shimura clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat across from Toanzo. Today, he was dressed in casual attire, eschewing the traditional Hokage garb, seemingly aiming to alleviate some of the pressure on Toanzo. Toanzo, however, appeared rather composed. During their last meeting, he had indeed been somewhat flustered by Hiruzen's unexpected confrontation. Yet, recent days spent in seclusion had provided him with clarity. Perhaps he had received guidance from unseen allies, or perhaps he had simply chosen to abandon past grievances. In any case, he was eager for a contest of wills. Toanzo had anticipated this day. The previous covert assassinations and alliances with external foes had all originated from his secret orders. If Hiruzen wished to investigate, he would undoubtedly trace it back to Toanzo. Nevertheless, he felt no remorse. The position of Hokage had always been his aspiration. Why has the esteemed Hokage graced us with his presence today? Ah, do not stand on ceremony. I come to you today as your comrade, Hiruzen replied with a smile. It has been far too long since we shared a drink and conversed like this. Reflecting on the past, Hiruzen reminisced, remember the days when you, I, and Kagami would laugh and jest together? Alas, now it is just the two of us. Toanzo gazed at his teacup, lost in memories of a time long gone. Indeed, those days were filled with joy, devoid of the treachery that now permeated their world, only merriment and dreams of a brighter future. Kagami, he had been part of their team, rescuing him time and again on the battlefield. But now Toanzo glanced at his remaining eye, reflecting on the past. Let us not dwell too much on bygone days, Hiruzen. Indeed, Hiruzen's tone shifted, becoming suddenly grave. Toanzo, I implore you for assistance. Toanzo, as if anticipating the request, did not spare him a glance. He leisurely sipped his tea before speaking. Hokage, I am no longer a council elder of Konoha. The Shimura clan has many responsibilities. I must ask you to refrain, Toanzo. I am requesting this as a comrade. If we succeed in this endeavor, I shall have grounds to reinstate you. Toanzo halted mid-sip, his gaze sharpening as he regarded Hiruzen. Hiruzen, you must understand that our friendship cannot return to what it once was. I am fully aware that you will not treat me as you did before. Thus, it is best we abandon this line of conversation. At his words, Hiruzen's expression fell, his posture slumping once more. Is that so? I understand. He finished the last sip of his drink, rising to return to the Hokage building. Convey to the other elders and Jonin that we are convening an emergency meeting. Remember, ensure they arrive discreetly, avoiding the gaze of root ninjas. Understood. The Umbu ninja swiftly departed the Hokage building. Meanwhile, at the Shimura clan compound, Toanzo summoned Yamashiro Kazuma to inquire about the root status. What is the situation with root? Has it been resolved? It has been dealt with. But upon hearing the first part, Toanzo felt a sense of satisfaction. The efficiency was commendable, as long as they could not locate the individual. Hiruzen would lack justification for his dismissal. He would remain the leader of root. Yet, Yamashiro's hesitance filled Toanzo with unease. But what? Hokage. There have been no orders for a search from him. Toanzo's expression shifted. This was unexpected. Was not the objective root? What, then, was the purpose? Now, Toanzo found himself in a predicament. Hiruzen's recent maneuvers were confounding. If his dismissal was not due to root, what could it possibly signify? Toanzo closed his eyes, struggling to comprehend. And Hiruzen? After his departure, did he take any action? There were no notable movements. However, according to Oda, he observed Umbu members exiting the Hokage's office, heading southeast. Southeast? That is the territory of the Sarutobi clan. Hiruzen, what are you truly planning? Toanzo took another sip of tea, contemplating the ramifications. I see. You may leave now. Yes. Also, arrange a meeting with Hanzo of the Salamander. Hiruzen, what could be so critical that we must convene clandestinely? Do you not realize that we two old codgers are not as spry as the youth? Must you demand so much from us? In the meeting room. The moment Tsurugi Koa arrived, he vented his frustrations before the assembled ninjas, showing no regard for Hiruzen. Midogate and Azuma expressed his discontent as well, but chose not to interject. Enough. Koa and Azuma, please take your seats. Hiruzen, knowing their personalities well, refrained from further commentary. Humph. I shall be keen to see what momentous affair has prompted this gathering. The two grumbled as they settled in, noticing Toanzo's absence. It seemed unlikely to be of great significance, otherwise he would not have been excluded. Intelligence from the front lines indicates that the AI brothers from the Cloud Village have entered the Land of Fire. Do any of you have suggestions? Wait, Hiruzen. Tsurugi Koha suddenly interrupted, turning to Hiruzen. How can such vital matters proceed without Toanzo's involvement? Though he has been dismissed, he remains a vital member of Konoha. Sighing, Hiruzen replied, I have already met with Elder Toanzo. His stance was resolute. He was unwilling to commit any ninjas to battle. So his words trailed off as he lowered his gaze elsewhere. Koha and Inazuma exchanged astonished glances. Clearly, they had not anticipated Toanzo's firm refusal, combined with the prior evidence. It was evident that allowing Toanzo to attend the meeting was now inappropriate. Elder Toanzo, he is a senior figure in Konoha. How can he? The other Jonin displayed expressions of outrage, while a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Hiruzen's eyes. Yes, this is precisely the response I sought. Kagami no. The strategy of Hatsu is quite effective. Now that Toanzo's betrayal has been established, I shall reap the benefits of this contrast. Enough, everyone. Elder Toanzo oversees Root and has long been engaged in dealings from the shadows. I believe he has been misled, so let us not harbor further suspicion. As soon as these words were spoken, the assembled ninjas regarded Hiruzen with admiration. Before long, someone stood, eager to take on the mission to confront the Cloud Village. Very well, Hokage. I volunteer for the mission to confront the Lightning Ninja. Hokage. So do I. Me as well on the podium. Hiruzen feigned surprise, yet inwardly. He could scarcely contain his amusement. Chapter 62. The Thunderblade indeed. The strategy presented by the initial dawn to Sarutobi Hiruzen was none other than Liu Bei's approach. In public, he feigns benevolence. Bah. Benevolence is but your facade. Forgiving Danzo is your stature. Showcase your charm to compel those with righteous views to willingly serve you as Hokage. This is the art of persuasion. As for Danzo, his matters should be entrusted to those who dwell in the shadows, allowing you to remain untainted, merely guiding from a distance. However, it is evident that Sarutobi Hiruzen only grasped the first part, misinterpreting the latter. The original intent of Chushi was to incite those who harbored grievances against Shimura Danzo or those fiercely loyal to him to take action. These individuals, lurking beneath the protective wing of the Hokage, must possess some influence and authority. Yet, Sarutobi Hiruzen misconstrued Shadow as Umbu. This misunderstanding elucidates why Danzo could immediately suspect Hiruzen's involvement against him. The angle of that photograph, taken from a position observing his root ninjas, could only be attributed to the Umbu. He could conceive of no other possibility. Nevertheless, at that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The elite shinobi before him were brimming with zeal to protect their Hokage and Konoha. As Hokage, he was genuinely delighted. However, that aside, none among them were capable of confronting the AB brothers. Therefore, a leader must be appointed. Everyone, please be quiet. I understand your fervent love for Konoha and your intense desire to defend your homeland. However, text omitted for brevity, after delivering an impassioned speech, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a sense of fulfillment. Now, the truly crucial matter lay ahead. In the village, the only powerful individual capable of leading these elite shinobi was none other than the one standing before Hiruzen, Orochimaru. Please lead these brave souls to confront the ninjas from the Cloud Village. Orochimaru, seated, smirked coldly and replied in a raspy voice, You are too kind, Sensei Sarutobi. Hiruzen regarded his disciple with a faint smile. Do not burden yourself excessively. If you find yourselves at a disadvantage, retreat and report back. Orochimaru said nothing further, merely bowing coldly before departing with the elite shinobi towards the intelligence point. In truth, the AB brothers had indeed received word from the Cloud Village, intending to infiltrate Konoha for reconnaissance. However, they did not anticipate that their movements had already been thoroughly uncovered before even reaching Konoha. The crux of the matter lay in the scheme directed at Danzo. The bait was a Thunder Ninja captured during the Second Shinobi World War, intentionally leaked to the Cloud Village to counter Danzo. Once the Cloud Village made a move, it would simply be explained as a surprise attack on Konoha. As for the Cloud Village's intentions, they need not be overly concerned. The Second Shinobi War had not long passed, and the Cloud and Rock villages had been embroiled in fierce conflict. It was unlikely they would expend resources for an assault unless they were willing to forfeit their peace. This was precisely why Chushu dared to orchestrate such a plan. As for him, he would delightfully remain hidden, engaging in skirmishes within the Mist Village, crafting mischief as he pleased. Now, he had joined forces with Minato and was following the trail of Kurozai Raiga. Any signs of others? Minato, transformed into a stout figure, inquired of Chushu. Chushu opened his eyes and shook his head. None. They are still on the move. It seems they are heading towards the northern beach. Should I intercept them ahead? No need. We are close enough. If there are individuals at the beach, the battle here should draw them in. With that, Chushu rose and leaped forward alongside Minato. You engage directly. I will scout ahead for intelligence. Understood. Be cautious of his blade. Try to engage while keeping your distance, utilizing wind release. Minato nodded, and Chushu veered off, accelerating to circle ahead. Meanwhile, Minato surged forward, preparing to intercept Kurozai Raiga directly. Wind release, gale palm. A chilling gust suddenly surged behind, compelling Kurozai Raiga to halt and roll aside. Boom. The gale palm struck a branch, creating a gaping hole in the thick trunk encasing the three. Kurozai Raiga felt the tear in his shirt and swiftly became alert. Who goes there? The thunder blade instantly materialized in his hand, crackling with lightning as he infused it with chakra. The surroundings fell eerily silent, devoid of any unusual presence. Yet, Raiga understood the imperative of remaining vigilant. In the shadows, Minato observed the changes surrounding the thunder blade. Can such immense power emanate simply from chakra infusion? Let us test its might. Wind release, wind fork. In the next moment, three whirlwinds converged into a trident, hurtling towards the thunder blade. TCH. Dreadful. Is that the direction? Thunder blade, lightning strike. Kurozai Raiga swiftly reacted, slashing his dual blades towards Minato's concealed position, and a bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky. Yet, no sound followed, only a charred piece of wood falling from the tree. TCH, have they fled? Earth release, Hellspring Swamp. As Raiga blocked the wind fork, he relaxed his guard, only to feel a writhing sensation beneath his feet. How swift! Raiga hastily plunged his dual blades into the ground, unleashing lightning release in all directions. The earth chakra dissipated under the influence of lightning release, rendering the Hellspring Swamp ineffective. Raiga scanned his surroundings, yet the assailant's silhouette remained elusive, like a slippery eel. I shall force you out. Thunderblade, Thunderweb. In an instant, the area within 100 meters around Raiga was enveloped in lightning. Trouble. A rough voice resonated from above, prompting Raiga to glance upwards and witness a burly ninja clad in red tumbling down from the tree. TCH, a rock village ninja? They even dispatched a wind release user? Ah, truly troublesome. I was hoping to probe further. Minato cracked his neck, disregarding Kurozai Raiga's words. Hey, what is your purpose for infiltrating? Is the rock village seeking war with the mist village? Do you believe I would betray my village? Minato offered no response, performing a display of loyalty befitting a rock ninja. Refusing to speak? Then perish. Kurozai Raiga wasted no time, swinging his Thunderblade at Minato. Thunderblade, pursuing lightning. Minato's heart raced. After two previous encounters, he remained unsettled by the blade's potency. He could not afford to underestimate it. Wind release, great breakthrough. Lightning and tempest clashed midair, tearing at each other until both techniques nullified one another. Minato hastily formed hand seals, but his opponent required no such elaborate steps. In the next moment, a flash of lightning expanded rapidly before Minato's eyes. Thunderblade, lightning flash. Damn it. How unfortunate. It is a graveyard. What ill fortune.